Chapter 1056. Little fatty Gu Xiaofeng was really despicable. He actually gave Tianhe such a unique nickname. Ancestor Tianhe, the ancestor of the underhanded methods. Even though he knew he was being insulted, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. He Tian had nowhere to vent his anger, so when he saw the towering demonic figure in front of him that caused the weather to change color, he was immediately filled with anger, and directly rushed forward. "I'll let you be arrogant." He Tian stretched out his hand. His right hand turned into a hand that covered the sky, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. Like 100,000 ancient divine mountains, it slammed down on the head of the demonic shadow. "Who is it?" A voice filled with both shock and anger rang out. The great demon who had transformed into a 10,000 feet tall shadow didn't expect that someone could be hiding nearby. There were only two possibilities. One was that these people had cultivated a secret skill that could conceal their aura. The second was that these people's cultivation was higher than his. Bam! He Tian did not say anything. He directly slammed his hand down. The vast power of yin and yang surged down from his hand. Yin and yang intertwined, and the great Tao seemed to appear under the hand. The 100,000-foot demonic shadow instantly became shorter. The 10,000-meter-tall demonic shadow, which looked like an unparalleled great demon, collapsed under my Tian's palm. The great demon's figure appeared in the void, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! 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 The demonic shadow collapsed. The three sword lights that were sealed in the abdomen of the demonic shadow immediately rushed out. Sword chi rushed out and the dazzling sword lights dispersed the demonic chi that filled the sky. The three rays of sword light were like shooting stars chasing after the moon. In an instant they arrived before the great demon, and then they sliced through him. Demonic blood splattered. The demonic body of the great demon was actually cut into three parts by the sword lights. Its head flew high into the sky, and demonic blood spewed out from its chest. The blood pillar was dozens of feet high. "Humph! Still trying to escape?" He Tian sneered. The great demon's head emitted a ball of bloody light. The bloody light wrapped around the great demon's head and shot up into the sky, trying to escape. However, He Tian stretched out his hand again and grabbed forward. The power of yin and yang intertwined in his palm. Lines of yin and yang essence chi intertwined in his palm. A heaven-devouring power immediately surged out of my Tian's palm and pulled back the demon's head, which was wrapped in the bloody light. Pooh! He Tian directly shattered the great demon's skull and extracted its soul. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed the great demon's soul into his stomach. He Tian was truly unscrupulous to refine souls and turn them into his own strength. He even dared to do so in the presence of outsiders. Devouring other cultivators' divine souls was also a taboo in the heavenly realm. If there was a person who devoured other people's divine souls to increase his own cultivation, that person would definitely be the target of all cultivators. Devouring other people's divine souls to increase one's own cultivation made all cultivators feel threatened. Only people of the devil Tao would do such a thing. After the heaven realm Tao gates, three sword kings killed the demon's body. They no longer maintained the human sword unity state and appeared from the sword lights. These three people from the heaven realm Tao gate were all old men wearing Taoist robes. The three sword kings all came from a branch of the heaven realm Tao gate. "Thank you for saving us, senior." An old Taoist with sparse hair and a ruddy face walked forward and saluted He Tian. He Tian's cultivation was far above theirs, so they were very respectful. The hard fist is the hard truth. Xiaoqing couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. The reason why the three mysterious transformation realm sword kings were so respectful to He Tian was because He Tian's cultivation was higher than theirs. If He Tian's cultivation was lower than the three sword kings, then the three sword kings would probably pursue the crime of He Tian's divine souls. How could they be so polite? He Tian nodded carelessly with an arrogant look on his face. He didn't put these three sword kings in his eyes at all. Even though he had sealed his cultivation, these three sword kings were still not enough to deal with him. Cultivators who cultivated the sword Tao were synonymous with strength. The path of sword Tao focused on life and death. It was the life and death technique of Tao techniques. A successful sword cultivator with a sword in hand could break all kinds of divine abilities. Among cultivators of the same level, They were absolutely in existence of emperor and rarely met a match. At this time Gu Fei's group also came over. The three Sword Kings couldn't help but be startled when they saw Gu Fei's group. Aside from two of them, they couldn't see through the cultivation of the others. There was only one possibility, and that was that the other party's cultivation was much higher than theirs. When the three Sword Kings from the Heaven Realm Dao sect saw Gu Fei and the others, all of them were moved. There were actually so many experts appearing here, it really made them feel incomparably surprised. No one dared to go deep into the forbidden death zone. Even the legendary half-saints weren't willing to set foot inside. This was because there was a city of death with terrifying existences inside. Greetings, seniors. The three Sword Kings didn't dare to be negligent and promptly saluted everyone. I want to ask you a few things. Gu Fei directly asked the three mysterious Transformation Realm Sword Kings. He didn't like to beat around the bush. He couldn't wait to know what happened in the heavenly realm during these 10 years. Senior, please ask. We will tell you everything we know. The red-faced old Taoist priest replied. Gu Fei directly asked about the things he wanted to know. The three Sword Kings didn't dare to hide anything in front of everyone. They told Gu Fei everything he wanted to know in detail. Gu Fei and the others suddenly understood after listening. It turned out that 10 years ago, when Gu Fei and the others had just entered the inner world to hide from the eyes of the major forces, the old half-saint had invited two of his best friends, who were also half-saints, to come and find the primordial Emperor Xian. Their reason for looking for the primordial Emperor Xian was very simple. They wanted to take a look at the legendary palace of the moon deities. Of course, the primordial Emperor Xian was well aware that these old fellows wouldn't just take a look. They would probably break into the city and occupy it for themselves. The half-saints that the old man had invited were extremely powerful. One of them had a cultivation and strength above the old man's. This was an invincible existence among the half-saints. When these three people came together, they would be able to move unhindered throughout the heavenly realm and destroy a large sect. How could the primordial Emperor Xian have the ability to fight against these three people? These three legendary half-sages had even brought along a damaged supreme sacred weapon of the Great Path. Even the supreme grand array set up by immortal Emperor Yuan Gu with a corner of the supreme sacred array couldn't stop the three of them. Under the power of the incomplete extreme path sacred weapon, the primordial Emperor Xian only lasted for half an hour before it was broken. The primordial Emperor Xian had no choice but to compromise. However, just as the primordial Emperor Xian compromised with the three half-saints and entered the palace of the moon deities with them, a terrible thing happened. Ancient evil corpses with soaring death auras came out from all over the city. In Chapter 1057, after the destruction of the Yuan ancient Emperor Xian's divine formation, the powerful figures who had been watching from the sidelines jumped out. 5 or 6 of the extinct half-sages came, and some of them were legendary existences who had already fallen. However, the evil spirits in the holy city were extremely terrifying. Even when the Emperor Xian and 3 other half-sages entered the holy city, they were almost completely annihilated. Only the 4 half-sages, including Yuan ancient Emperor Xian, managed to rush out of the holy city. One of the half-sages was even seriously injured. If it wasn't for the fact that the half-sage was holding a damaged extreme path sacred weapon, the 4 of them would have died inside. After this battle, the Yuan ancient Emperor Xian suffered heavy losses. Even his trusted general, Divine General Tian Xiong, was possessed by the evil spirits and fell in the holy city, becoming a puppet corpse general of the city. The major forces of the heaven realm didn't give up. Countless people attacked the holy city, but they all ended up with a tragic ending of corpses piling up like a mountain. The corpses piled up like a mountain below the holy city. Countless cultivators fell. During the last attack, even the demon emperor of the 100,000 Devil Mountains came. However, there was no suspense. Almost all the people who attacked the city died. Even the demon emperor of the 100,000 Devil Mountains was ambushed by the extreme path sacred evil spirit in the city. The evil spirit pounced on him and took his physical body, destroying both his body and soul. A human half-sage had his physical body smashed by a terrifying ancient corpse king that came out of the city. Only his primordial spirit managed to escape. In the end, everyone understood that unless an extreme path sacred evil spirit personally came, no one would be able to break into the holy city and obtain anything from it. Some cultivators who survived the holy city said that they saw a sacred mountain floating in the sky in the city. Above the sacred mountain, there was an extreme path sacred might lingering. There was a world inside the sacred city, but there was no sign that this sacred city was the legendary palace of the moon deities. Some people suspected that this was not the palace of the moon deities, but the city of a ruthless person in the primitive age. When the sage fell, his undying resentment turned into an evil spirit. After slaughtering countless cultivators, the evil spirit began to transform. The evil spirit used the body of the demon emperor to transform itself into a demon spirit. On the day that the devil spirit was born, the death chi soared to the sky. A holy city turned into a ghost city. Countless terrifying roars came from the ghost city and could be heard from thousands of miles away. That day, the eastern lands were shaken, and the billions of living beings sensed an evil and dangerous aura. All of the cultivators of the eastern lands were restless, and even the primordial Emperor Xian had to activate a mountain-protecting grand formation. The entire eastern lands were on guard against a formidable enemy. With the ghost city as the center, endless death chi surged out in all directions. The entire heaven and earth darkened as the death chi enveloped everything within a radius of thousands of miles. In just a single day, the entire area turned into a land of death. Within a single day, all the flowers and trees that were enveloped by the death chi withered, and all the birds, beasts, insects, and fish died. This was the origin of this land of death. Ever since this land of death was formed, very few cultivators entered this area. However, the devil Tao often appeared in this area. The Heaven Realm Tao Sect's 3 mysterious transformation realm sword kings were ambushing a demon named Yuan Qian here, but they didn't expect that this demon's cultivation had already broken through to the peak of the mysterious transformation realm. If it wasn't for the arrival of Gu Fei's group, the Heaven Realm Tao Sect's 3 sword kings would have fallen in this land of death and become one of the millions of bones. In the end, the Heaven Realm Tao Sect's 3 mysterious transformation realm sword kings bid farewell and left. From the 3 sword kings, Gu Fei learned about the major events that happened in the Heaven Realm in the past 10 years. In the Heaven Realm, experts from both the demon race and the human race had returned. The demon race in the Heaven Realm even spread the shocking news of the return of the Supreme Sovereign's son. The unparalleled Grand Emperor was the most powerful existence in the world. The Grand Emperor had 9 sons, who were known as the 9 Saint Dragons. Each Saint Dragon was comparable to a saint. Once one comprehended the Tao, one would become a saint. A saint who had comprehended the Tao to the great perfection realm was called an extreme Tao saint. Such an existence's Tao had already reached the end of the Tao. Hearing this news, Gu Fei's group was very happy. He asked Yuan Hong about the location of the demon race and planned to meet up with the old turtle first before making other plans. After walking out of the death region, Yuan Hong bid farewell and left. He wanted to return to the ancestral Emperor Mountain to recuperate his essence chi and prepare for the heavenly tribulation. Although the heavenly tribulation of the 3rd heavenly tribulation was only one of the 9 minor heavenly tribulations, it couldn't be neglected. Gu Fei's group also wanted to undergo the heavenly tribulation, but now was not the time. They still had to seal their bodies to prevent the aura after breaking through from leaking out of their bodies. The laws of heaven and earth in the Heaven Realm had not changed much compared to the Great Desolate Era. If Gu Fei's group unsealed their bodies, the heavenly tribulation would come at any time. "Boss, are we going to find the old turtle now?" Tian asked. They stood on the peak of a mountain and looked at the southern sky. According to Yuan Hong, the dragon domain of the Heaven Realm was at the end of the southern sky. The distance from the eastern earth to the southern border was too far. Without the teleportation formation, it would take Gu Fei's group several years to reach the southern border from the eastern earth. The Heaven Realm was much larger than the human realm. Some people said that the Heaven Realm had no end. "It's too far," Xiaoqing said. "Yes. We have to go to the primordial Emperor Xian to borrow the teleportation formation," Gu Fei said. Without the interdomain teleportation formation, flying from the eastern earth to the southern border was a bit impractical. "You're crazy," Chu Luqing immediately cried out in alarm. The primordial Emperor Xian was a semi-sage who had already stepped on the path to sainthood. Going to borrow the teleportation formation from the primordial Emperor Xian? Don't even think about it. People of unknown origin simply couldn't get close to the celestial city of the primordial Emperor Xian. Although entering the celestial city is a bit risky, it's not impossible, Tian muttered. He seemed to be very familiar with the heaven realm as he said such words. Once Ancestor He takes action, he will surely succeed. The little fatty came to be a bystander again. Tian wrinkled his brows as soon as he heard the little fatty's voice. What a headache! If this hateful little fatty wasn't Gu Fei's granddisciple, Tian would have already twisted his head off. Among us, you are the most familiar with the situation in the Eastern Earth. You lead the way, Gu Fei said to Chu Luqing. This? Chu Luqing couldn't help but hesitate. He didn't dare to refuse, but it wasn't that he didn't want to go to the celestial city. Chu Luqing didn't have a good impression of the primordial Emperor Xian. The primordial Emperor Xian compared himself to the legendary supreme heavenly emperor. Even his divine city was changed to the celestial city. The ambition of the primordial Emperor Xian could be said to be very big. He wanted to rule the world. Even a sage would find it difficult to unify the heavenly realm. The primordial Emperor Xian could only settle in the Eastern Earth. If he wanted to rule the world, he would have to become an extreme sage first. What? Tian's complexion immediately sank after seeing Chu Luqing's hesitation. A murderous aura surged from his body. Since you guys want to go to the celestial city, then I have no other choice. In that case, I'll take you there. Chu Luqing hastily said after seeing that Tian was going to kill him if he didn't agree. The situation was stronger than the person. Chu Luqing knew that he knew too many secrets of the opposite party. The opposite party absolutely wouldn't let him go that easily. Although going to the celestial city was dangerous, it was also an opportunity for him to get rid of these people. Chu Luqing thought for a while and came up with an idea. Chapter 1058. Celestial City was located in a land of immortals. The mountains here were filled with lingering spiritual energy. A peerless dragon's vein was being nurtured under the ground. Even during the day, one could sometimes see the dragon's aura rushing out from the ground. It was as if there were many huge dragons hovering above the mountains. Such an area was only slightly inferior to the ancestral vein of the Eastern Land. In the entire Eastern Land, there was absolutely no other area like this. The peerless dragon's vein meandered for thousands of miles. It was the source of all the dragon's veins in this area. Celestial City was located on top of the dragon's vein. This was a huge city. Legend has it that when the ancient Emperor Xian underwent nirvana, he used his own inexhaustible spiritual energy to build this divine city. Emperor Xian had obviously succeeded in his nirvana. Thus, there was one more Emperor Xian in the world. Otherwise, there would be no Emperor Xian of the Eastern Land. Yuangu had achieved nirvana and become an emperor. This was an emperor city, not an immortal sacred city. Chu Luqing had stayed in the Eastern Land for more than 300 years. Naturally, he was very familiar with the Eastern Land. He had basically been to every place. Even if he hadn't been there before, he knew how to get there. Chu Luqing had never been to Celestial City before, but he knew where it was located. It wasn't difficult to find such a famous divine city in the Eastern Land. When the Eastern Land became the emperor of the primordial era, the human sects of the Eastern Land naturally submitted. These sects had to pay tribute to the Emperor Xian of the primordial era every year. Many important figures of the sects had come to Celestial City to pay homage to the Emperor Xian of the primordial era. Celestial City wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. This was the base camp of the Emperor Xian of the primordial era. The area with a radius of 10,000 miles was enveloped by a supreme divine formation. This divine formation was even more frightening than the one that had been laid down by the primordial era. This was because it could draw upon the power of the peerless dragon's vein. The power contained in the peerless dragon's vein was hard to estimate. If this kind of power were to explode, even the saints would have a change of expression. Gu Fei and the others appeared on top of a huge mountain. In front of them was the region enveloped by the divine formation. Judging from the current situation, it was basically impossible for them to enter the celestial city without being noticed. Tian opened his yin-yang divine eyes and observed the general trend of heaven and earth. His expression became extremely solemn. This was a place where true dragons could be born. Yuan Gu had actually found such a good place to build a divine city. The God City was placed on top of the dragon vein. Day and night, the power of the dragon vein was used to nourish the God City. This God City was even more terrifying than ordinary Emperor City. The teleportation portal is in the city. Let's see what you guys can do about it. Chu Luqing thought to himself. He didn't want to come here, but he had to. The forces behind Chu Luqing had many grievances with the forces of the primordial Emperor Xian. Gosh! Monkey should also have an interdomain teleportation formation. Haitian suddenly came to a realization, and it was too late for regrets. They were giving up the easy part for the difficult part. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Fei had the urge to beat up Haitian again. This guy was really unreliable. He also knew how to observe the terrain. This kind of terrain was indescribably expensive. Any hole dug here would be a dragon's den. If an emperor of the mortal world was buried here, the dynasty would definitely be able to continue for thousands of generations and rule over a region. This was a treasure land that geomancers of the mortal world could only find once in their entire lives. It was no wonder that the primordial Emperor Xian dared to compare himself to the Heaven Emperor. What should we do now? Even Ancestor He is at a loss? The little fatty looked at Haitian and said with an innocent expression. He was a junior after all, so he didn't dare to be too excessive. I wonder who was the one who said that we can enter the celestial city at will? Chu Luqing muttered as he looked elsewhere. He was very proud of himself. It was rare to see Haitian suffer a setback. Why don't we go back and look for Monkey? Xiaoqing said. It was better to look for Yuan Hong than to take the risk of breaking through the divine formation in front. The divine formation was connected to the Earth's draconic qi. Even a semi-sage would lose his life if he broke through. Let's go to the nearby city first. I need to make some preparations. Haitian said after pondering for a long time. He really didn't have the confidence to break through such a divine formation. It was already impossible to go back and look for Yuan Hong now. Yuan Hong must have already closed the Ancestor King realm and was preparing to cross the heavenly tribulation. At this time no one could contact Yuan Hong. Chu Luqing wanted to say something, but his lips moved a little. In the end he didn't say anything and just led everyone to the nearby city. There was another city 1,000 miles away. This city was very old. Gu Fei and the others felt an incomparably ancient and vicissitude aura when they approached the city. The city walls had traces of erosion left behind by the passage of time. Overall, it could be considered as an intact city. Drift Cloud City was an ancient city in the Drift Cloud mountain range. No one knew when this ancient city came into being. The past of Drift Cloud City was a complete blank. The reason why this ancient city was called Drift Cloud City was because there would be colorful clouds floating above the city every night. At this time it was evening. Gu Fei could already see the colorful clouds drifting across the sky above floating Cloud City from afar. The clouds were like immortal light, setting off a fairy-like atmosphere in the sky. The clouds are gathering. Could this ancient city be a divine city? Haitian couldn't help but murmur when he saw the phenomenon in the sky. Gu Fei and the others descended from the sky and walked towards the ancient city. When they arrived near the city gates, they were surprised to see that there were silver-armored immortal soldiers holding immortal weapons guarding the gates. Why would such a city be heavily guarded? There were many people going in and out of the city gates. It was obvious that they were the residents of the city. The silver-armored immortal soldiers didn't question them. However, the people in the city were very curious about the 2 silver-armored immortal soldiers guarding the city gate. From time to time, they would glance at the 2 silver-armored immortal soldiers standing on either side of the city gate. Gu Fei's group didn't have any misgivings and directly walked forward. As Gu Fei and the others gradually approached, the 2 motionless silver-armored immortal soldiers, who were like 2 statues, suddenly opened their eyes. For sharp gazes swept over Gu Fei and the others. Swoosh! When Gu Fei's group wanted to enter the city, the 2 silver-armored immortal soldiers by the city gate moved at the same time. With a flash, the 2 silver-armored immortal soldiers instantly blocked Gu Fei's group. Runes and immortal Dao energy were circulating around the immortal weapons in the hands of the silver-armored immortal soldiers. Go back to where you came from. Drift Cloud City is sealed. One of the silver-armored immortal soldiers said coldly and arrogantly. Humph! Gufei sneered. A puny immortal soldier actually dared to be so rude? He didn't stop and continued forward. With a single step, the expressions of the two immortal soldiers who blocked his path changed drastically. They cried out in shock as they were sent flying back into the city. In Chapter 1059. In the eyes of the people in the Eastern Land, the silver-armored immortal soldiers were absolutely godlike existences. It was absolutely rare to see them. When the immortal soldiers arrived at Floating Cloud City, the whole city was in an uproar. However, as time went by, the silver-armored immortal soldiers had been stationed in the ancient city for 5 or 6 years, and the people in the city were already used to it. The practice of cultivation in the heavenly realm was very flourishing. The common people would think of ways to let their children enter the local cultivation sections. This was because once a person achieved the Tao, their chickens and dogs would ascend to the heavens. If a successful cultivator appeared in the family, the whole family would receive great benefits. Even if the cultivator couldn't become a cultivator, with the help of the family members who had already become cultivators, they could take medicinal pills to prolong their lives and live far longer than ordinary people. However, today the god in people's eyes was sent flying by someone. He spat out blood and rolled on the ground, unable to stand up for a while. The people around the city gate who witnessed this scene were shocked. Someone actually dared to attack a god. Moreover, it seemed that even the two gods were no match for this young man. How could this be possible? Gufei ignored the gazes around him and strode into the city. The two silver-armored immortal soldiers on the ground wanted to stop him, but they found it impossible to use their celestial force. The silver-armored immortal soldiers suffered a great impact and were almost shattered. Their spirit was shaken, but their origin was not injured. Gufei was merciful. Otherwise, the two silver-armored immortal soldiers would have been killed. How could the silver-armored immortal soldiers offend a celestial being realm martial emperor? Just the aura that came out from Gufei was enough to send the silver-armored immortal soldiers flying. When one of the silver-armored immortal soldiers saw that he couldn't stop Gufei, he quickly took out a jade talisman and crushed it. A divine light suddenly soared into the sky and instantly flew into the ancient city. Oh! Gufei couldn't help but frown. Hehe, do you want to call for help? Haitian said with a disdainful smile. What kind of expert could there be in a small ancient city? Suddenly, Haitian's expression turned solemn. At this time an obscure aura came from the depths of the ancient city. This aura made him feel danger. Yuangu Emperor Xian actually sent troops to guard this ancient city. Could there be something important in the city? Shaoqing said. He also sensed the dangerous aura that was like a terrifying beast lurking in the city. Who's causing trouble? A calm voice came from the depths of the ancient city. Then from the direction of the city lord's mansion, a purple aura rushed out. A purple figure stepped in the void, heading towards Gufei and the others. The entire sky was shrouded in purple qi. It's him. When Gufei saw this person, his pupils involuntarily shrank. This person was the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, the Violet Emperor, who had fought endlessly with the golden-winged little Peng Emperor of the Tianpeng clan 10 years ago. What exactly was in this ancient city that even the son of the primordial Emperor Xian had to oversee it? It's you guys? Under the shroud of purple qi, the Violet Emperor looked like a true immortal from the 9th heaven, who had descended to the mortal world. When the residents of the city saw this scene, many of them knelt on the spot and kowtowed to the Violet Emperor in the sky. An immortal aura spread out from the Violet Emperor's body. In the eyes of mortals, he was a supreme deity, causing the mortals in the city to feel uneasy. The might of an immortal god had awed the mortals in the entire ancient city. However, this immortal aura of the Violet Emperor was nothing in the eyes of Gufei and the others. You recognize us? Gufei stood on the street in the city, looking up at the Violet Emperor, the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, with a calm expression. I still remember the few people who were with the golden-winged little Peng Emperor 10 years ago. The Violet Emperor's gaze swept across Gufei and the others. Hehe. Haitian chuckled and walked over. He looked up at the Violet Emperor and said, What happened to the golden-winged little Peng Emperor in the end? I really want to know. In that battle, the golden-winged little Peng Emperor was unparalleled and insufferably arrogant. However, He was defeated by the Violet Emperor and chased after by the Violet Emperor. It was unknown whether the Violet Emperor had caught up to the Little Pung Emperor or not. Humph! He has the speed of a sky pung. What can he do? The Violet Emperor's expression was unsightly. He had mastered 2 heaven-defying secret arts, but the Little Pung Emperor had escaped. It was not a good feeling. Hee. So that's how it is. Tian said. The golden-winged Little Pung Emperor was extremely arrogant. Back then, Tian had been very unhappy with this big bird. It was rare for the bird to be beaten up so badly by the Violet Emperor. What? Do you want to stand up for the golden-winged Little Pung Emperor? The Violet Emperor didn't dare to be negligent. These people's cultivation was very frightening. 3 of them seemed to have broken through the celestial being realm and become half-step almighty. Stand up for that bird, man. Don't joke around. Tian said disdainfully. He already didn't like the Little Pung Emperor the moment he saw him. He wouldn't stand up for the golden-winged Little Pung Emperor no matter who he stood up for. Then you guys. The Violet Emperor was still on guard. Purple chi curled up around his body. Immortal energy was circulating rapidly in his body. An unconcealable battle intent seeped out from his body. Those who come from afar are guests. Is this how you treat your guests? At this time Gu Fei spoke. So what if the Emperor Xian was the son of the primordial era's Emperor Xian? He didn't care. The Violet Emperor pondered for a moment and then said, "It was my negligence. Everyone please," he said as he led the way. Gu Fei and the others immediately soared into the sky and followed behind the Violet Emperor towards the depths of the ancient city. The ancient city wasn't that big. Compared to the celestial city of the primordial era's Emperor Xian, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, even though the ancient city wasn't that big, Gu Fei could still feel the exuberant human presence. There were at least 90,000 mortals in the city, if not 100,000. This made Gu Fei a little surprised. Floating Cloud City was located in the middle of a mountain, far away from other cities. There were very few people in the vicinity, but there were so many people hidden in the mountains. The ancient city's lord's residence was very simple and crude. There weren't many furnishings. After Gu Fei and the others sat down, someone served tea. A fragrant scent lingered in the main hall of the city's lord's residence. The Violet Emperor sat on the throne in the middle of the main hall. May I know why everyone has come to Floating Cloud City? The Violet Emperor didn't beat around the bush and directly asked about the purpose of Gu Fei's group. Brother Yuan, to tell you the truth, we have come to see if there is a transmission array in this city. Gu Fei also didn't hide anything. The son of the primordial era's Emperor Xian was named Yuan Gu. Chapter 1060. Although the Eastern Earth was vast, it was just a corner of the endless heaven realm. Mortals would never be able to leave the Eastern Earth. Even immortals would need a lot of time to leave the Eastern Earth. Gu Fei wanted to find a teleportation array, which meant that he had to leave the Eastern Earth. How could the shrewd purple Emperor Yuanga not understand Gu Fei's intentions? Hee. We want to leave. Please make things convenient for us, Brother Yuan. Tian said with a smile. Where do you want to go? Purple Emperor Yuanga thought for a moment and said. He was secretly relieved when he saw that Gu Fei and the others didn't have any hostility. Something had happened in the ancient city, and the Purple Emperor didn't want to cause trouble at this time. We want to visit a good friend in the southern region, Gu Fei said. He wasn't lying. He had gone through life and death with Old Tortoise. Not only were they good friends, but they were also good brothers. The southern region? The Purple Emperor was startled. The southern region was the territory of the Southern Mountains God Emperor. Could these people be related to the Southern Mountains God Emperor Zhongxiao? The Southern Mountains God Emperor Zhongxiao had once descended to the Eastern Earth and fought with the Eastern Earth Emperor Xian, Yuan Gu. As the son of Yuan Gu Emperor Xian, the Purple Emperor naturally knew about the battle. The battle between Yuan Gu and Zhongxiao had shocked all directions. The battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights, and the area within 1,000,000 miles was turned into ruins. The battle between Emperor-level experts had destroyed a region. In the end, the Southern Mountains God Emperor Zhongxiao was defeated by the Eastern Earth Emperor Xian, and was driven away by the Eastern Earth Emperor Yuan Gu. It could be said that the Southern Mountains God Emperor and the Eastern Earth Emperor Xian were like fire and water. The Southern Mountains God Emperor even said that if the people of Yuangu Emperor Xian dared to take a step into the Southern Mountains, they would be killed without mercy. Emperor Xian was also very afraid of the Southern Mountains God Emperor Song Xiao, because there was a terrifying force behind Song Xiao. Song Xiao's family might even have a half-sage. The 5 Emperor Xian and the 4 great God Emperors all had their own huge forces and were heroes of their own regions. This was especially true for the Southern Mountains. The situation in that vast region was even more complicated. The endless mountain range of the Southern Mountains was occupied by the 100,000 demon mountains by the demons. At the end of the southern sky was the dragon domain of the heaven realm. In the vast south there were 3 superpowers. Thus, the Southern Mountains was the most chaotic region in the heaven realm. The devils of the 100,000 devil mountains would come out from the 100,000 devil mountains from time to time. Although the Southern Mountains God Emperor was guarding the Southern Mountains, there was also the existence of the Demon Emperor in the 100,000 devil mountains. Only when the Southern Mountains God Emperor joined forces with the heaven realms long did they manage to intimidate the devils in the 100,000 devil mountains. The devils of the 100,000 devil mountains did not dare to walk out of the 100,000 devil mountains. Demons, humans, and dragons fought against each other for eternity in the Nanling Mountains. As they often fought against the demons, the Nanling Mountains cultivators had far more combat experience than the cultivators of other regions. The Southern Mountains God Emperor had gathered a group of valiant battle maniacs. Could it be that Brother Gu wants to pay a visit to the dragon race? The Violet Emperor asked as he glanced at Xiaoqing, who was sitting beside Gu Fei. Xiaoqing's body was shrouded in dragon energy. The aura of a true dragon couldn't be faked. The Violet Emperor was even more certain of his guess. Yes, you can say that. Gu Fei nodded and said, I hope that Brother Yuan can help me with this small favor. I will definitely repay you generously in the future. He Tian, Xiaoqing, and the others looked at the Violet Emperor, who was sitting on the throne. The Violet Emperor fell into deep thought. After a while he said, I really want to help you, but I can't leave this city right now. What's going on? Gu Fei was a little stunned. Could there really be some unknown secret hidden in this ancient city? Otherwise, why would the Violet Emperor, the son of Yuangu, be overseeing this ancient city? This is our internal matter. Please forgive me for not being able to comment. The Violet Emperor Yuangu said. Gu Fei and the others didn't pursue the matter. After all, this was someone else's matter. Moreover, the Violet Emperor didn't have much of a relationship with them. How about this? You can take my token and go to a city called Starfall City 3,000 miles away. There is a teleportation array there that can send you out of the Eastern Earth. This? Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. They didn't expect the Violet Emperor to be willing to help them. This way they wouldn't have to go to the Celestial City. Then the Violet Emperor handed a white jade token to Gu Fei. This was a token refined from a goat-fat jade. There was the word order on the front and an image of auspicious clouds on the back. The word order was written in iron and silver, and there seemed to be an indescribable aura circulating around it. As soon as the token was in his hand, Gu Fei knew that this token was definitely not made by the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor didn't have the ability to refine such a token. Obviously, this token was personally refined by the primordial Emperor Xian. It was used to transmit orders. Once the token arrived, apart from the primordial Emperor Xian and his son, everyone else had to obey the orders. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Gu Fei put away the token, stood up from his seat, and cupped his hands towards the Violet Emperor Yuangu. You're welcome. The Violet Emperor didn't seem to want to talk much with Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei had already noticed that the Violet Emperor Yuangu wanted them to leave as soon as possible. Although he didn't say it out loud, his tone and expression showed that he wanted them to leave. We'll take our leave. Gu Fei immediately bid farewell to the Violet Emperor. It seemed that something had really happened in this ancient city, so much so that the Violet Emperor was a little impatient. I still have something to do, so I won't see you off, the Violet Emperor said as he stood up from his seat. See you again. The crowd cupped their hands towards the Violet Emperor. See you again. The Violet Emperor also cupped his hands towards the crowd. Gu Fei and the others immediately walked out of the City Lord Palace, flew out of floating cloud city, and disappeared into the void at the end of the horizon. The Violet Emperor sat back on his throne after seeing that Gu Fei and the others had left. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes at this time. Bam! Not long after Gu Fei and the others had left, a muffled sound suddenly came from the area where the ancient city was sitting. Everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles could feel the vibration coming from under their feet. Report! A loud shout came from outside the main hall as an immortal stood outside. Speak! The Violet Emperor said. Your Highness, the seal has loosened. The immortal outside the main hall seemed to be a little frightened. What? When the Purple Emperor Yuenga heard this, his expression immediately changed. He suddenly stood up from his seat and rushed out. Bam! Just as the Violet Emperor rushed out of the City Lord Palace, another muffled sound came from the ground. The residents of the entire ancient city were alarmed. They all walked out of their houses and gathered in the spacious area. Chapter 1061. Something is about to happen in Floating Cloud City. Gu Fei and the others did not really leave. They once again sensed the fierce and evil aura. This aura could not have been emitted by the Purple Emperor Yuenga. This ancient city seems to have some secret. Tian stood high in the sky and opened his yin-yang godly eyes. The power of Yin lingered in his left eye like a black moon floating and sinking, while his right eye was as bright as the sun, emitting streams of true yang qi. The power of Yin and Yang intertwined in Tian's eyes. In his eyes, faint and illusory Tao patterns were faintly discernible. His gaze pierced through the void, saw through the nothingness, and saw the entire ancient city in his eyes. I can't see through it, I actually can't see through it. Soon, Tian's expression changed. His yin-yang godly eyes, which was said to be able to see through everything in the world and point directly to the origin of everything in the world, actually lost its effect at this time. This was already the second time that Tian encountered such a thing. What's going on? Everyone looked at Mahakala in shock. Could it be that there was an existence comparable to an extreme-grade saint hiding in the city? Or was there a saint hiding in the city to conceal everything? In the untainted land, thousands of races flourished. Among some powerful races, there were generally existences comparable to sages presiding over their own race to deter all other races. Among the untainted land's human race, there were also many sages. There were even a few sages with perfect great ways, and there were even more sages with incomplete great ways. In the untainted land, the human race showed great potential, faintly suppressing the tens of thousands of races in the untainted land. That was the most prosperous period of the human race, when no other race could compare. However, with the arrival of the Dark Ages in the later period of the untainted land, the tens of thousands of races in the untainted land gradually declined. In the end, even the untainted land collapsed. No one knew what happened at the last moment of the untainted land. They only knew that at that time there was a rain of blood. That was the blood of immortals and gods. The untainted land was devastated, and the corpses of various races were piled up like mountains. Some of the lucky survivors of the later period of the primordial world didn't want to think about what had happened. It was too terrifying. Immortals and gods died constantly, and even saints were bathed in blood. The matters of the great desolate world were too distant for Gu Fei. There was no need for them to deliberately pursue the matters of the desolate era. They only needed to grasp the present. This ancient city is most likely a city from the antiquity era, Gu Fei suddenly said. Even his martial Tao heavenly eye couldn't see through the ancient city in front of him. However, Gu Fei had seen many ancient cities. The architectural layout of this ancient city was similar to some of the ancient cities he had seen, but Gu Fei couldn't be sure. This type of city is most likely inauspicious omens. How could there be people living here? Tian said. This really was too strange. The city was bustling with activity. Tens of thousands of residents living here. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver inwardly. Tian's words were not wrong. He had seen many ancient cities, and almost all of them were ominous cities. You could only enter but you couldn't leave. Rushing in would only be courting death. Back then, Gu Fei also encountered an ancient city in the virtual sky world. It was an ancient and ominous city. Not only was it extremely dangerous, but it was also guarded by corpse soldiers and corpse generals. If it weren't for the old tortoise, he would have died in that ancient and ominous city in the virtual sky world. Even now, Gu Fei's heart still palpitated when he thought about what had happened in that ominous city. That time, it could be said that he had narrowly escaped death. Many people from the three great Taoist sects had perished in that ominous city. The current holy city in the Eastern Earth was a very good example. There were terrifying ancient evil corpses in the city, as well as evil spirits formed from the undying resentment of fallen saints. After massacring tens of thousands of creatures, the evil spirits in the holy city also transformed into a devil spirit that even half-saints had to retreat from. No one dared to have any ideas about that dead city anymore. The ancient city in front of him had definitely existed for countless years, but it was abnormal. There were no ominous omens, and instead, it was bustling with activity. This itself made Gu Fei feel very strange. It's too strange. Gu Fei also couldn't make sense of it, but he faintly felt that something was about to happen. Something seemed to be reviving in the city, which made him a little uneasy. This is the matter of Zi Huang and the others. Let's not get involved, Chu Luqing said. He didn't want to complicate matters. Right now, it seemed that a great storm was brewing in the Eastern Earth. Moreover, the forces that Chu Luqing belonged to and the forces of Yuangu Emperor Xian originally had grievances. Chu Luqing was happy that Zi Huang and the others were in trouble, so how could he stay and help Zi Huang? However, Chu Luqing was very depressed because no one was listening to him, and no one cared about his views. Everyone treated him as if he was invisible. Even that little fatty didn't pay attention to him. What do you say? Gu Fei asked Shaoqing. Big brother, you decide, Shaoqing said. Although he really wanted to see his cheap master, he also knew that it couldn't be rushed. The distance between the Eastern Earth and the southern region was too far. If they didn't use the teleportation formation, even a celestial being realm emperor would have to fly non-stop for several years to get there. Let's wait and see. Gu Fei thought for a moment and felt that it was best to say so. He didn't want to leave just like that. On the path of cultivation, one had to experience all kinds of things to temper themselves. Since something had happened, then he would wait and see what it was. Gu Fei and the others found a valley nearby and temporarily settled down there. It was evening, the time when all kinds of creatures should be returning to their nests. However, the mountains were very quiet, and not a single creature could be seen, not even a bird returning to its nest. The sky and earth began to darken, and the night gradually arrived. The insects that were often heard at night were no longer chirping. All the creatures in the area seemed to have run away or gone into hiding. It was an absolutely silent night, and the air seemed to have frozen. Not a single breath of wind blew into the valley. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak next to the valley, looking at the ancient city in front of him. He found that as soon as night fell, the city quickly quieted down. All the doors and windows were closed, and there wasn't even a shadow of a person on the streets. In the sky above the ancient city, silver-armored immortal soldiers flew by from time to time, as if patrolling. At this time Shaoqing, Balan, Heitian, Chu Luqing, and Fatty were sitting cross-legged in the valley, absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth and cultivating. Gu Fei was about to return to the valley when he was shocked to find that the two silver-armored immortal soldiers who were patrolling the ancient city had suddenly disappeared. What's going on? The silver-armored immortal soldiers were the most eye-catching in the dark night. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he couldn't see how the two silver-armored immortal soldiers disappeared. Roar! At this time, an angry roar came from the city lord's mansion in the ancient city. A purple chi rushed out of the mansion, and a purple figure suddenly pounced toward a corner of the city. Swoosh! A monster shrouded in black chi rushed out of that dark corner of the city. The monster was still holding the corpse of the silver-armored immortal soldier, and it was chewing on it. Gu Fei was shocked to see this scene from the mountain peak. The monster was covered in black hair, and its blood-red eyes were emitting an ominous glint. Blood was flowing out of its bloody mouth. The monster was chewing on the silver-armored immortal soldier. To be able to silently kill the two silver-armored immortal soldiers and chew on their corpses, this monster was definitely stronger than an ordinary immortal. Gu Fei could also sense a demonic energy from the monster. This monster seemed to be a demonic creature that had been demonized. It was ferocious and terrifying. Die, evil creature! The Purple Emperor Yuenga roared and raised his hand to shoot out 10 beams of purple divine light, which tore through the void and rushed toward the monster that rushed out of the darkness. Swoosh! The monster seemed to know how powerful the Purple Emperor was, so it didn't face the Emperor head-on. Instead, it retreated into the darkness. With a bang, it broke through the wall and rushed out of the city. The residents of the city were alarmed by the commotion. Still want to escape? The Purple Emperor strode through the void. He had mastered one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-void secret art. It was as if he had merged with the void of heaven and earth. His speed wasn't inferior to Gu Fei's 8 steps extreme speed. Refine the mind to return to the void, merging the body with the void. Such a secret art could indeed increase one's speed to the limit. The 10 divine lights caught up to the monster in the blink of an eye and pierced through its body, instantly slicing it into a dozen pieces. The Purple Emperor's cultivation seems to be even stronger than 10 years ago. Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver when he saw this scene. 10 years ago, the Purple Emperor was able to defeat the little Golden Pong Emperor of the Sky Pong race. 10 years later, what level had his cultivation reached? With the arrival of the Great Era, such a character was very likely to become his opponent. Gu Fei felt an unprecedented pressure from the Purple Emperor. The path of Tao confirmation wouldn't be lonely. There would be a mountain of corpses on the path of Tao confirmation. Whoever survived would have a chance at Tao confirmation. Gu Fei was filled with anticipation. Thinking of this made his battle blood boil. In the city, the Purple Emperor, who had just killed the monster, suddenly sensed something. He turned around and looked at a mountain 1,000 miles away from the city. There was no one on the mountain. What's going on? Why did I feel like I was being watched? The Purple Emperor Yuenga muttered to himself. In that instant he had felt a trace of energy. Did someone discover the secret of this place? The Purple Emperor's eyes flickered with purple light. He rushed up into the sky, his eyes scanning the surroundings. However, he couldn't find anything. That trace of extremely weak energy only appeared for a moment before disappearing completely. At this time, more than a dozen silver-armored immortal soldiers rushed out from all over the city. They arrived at the place where the Purple Emperor killed the monster and began to clean up the scene. Chapter 1062. Under the moonlight, the ancient city quickly calmed down as if nothing had happened. The Violet Emperor also returned to the mansion, and the silver-armored immortal soldiers also dispersed. At this time, Gu Fei also returned to the valley. He retracted his aura so that even the Violet Emperor couldn't sense his existence. There is indeed something strange in the city. A demonic creature actually appeared. Could it be? Gu Fei's expression changed when he thought of a possibility. That shouldn't have happened, right? At this time he felt uneasy. Anything related to demonic creatures was not a good thing. The night passed peacefully. When the first light of dawn appeared, the ancient city gradually became noisy. The residents of the city came out of their residences. The ancient city that had been silent for a night became lively again. Gu Fei stood on the peak of the mountain. He couldn't help but be a bit surprised to see that there was no commotion in the city. Moreover, it seemed that no one mentioned what happened last night. One had to know that when the monster escaped, it crashed into many houses. Many people were killed on the spot by the collapsed houses while they were sleeping, and many people were injured. Such a big change alarmed many people. They rushed out and saw the terrifying scene. Some even saw the monster. However, it was very strange. The people in the city seemed to have forgotten what happened last night. This surprised Gu Fei. How could this be? He remembered what happened in Fallen Moon City. The Heaven Realm's Fallen Moon City was the first city that Gu Fei entered after entering the Heaven Realm. This city was also very strange. When night fell, all the residents in the city would fall into a deep sleep, and no matter how much he called them, they would not wake up. Even the cultivators in Luoyue City were affected. The ancient city bathed in the morning light was also very strange. The Violet Emperor who was overseeing the ancient city definitely knew something. However, Gu Fei didn't want to alarm the Violet Emperor. He was waiting to see what would happen. He had a premonition that this strange thing would happen again. The gate of the ancient city was still guarded by silver-armored immortal soldiers. The Violet Emperor was still overseeing the city. Gu Fei walked around the area surrounding the ancient city. He felt that with the ancient city as the center within a radius of 3,000 miles, there was not a single living creature, not even an ant. Mountain ridges snaked across the ground like earthworms. This kind of terrain made Gufei a little apprehensive. He realized that all of the mountain ridges were surrounding the ancient city. This seemed to be an ancient sealing art that had been lost to time. It was said that this sealing art could change mountains and rivers, lay down the power of heaven and earth, and condense the power of heaven and earth to suppress the opponent. Gufei walked through this region, opening his martial Dao heavenly eye to observe the power of heaven and earth. From time to time, he would even soar high into the sky to look down at the mountain range below. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The terrain was definitely not formed naturally. Someone had used an ancient sealing technique to change the terrain of the land and form a sealing formation. The mountain ridges that looked like earthworms were actually a kind of divine rune from the ancient era. Someone had used a powerful technique to suppress the ancient city. Gufei came to such a conclusion, and even he himself was shocked. It seemed that this was a sealing technique that had been laid down by someone countless years ago. After a long time, the sealing technique seemed to have loosened a little. This was because Gufei discovered that a few of the mountain ridges had collapsed, causing the sealing formation to be damaged. It was no longer complete, and the power of the formation was affected. The power of the heaven and earth attracted endless power of the heaven and earth. It could even attract the energy of the stars in the sky, and the essence of the earth. Sealing someone and then slowly killing them. Such a method was truly shocking. Even if a sage was sealed, he would probably be exhausted to death. Gufei returned to the valley and told the crowd what he had seen and his speculation. They did not hide anything. After hearing that, Erebus' eyes lit up. Then he eagerly soared into the sky and flew high up into the sky, carefully observing the terrain of this land. Shaoqing and the others were shocked after hearing Gufei's words. The ancient city in front of them was indeed not simple. It was most likely sealing an unimaginable existence. We should leave this place as soon as possible, Chu Luqing said. At this time, Shaoqing and Balan did not say anything. Although the formation is damaged, it has not collapsed. We don't have to worry about anything in the short term, Gufei said. He also knew a bit about the sky observation technique. It is indeed the long-lost earthworm script. At this time, Heitian flew down from the sky and said with a shocked expression. Even he was shocked by such a method. To change the terrain of the land within a radius of 3,000 miles, the person who did this is definitely a saint. Gufei said. It was impossible for a celestial being realm emperor, or even a powerful being to use such a great technique. This was an unparalleled great technique that could change the sky and the earth. Only sages who had comprehended the Tao could do such a thing. Anyone below the sage level could not use such a great technique. The sage technique is indeed mysterious. Erebus had only taken a look at the surrounding terrain, and he was already very shocked. It was impossible for him to understand the profound mysteries behind changing the heavens and earth. Grandmaster, will we be in danger? Little Fatty rolled his eyes and asked Gufei. What? You want to leave too? Erebus glanced at the little Fatty and said disdainfully, Don't embarrass the adults in your family. Ancestor He, your mouth stinks. Little Fatty glared at Heitian. Alright everyone, what do you think? I'm afraid there are unimaginable existences sealed in the ancient city. If we don't leave, we will definitely be in danger, Gufei said. Boss, it's better if we stay. Who knows, we might even be able to obtain a long-lost supreme sacred technique. Erebus hurriedly said. Huh. Gufei could not help but be stunned when he heard this. He then said, What do you mean? When everyone heard Heitian's words, they turned to look at him as well. An unparalleled saint art was extremely attractive to everyone. Even Chu Luqing was pricking up his ears to listen to it. To set up such a great technique that can change the sky and the earth, there must be something that can suppress the law. As long as we obtain this item, we can know the secret of this secret technique. Heitian seemed to know a lot, and his expression became somewhat excited. In the face of a sage technique, no one could remain calm. Where is the divine item that can suppress the law? Can you find it? Gufei was also moved. A sage technique created by a sage derived from the Great Path was something that even demi-saints would covet. If people knew that there was a sage technique here, the entire eastern land would probably be shaken. In Chapter 1063, no one was willing to leave after discovering a sage technique. Even Chu Luqing, who had been clamoring to leave, chose to remain silent at this time. The ancient sage used a heaven-defying technique to change the terrain of the land within a radius of 3,000 miles, condensing the power of heaven and earth to suppress the opponent. This was using the power of heaven and earth to destroy everything. If they could obtain this sage technique, the strength of Gu Fei's group would definitely soar. This kind of secret technique might not be inferior to the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. Hey, didn't you say you wanted to leave? Then please go ahead. He Tian glanced at Chu Luqing, curled his lips and said expressionlessly. Chu Luqing couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. Could it be that these guys wanted to leave him behind? How could that be? If he followed these people, he might be able to obtain some benefits. Hee. Chu Luqing laughed dryly, then looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear He Tian's words. Humph. Seeing this, He Tian knew that this guy wouldn't leave even if he wanted to. How could He Tian not know what Chu Luqing was thinking? However, he didn't care. His cultivation was a whole realm higher than Chu Luqing's. Under his eyes, Chu Luqing absolutely couldn't do anything. He Tian then no longer paid attention to Chu Luqing. Where is the law-suppressing divine object? Can you find it? Gu Fei said. He was also tempted by the sage technique, especially this kind of life-killing technique that could borrow the power of heaven and earth. He Tian lowered his head and pondered for a while, then said, if my guess is correct, the law-suppressing divine object should be in this ancient city. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but suddenly understand why a small floating cloud city was guarded by silver-armored immortal soldiers, and the son of the ancient Emperor Xian, Zi Huang. It seems that the primordial Emperor Xian also wants this sacred technique. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. All of them felt extremely pressured because they were fighting for something with an immortal emperor. Moreover, it was a half-saint immortal emperor that had stepped onto the path of becoming a saint. Even if Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the celestial being realm, he would not be able to fight against such an existence. The gap between them was just too big. One was a semi-sage, and the other was a celestial being martial emperor. Even if Gu Fei's physique was stronger and his vitality was stronger, he was definitely not a match for him. This is a serious problem. If we don't handle it well, we will be in danger. He Tian said. This was not an alarmist statement. It was absolutely impossible to snatch something from the hands of Emperor Xian. In the valley, everyone fell into deep thought. They had already seen the power of the primordial Emperor Xian 10 years ago. He was a terrifying existence that could compete with a semi-sage. Everyone felt that this matter was impossible. At a critical moment, the primordial Emperor Xian might appear. If I can draw the power of this world for my use. After pondering for a long time, He Tian's eyes gradually lit up. He was a formation grandmaster, so his mind flashed. Draw the power of the world. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes also lit up. He knew a little about the Tao of formations and could also observe the power of the world. It was just that he was not as proficient as He Tian. While everyone was puzzled, He Tian had already taken action. He was a guy who would not take any treasure. How could he just watch as a sacred technique was taken by someone else? He Tian took out a large number of Fire Phoenix divine jades and the dragon crystals. These were the divine objects that they had obtained when they ventured into the untainted ancient world. Using rare divine objects like the Fire Phoenix divine jades and the dragon crystals to set up the formation, He Tian had really put in a lot of effort this time. It was obvious that he was determined to win. Within a radius of 3,000 miles, there were 81 earthworm-like mountain ridges surrounding the ancient city. These were the 81 earth veins. When the earth veins gathered the essence energy of the earth and fused it with the land, it could draw on boundless earth energy. Over the countless years, these 99 earth veins had automatically gathered earth energy and had already formed a trace of dragon vein energy. These were 81 earth veins that had given birth to dragon chi. If they continued to evolve, given enough time, these 81 earth veins could possibly give birth to a real dragon. However, a few of the 81 earth veins had already been cut off, causing the formation to be incomplete. Otherwise, no matter how high He Tian's attainments in formations were, he would not have stood a chance. In the next few days, He Tian walked through the surrounding 3,000 miles and inserted pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jades with formation runes into the 81 earth veins. The Fire Phoenix Divine Jades and Dragon Crystals that He Tian had obtained were quickly used up. He had no choice but to ask for more from Gu Fei. This guy was really thick-skinned. He actually pestered Gu Fei to take all the Fire Phoenix Divine Jades and Dragon Crystals. This was definitely a shocking divine treasury. Chu Luqing had finally seen what it meant to have a mountain of divine materials. When Gu Fei handed over a small mountain of Fire Phoenix Divine Jades and Dragon Crystals to He Tian, Chu Luqing was completely stunned. A fist-sized dragon crystal was also very rare in the heaven realm. It required a sky-high price of immortal crystals to exchange for it. Moreover, it was priceless. Yet, Gu Fei took out so many Fire Phoenix Divine Jades and Dragon Crystals at once. How could Chu Luqing not be shocked? However, no one paid attention to Chu Luqing. With Gu Fei's support, He Tian worked even harder to set up the formation. Pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jades were buried into the ground. Dragon crystals surrounded by dragon chi were directly inserted into the earth veins. The sage who set up this kind of heaven and earth grand influence was to seal the ancient city. The heaven and earth grand influence was gathered on the ancient city. The residents of the city, as well as the creatures in the mountains outside the city, were not affected. The sage's technique was mysterious and unpredictable. It only targeted the ancient city. Therefore, it was not a dangerous place. Otherwise, no one would be able to live in the city. In the past few days, Gu Fei and the others were very careful and did not give themselves away. However, they knew that the Z Emperor in the city should already know that they had not left. The nearby cities were also guarded by the people of the Yuan-gu Emperor Xian. If Gu Fei and the others wanted to use the transportation formation in the city, they would have to use the token that the Z Emperor had given them. At this time, the Z Emperor should be regretting his decision. This was because the token was a spirit tablet that his father, the Yuan-gu Emperor Xian, had personally refined. No matter where the spirit tablet was, as long as the Yuan-gu Emperor Xian thought about it, he could retrieve it. However, Gu Fei had directly thrown this spirit tablet into the mountain and river cauldron, and used the extreme Dao sacred artifact to suppress the spirit tablet. Even the Yuan-gu Emperor Xian would not be able to sense the location of this spirit tablet, let alone the Z Emperor. He Tian had seen the spirit tablet and knew that there was a very powerful divine array on it. This was why he had asked Gu Fei to use the mountain and river cauldron to suppress this spirit tablet. The Z Emperor was also up to no good. The Z Emperor had given this spirit tablet to Gu Fei and the others. On the surface, this was a token of the Yuan-gu Emperor Xian. However, the spirit tablet was also a killing intent. Carrying the spirit tablet on one's body was undoubtedly a lethal weapon that could explode at any time. This person's location and even life were in the hands of the Yuan-gu Emperor Xian and his son. One evening, Gu Fei discovered that the dozen silver-armored immortal soldiers who had left the city the day before had returned. "Have you found anything?" In the city lord's mansion, the Z Emperor sat in the middle of the main hall and looked down at the dozen silver-armored immortal soldiers kneeling below him. He had been in a bad mood for the past few days. Someone had actually cut off his connection with the spirit tablet. He had underestimated those people. Since they could associate with the insufferably arrogant Golden Wing Little Peng Emperor, how could they be ordinary people? Gu Fei's guess was right. The Z Emperor was really regretting losing the token given to him by the Yuan-gu Emperor Xian. "Your Highness, those people did not go to the nearby cities. It was as if they disappeared into thin air. We did not find any traces of them." An immortal soldier kneeling in front of him said. "Disappeared into thin air? Could it be that they used a void-shifting technique to leave this region?" The Z Emperor muttered to himself. He was faintly uneasy. The whereabouts of Gu Fei and the others made him feel that something was amiss. That matter has reached the most crucial moment. We cannot afford to make any mistakes now. The Z Emperor calculated in his heart. As long as these 10 days passed, there would be a result. Go back to Celestial City and pass on my command. Bring the Heavenly Emperor's combat troops here. After pondering for a long time, the Z Emperor seemed to have made up his mind and issued such an order. What? The immortal soldier couldn't help but be startled. The Z Emperor actually wanted to mobilize the Emperor Xian's combat troops. Could it be that this matter had reached the point where Emperor Xian's strongest combat troops would be mobilized? The Heavenly Emperor's combat troops were the strongest immortal soldiers under the command of the Yuangu Emperor Xian. This immortal soldier was different from the other immortal soldiers. It was cultivated by the Yuangu Emperor Xian, using an ancient secret technique. The Heavenly Emperor's combat troops under the command of the Yuangu Emperor Xian numbered no more than 500, but they were more powerful than a magnificent army. Each of them was a terrifying god of death. 500 combat troops together could fight against a semi-sage. What are you waiting for? Seeing that the immortal soldier was somewhat hesitant, the Z Emperor's expression immediately sank. In the entire Eastern Earth, only he and the Yuangu Emperor Xian could mobilize the Heavenly Emperor's combat troops. The Heavenly Emperor's combat troops had conquered the Eastern Earth for the sake of the Yuangu Emperor Xian. They were the killing swords of the Yuangu Emperor Xian. Wherever they went, rivers of blood would flow. They wouldn't be mobilized easily. Yes, the immortal soldier left to carry out the order. All of you get up. Yes. The dozens of immortal soldiers who were kneeling on the ground stood up. In fact, they couldn't be considered as real immortals. They were just a group of well-trained immortal god-level fighters. Such immortal soldiers were weaker than those who had relied on their own efforts to become immortals. However, when thousands of immortal soldiers swarmed forward, even a real immortal god would be stunned. Who are those people? The Z Emperor muttered to himself. The dozens of immortal soldiers stood on both sides, not even daring to breathe loudly. Half an hour later, a monstrous murderous aura came from the direction of the Heavenly Emperor city. A group of terrifying figures appeared at the end of the horizon, each of them emitting a sky-piercing murderous aura. Although there were only a few hundred of them, they were like a magnificent army marching towards the floating cloud city. Terrifying energy fluctuations shook the heaven and earth, causing the whole area to tremble. What's going on? Soaring murderous aura, could it be? The arrival of this group of gods of death immediately alarmed Gu Fei and the others in the valley. Everyone was indescribably shocked, while Chu Luqing was so scared that he sat paralyzed on the ground. Chapter 1064. Celestial Emperor's Combat Weapon. It's a Celestial Emperor's combat weapon. Chu Luqing collapsed to the ground with a pale face, murmuring to himself. The vast murderous aura coming from the sky caused the temperature of the whole area to drop rapidly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, including Gu Fei. Celestial Emperor's combat weapon? What is that? Look at your face, it's so embarrassing. He Tian was shocked to see that Chu Luqing was so frightened, but he did not forget to insult Chu Luqing. Chu Luqing seemed to be stunned, his mind was blank, and he could not hear what He Tian said. The whole valley had been erased by the formation set up by He Tian, so the people outside could not sense that there was a group of people hiding in the mountains. Celestial Emperor's combat weapon? Gu Fei soared into the sky, using the internal world power to seal his body, concealing all his aura. He hid in the clouds and looked into the distance. In the distant sky he saw a group of burly soldiers wearing black iron armor, holding divine spears, flying towards floating cloud city. This group of soldiers was filled with murderous aura. There were not many of them, only 500 of them, but they were incomparably powerful, like a magnificent army of thousands of horses. The 100 soldiers in front of them were riding strange beasts. These strange beasts were 3 zhang long, with a pair of sharp black horns on their heads, and their bodies were covered with a layer of green scales. What are these things? Gu Fei had never seen such ferocious mounts. They had big bloody mouths and were incomparably ferocious. This was a kind of ferocious beast, with blood-red eyes and white smoke coming out of its nostrils from time to time. Someone had actually tamed such a ferocious beast and made it a mount. It was really a big deal. Gu Fei could sense that the strength of these 100 ferocious beasts was no less than an ordinary immortal. When they ran, clouds emerged under their feet, and wherever their iron hooves went, the void would tremble. This is... He Tian came to Gu Fei's side, and was shocked to see the 500 warriors. It's the green scale beasts. My goodness, he actually used 100 green scale beasts as mounts. This primordial Emperor Xian is really amazing. He Tian sighed. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Is this a very rare fierce beast? It's not just rare. This kind of fierce beast contains the blood of the green qilin. If this blood is awakened, there is a high chance that it will transform into a green qilin. Divine beast green qilin. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but light up. He didn't expect this kind of vicious beast to have the bloodline of a divine beast. It was truly rare. This kind of vicious beast's potential couldn't be underestimated. The green qilin's bloodline in the green scale beast is already very thin. It's very difficult to produce such a thin bloodline. He Tian analyzed. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But after thinking about it, he understood why the primordial Emperor Xian would use the green scale beasts that contained the bloodline of a divine beast as mounts for these warriors. It seemed that even the primordial Emperor Xian couldn't produce the bloodline of a divine beast in these green scale beasts. Just as they were talking, the 500 celestial emperor warriors came crashing down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above floating Cloud City and landed in the city. However, the murderous aura emanating from the bodies of the 500 warriors could not be concealed, and it spread out from the city. At this moment, all the citizens in the city were trembling with fear. Some people wanted to leave the city, but they found that the entire city had been sealed. Around the ancient city, there were 49 big flags that were inserted. Each of the big flags was emitting an endless amount of immortal force. The 49 big flags formed a big formation that sealed the entire ancient city. The commoners in the city couldn't rush out unless the Violet Emperor opened the big formation. However, no one knew what the Violet Emperor was planning. He actually used the big formation to seal the city, not allowing the commoners to leave. Soon, the commoners in the city knew that they were trapped in the city. Gradually, there was chaos in the city. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the city gate. The silver armor immortal soldiers in the city didn't come out to maintain order. What the hell is the Violet Emperor doing? He Tian was deep in thought. Could it be that the Violet Emperor didn't care about the lives of the commoners in the city, and left them to fend for themselves? Let's just wait and see, Gu Fei said. Then Gu Fei flew down from the sky and entered the valley. He Tian, on the other hand, was making the final preparations. The other side had such powerful soldiers, they must ensure that their plan was foolproof. The Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal that Gu Fei gave him were almost used up by him. Even if there were some left, he would never return them to Gu Fei. No matter what it was, as long as it was in the hands of He Tian, it would be very difficult to take it back. To others, the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal might be rare divine materials, but to Gu Fei, they were nothing because he had divine materials that were thousands of times better than the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal. He Tian came back at night. He brought back a piece of news that shocked everyone. The silver armor immortal soldiers in the city were actually massacring tens of thousands of commoners in the city. When they heard this news, everyone was stunned. The Violet Emperor's methods were truly too ruthless. He actually wanted to slaughter all the commoners in the city. That was tens of thousands of humans. Boom! A shocking battle intent rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The whole valley was shaken by the mighty pressure of the celestial being emperor that came out of Gu Fei's body. Chu Luqing and the little fatty were immediately thrown out. Shao Qing stretched out his big hand and pulled the little fatty back in the air. As for Chu Luqing, no one grabbed him and he was thrown out of control. Why didn't you come back earlier to tell me? Gu Fei stared at He Tian and said in a deep voice. The mighty aura that came out of Gu Fei's body made everyone almost breathless. It should be known that He Tian and the others were all half-step almighties. They were only half a step away from the almighty realm. Everyone was shocked. Gu Fei was only at the first heaven of the celestial being realm, but he had the strength to suppress the half-step almighties. The battle strength of the celestial being emperor was really frightening. I also just found out that the city has become a river of blood. Not only the silver armor immortal soldiers are attacking, but the soldiers who came before are also attacking. He Tian hurriedly said. Gu Fei knew that even if he rushed out now, he would not be able to save the tens of thousands of commoners in the city. He couldn't help but be angry. They were both humans, but the Violet Emperor actually did such a thing. In the end, he did not attack. His aura also gradually retracted. However, he took out the mountain and river cauldron and hit it with his palm. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. Chaotic primordial chi was vast. The sound of something breaking came out of the mountain and river cauldron. Then, Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. While Gu Fei was shaking the mountain and river cauldron, the Violet Emperor, who was sitting high up in the main hall of Floating Cloud City, almost fell from his seat. His face became bloodless in an instant. It was as pale as a piece of paper. "Good Gu Fei," the Violet Emperor said to himself. As the Violet Emperor muttered to himself, his eyes shot out two beams of purple light, illuminating the entire hall. Between his eyebrows a trace of blood seeped out. That trace of blood condensed and formed a glittering blood bead. It flowed down from the center of the Z Emperor's eyebrows. Wherever the blood bead passed, it left a shocking bloody mark on the Z Emperor's face. Just now, one of his avatars was killed. It was attached to the spirit tablet. It was usually in a deep slumber. When it was time to use the spirit tablet, it would wake up from the tablet. They were actually able to destroy the spirit tablet refined by my father. Who exactly are they? The Violet Emperor's eyes flickered. However, he could not figure out where these people came from. At this time the city was filled with blood. All the people in the city were slaughtered by the Celestial Emperor's combat weapons and the silver-armored immortal soldiers. Even Zi Huang, who was in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, could smell the smell of blood. "It's time." The Violet Emperor stood up from his seat and walked out of the main hall. 49 banners were planted around the ancient city, sealing it. Tens of thousands of people in the city were killed. The blood that flowed out dyed the entire ancient city red. The blood was glowing and emitting a demonic light. It did not solidify. The Violet Emperor's formation made it difficult for the blood and qi in the city to dissipate. The spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people was also trapped in the city, unable to return to heaven and earth. As night fell, the ancient city gradually changed. The pitch-black ancient city gradually emitted a faint blood-red light. "This is..." Far in the sky, Tian, who had been paying attention to the movements in the city, was shocked. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, Balan and the others arrived in the sky above the valley. Under the night sky, the black ancient city in front of them was emitting a blood-red light. It was really creepy. "This is evil." Gu Fei could feel an evil aura condensing. The Violet Emperor was using the spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people in the city to activate an evil formation. Waves of Yin wind blew in the city, blood light soared to the sky, as if there were countless ferocious ghosts howling, as if there were thousands of souls struggling. A towering resentment surged out from the city. This was formed by the resentment of tens of thousands of people killed by the silver armor immortal soldier and the Celestial Emperor soldier. Rumble. The world was shaking. The spiritual energy, resentment, and blood-red light gathered in the sky above the ancient city, gradually forming a terrifying vortex. The ancient city also shook, as if it was going to be uprooted and fly towards the vortex in the sky. "I can't believe I can see this kind of evil art. The evil ancestor's blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits has appeared again." Tian muttered to himself, his voice was trembling. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The whole world started to move. 81 dragon-shaped divine lights rushed out from the ground and wrapped around the ancient city. Chapter 1065. Celestial Emperor's Combat Weapon. It's a Celestial Emperor's combat weapon. Chu Luqing collapsed to the ground with a pale face, murmuring to himself. The vast murderous aura coming from the sky caused the temperature of the whole area to drop rapidly. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, including Gu Fei. "Celestial Emperor's combat weapon? What is that? Look at your face, it's so embarrassing." Tian was shocked to see that Chu Luqing was so frightened, but he did not forget to insult Chu Luqing. Chu Luqing seemed to be stunned, his mind was blank, and he could not hear what Tian said. The whole valley had been erased by the formation set up by Tian, so the people outside could not sense that there was a group of people hiding in the mountains. "Celestial Emperor's combat weapon?" Gu Fei soared into the sky, using the internal world power to seal his body, concealing all his aura. He hid in the clouds and looked into the distance. In the distant sky he saw a group of burly soldiers wearing black iron armor, holding divine spears, flying towards Floating Cloud City. This group of soldiers was filled with murderous aura. There were not many of them, only 500 of them, But they were incomparably powerful, like a magnificent army of thousands of horses. The 100 soldiers in front of them were riding strange beasts. These strange beasts were 3 zhang long, with a pair of sharp black horns on their heads, and their bodies were covered with a layer of green scales. What are these things? Gu Fei had never seen such ferocious mounts. They had big bloody mouths and were incomparably ferocious. This was a kind of ferocious beast, with blood-red eyes and white smoke coming out of its nostrils from time to time. Someone had actually tamed such a ferocious beast and made it a mount. It was really a big deal. Gu Fei could sense that the strength of these 100 ferocious beasts was no less than an ordinary immortal. When they ran, clouds emerged under their feet, and wherever their iron hooves went, the void would tremble. This is... He Tian came to Gu Fei's side, and was shocked to see the 500 warriors. It's the green scale beasts. My goodness, he actually used 100 green scale beasts as mounts. This primordial Emperor Xian is really amazing. He Tian sighed. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Is this a very rare fierce beast? It's not just rare. This kind of fierce beast contains the blood of the green qilin. If this blood is awakened, there is a high chance that it will transform into a green qilin. Divine beast green qilin. Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but light up. He didn't expect this kind of vicious beast to have the bloodline of a divine beast. It was truly rare. This kind of vicious beast's potential couldn't be underestimated. The green qilin's bloodline in the green scale beast is already very thin. It's very difficult to produce such a thin bloodline. He Tian analyzed. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But after thinking about it, he understood why the primordial Emperor Xian would use the green scale beasts that contained the bloodline of a divine beast as mounts for these warriors. It seemed that even the primordial Emperor Xian couldn't produce the bloodline of a divine beast in these green scale beasts. Just as they were talking, the 500 celestial emperor warriors came crashing down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above floating Cloud City and landed in the city. However, the murderous aura emanating from the bodies of the 500 warriors could not be concealed, and it spread out from the city. At this moment, all the citizens in the city were trembling with fear. Some people wanted to leave the city, but they found that the entire city had been sealed. Around the ancient city, there were 49 big flags that had been inserted. Each of the big flags was emitting an endless amount of immortal force. The 49 big flags formed a big formation that sealed the entire ancient city. The commoners in the city couldn't rush out unless the Violet Emperor opened the big formation. However, no one knew what the Violet Emperor was planning. He actually sealed the city with a big formation, not allowing the commoners in the city to leave. Soon, the commoners in the city knew that they were trapped in the city. Gradually, there was chaos in the city. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the city gate. The silver armor immortal soldiers in the city didn't come out to maintain order. What the hell is the Violet Emperor doing? He Tian was deep in thought. Could it be that the Violet Emperor didn't care about the lives of the commoners in the city, and left them to fend for themselves? Let's just wait and see, Gu Fei said. Then Gu Fei flew down from the sky and entered the valley. As for He Tian, he was making his final preparations. The other side had such powerful soldiers, they must ensure that their plan was foolproof. The Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal that Gu Fei had given him were almost used up by him. Even if there were some left, he would never return them to Gu Fei. No matter what it was, as long as it was in the hands of He Tian, it would be difficult to take it back. To others, the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal might be rare divine materials, but to Gu Fei, they were nothing because he had divine materials that were thousands of times better than the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and Dragon Crystal. He Tian came back at night. He brought back a piece of news that shocked everyone. The silver armor immortal soldiers in the city were actually massacring tens of thousands of commoners in the city. When they heard this news, everyone was stunned. The Violet Emperor's methods were truly too ruthless. He actually wanted to slaughter all the commoners in the city. That was tens of thousands of humans. Boom! A shocking battle intent rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The whole valley was shaken by the mighty pressure of the celestial being emperor that came out of Gu Fei's body. Chu Luqing and the little fatty were immediately thrown out. Xiao Qing stretched out his big hand and pulled the little fatty back in the air. As for Chu Luqing, no one grabbed him and he was thrown out of control. Why didn't you come back earlier to tell me? Gu Fei stared at He Tian and said in a deep voice. The mighty aura that came out of Gu Fei's body almost made everyone breathless. It should be known that He Tian and the others were all half-step almighties. They were only half a step away from the almighty realm. Everyone was shocked. Gu Fei was only at the first sky of the celestial being realm, but he had the strength to suppress the half-step almighties. The battle strength of the celestial being emperor was really terrifying. I also just found out that the city is already flowing with blood. Not only the silver armor immortal soldiers are attacking, but the soldiers who came before are also attacking. He Tian said quickly. Gu Fei knew that even if he rushed out now, he would not be able to save the tens of thousands of commoners in the city. He couldn't help but be angry. They were both humans, but the Violet Emperor actually did such a thing. In the end, he did not attack. His aura also gradually retracted. However, he took out the mountain and river cauldron and hit it with his palm. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. Chaotic primordial chi was vast. The sound of something breaking came out of the mountain and river cauldron. Then, Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. While Gu Fei was shaking the mountain and river cauldron, the Violet Emperor, who was sitting high up in the main hall of Floating Cloud City, almost fell from his seat. His face became bloodless in an instant. It was as pale as a piece of paper. You Gu Fei. The Violet Emperor muttered to himself. As the Violet Emperor muttered to himself, his eyes shot out two beams of purple light, illuminating the entire hall. Between his eyebrows, a trace of blood seeped out. That trace of blood condensed and formed a glittering blood bead. It flowed down from the center of the Z Emperor's eyebrows. Wherever the blood bead passed, it left a shocking bloody mark on the Z Emperor's face. Just now, one of his avatars was killed. It was attached to the spirit tablet. Normally, it would be in deep sleep. When it was time to use the spirit tablet, it would wake up. They were actually able to destroy the spirit tablet refined by my father. Who exactly are they? The Violet Emperor's eyes flickered. However, he could not figure out where these people came from. At this time, the city was filled with blood. All the people in the city were slaughtered by the Celestial Emperor's combat weapons and the silver-armored immortal soldiers. Even Zi Huang, who was in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, could smell the smell of blood. It's time. The Violet Emperor stood up from his seat and walked out of the main hall. 49 flags were planted around the ancient city, sealing it. Tens of thousands of people in the city were slaughtered. The blood that flowed out dyed the entire city red. The blood was glowing and emitting a demonic light. It did not solidify. The Violet Emperor's formation made it difficult for the blood and chi in the city to dissipate. The spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people was also trapped in the city, unable to return to heaven and earth. As night fell, the ancient city gradually changed. The dark ancient city gradually emitted a faint blood-red light. Far in the sky, He Tian, who had been paying attention to the movements in the city, was shocked. It was as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Gu Fei, Shaoqing, Balan and the others arrived above the valley. Under the curtain of night, the dark ancient city in front of them was emitting a blood-red light. It was really creepy. This is evil. Gu Fei felt an evil aura condensing. The Violet Emperor was using the spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people in the city to activate an evil formation. Waves of Yin wind blew in the city, blood light shot up to the sky, as if there were countless ferocious ghosts howling, as if there were thousands of souls struggling. A towering resentment surged out from the city. This was formed by the resentment of tens of thousands of people killed by the silver armor immortal soldier and the celestial emperor soldier. Rumble. The heaven and earth were shaking. The spiritual energy, resentment, and blood-red light gathered in the sky above the ancient city and gradually formed a terrifying vortex. The ancient city also shook, as if it was going to be uprooted and fly towards the vortex in the sky. I didn't expect to see this kind of evil art. The evil ancestors' 10,000 spirits' blood sacrifice great art has appeared again. He Tian muttered to himself, his voice was trembling. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The whole heaven and earth started to move. 81 dragon-shaped divine lights rushed out from the ground and wrapped around the ancient city. Chapter 1066. The means of the ancient sages were truly terrifying. The power of the world turned into 81 dragons and bound the ancient city that was about to be swallowed by the terrifying whirlpool in the sky to the ground. Rumble! Evil chi soared into the sky. The bloody vortex above the ancient city was still expanding, covering the entire sky and earth. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique was extremely terrifying. This is the supreme evil technique created by the ancient evil ancestor. This is a battle between two saints. Haitian was shocked to the extreme. The evil ancestor was a name that could cause even ancient creatures to tremble. He moved unhindered throughout the desolate land, and few could rival him. Legend has it that there was once a saint who tried to kill him, but he failed. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique was a supreme evil technique that used the soul energy of tens of thousands of living beings. It could devour the heavens and the earth. The Violet Emperor's methods were too ruthless. He actually massacred the entire city, using the soul energy of humans to break the saint's great technique. Is the Violet Emperor also thinking about the divine object that protected the city? Gu Fei's eyes flickered, but his face was calm. The Violet Emperor slaughtered tens of thousands of people, which made him furious. As a fellow human, how could he do such a thing? Do you still need to ask? Haitian said. The Violet Emperor slaughtered tens of thousands of people for the sake of obtaining the saint's technique. The Violet Emperor was a very powerful person, and Haitian had already regarded him as a formidable opponent. The blood-red vortex in the sky descended with boundless evil energy, causing the void to collapse and shatter, as it was swallowed by the blood-red vortex. This was a mighty force that could devour the heavens and earth. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique of the evil ancestor was truly terrifying. However, the ancient saint who set up the great technique to suppress the ancient city was also very powerful. The power of the world transformed into 81 dragons, forcibly binding the ancient city to the ground. The 81 earth veins trembled, and endless earth chi surged out from the veins, providing endless power to the 81 dragons. The sage technique against the sage technique, the 10,000 spirit blood sacrifice technique against the nameless sage technique. The entire world was enveloped by the sage laws, and the world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The aura of the great path was vast and mighty. Gu Fei and the others did not dare to get close at all. They had already retreated 3,000 miles away. Everyone was using their Dharma eyes to observe everything that was happening inside. Gu Fei had the martial Tao heavenly eye, while Haitian had the yin-yang God eye. Their gazes could pierce through the void, looking into the depths ahead and capturing the minute changes within. As for Shaoqing and Balan, they could not see so clearly. The aura of the great path pervaded the air, blocking their vision. The central region of the sacred technique showdown was a blur. Chu Luqing and Little Fatty couldn't see anything at all. All they could see was a blinding light, so bright that they could barely open their eyes. To be able to fight against a saint's technique, that fellow Zihuang is quite something. The power of yin and yang intertwined in Haitian's eyes, and Tao rhymes circulated. He saw the sage laws in his eyes, and the sage technique was being displayed in his eyes. A purple light flashed between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The martial Tao heavenly eye could see through the source of all things. The sage laws intertwined between his eyebrows, and he was also displaying the two sage techniques. Only Gu Fei and Haitian could understand the Tao rhymes contained in these two sage techniques. There were 81 dragons, and every one of them was a great path divine rule. They drew in the power of the great path of heaven and earth and firmly bound the ancient city. The terrifying blood-colored vortex that descended from the sky was also formed by the interweaving great path divine rule. The power of the laws could only be used by sages. This was the Tao that sages had comprehended. Even the most powerful figures in the world would find it difficult to use such a technique. It is indeed amazing. Although Gu Fei and Haitian had not truly grasped these two kinds of Tao rhymes, they had also gained a lot. These were the appearance of two great paths. Of course, these two great paths were not flawless great paths. The great path God laws contained in the sage techniques of the ancient sages were not perfect, and the great path God laws of the evil ancestors' 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice technique were not flawless either. Gu Fei and Haitian both had this feeling. but they did not know where the flaws were. These two sage techniques were not extreme path god techniques. Gu Fei had obtained the martial ancestor's inheritance, but until now, he still could not understand the martial ancestor's flawless great path god technique. To him, the flawless great path god technique was still very far away. If he could understand the flawless perfect great path god technique, he would be an extreme path martial saint. For countless years, there had only been one extreme path martial saint in the world, and that was the martial ancestor. After the martial ancestor, there were many people who walked the path of martial arts, and some even cultivated the indestructible martial body. However, not a single person had managed to comprehend a flawless martial path. "We can't let the Zihuang get the treasure of the city," He Tian said. This kind of sage technique contained Taoist rhymes, and comprehending it well would definitely be of great benefit. Will the backup plan you laid out really succeed? Gu Fei was still staring ahead, watching the changes in front of him. The Taoist rhymes of the sage technique circulated between his brows. He was imitating the two sage god laws. Gu Fei realized that the more he tried to comprehend it, the further he felt he was from the two Tao laws. It was impossible to grasp, as if he had not grasped anything. This was someone else's Tao, not his. Someone else's Tao could only be used to verify and compare, but it could not be used to replace his own Tao. Gu Fei did not worry about gains and losses, and his mind was calm. It was the same for He Tian. He only needed to comprehend the Taoist rhymes, and did not need to truly grasp the two Taos. Even so, the benefits he obtained were unimaginable. However, at this time there was not much time for Gu Fei and He Tian to comprehend the two sage Tao, because the battle between the two sage Tao laws was about to end. The Nameless Saint's great technique was clearly superior to the evil ancestor's 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice grand technique. 81 dragons not only firmly bound the ancient city to the ground, but endless earth essence chi also soared into the sky, resisting the terrifying blood vortex that descended from the sky. Rumble. It was as if two large worlds were colliding, and the area within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The destructive aura caused everything in the world to tremble. Two types of great Tao laws collided, causing the void to constantly shatter and the power of destruction to surge out, forcing Gu Fei and the others to retreat even further. Above the sky, the terrifying power that descended from the blood vortex gradually weakened. The Nameless Sage's sacred technique changed the power of the world and sealed the void. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice grand technique could not draw upon the power of the world. On the other hand, the 81 dragons were able to absorb the dragon chi of the earth veins endlessly. Their power was practically endless. Under such circumstances, the 10,000 spirit blood sacrifice art was unable to continue and was gradually suppressed. Roar! Suddenly a terrifying roar came from the ancient city, and an extremely evil aura exploded in the city. The entire ancient city immediately shone with endless blood light. Endless blood light gathered, and a 10,000 zhang tall blood figure stood up from the ancient city. This is... He Tian and Gu Fei's expressions changed immediately. In the ancient city there seemed to be a terrifying demon awakening, and a terrifying aura spread out, causing the entire area to shake violently. 81 earth veins were almost destroyed. Boom! Endless divine light shone out from the ground, and the 81 earth veins seemed to have come to life, and ancient divine runes rushed out. The power of the world in the entire area was activated, and a terrifying wave spread out. Endless spiritual chi of the world gathered from all directions in 100,000 li radius. The 81 dragons coiling around the ancient city suddenly emitted boundless divine light, and turned into 81 dragons. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged out from them, drawing the power of the world and suppressing in all directions. This sacred technique was simply stealing the power of the world for one's own use. In this world, only the saints of the extreme path could fight against the world. Even the saints could not fight against the world because the Tao that the saints comprehended was not the perfect great path. How could it fight against the perfect great path laws of the world? How is this possible? He Tian was shocked to the extreme. The 1,000 zhang blood shadow in the city emitted an unparalleled evil power. As if the evil ancestor had come back to life, it was extremely terrifying. As soon as the evil shadow appeared, the wind and clouds changed, and the blood vortex once again emitted a towering evil power, descending from the sky once again. Rays of blood light shattered the power of the earth, and actually showed signs of suppressing the 81 giant dragons. The power of the 10,000 spirits' blood sacrifice technique was unleashed to the limit, and a wisp of the saint's power spread out in all directions, causing Gu Fei and the others to feel their hearts palpitate. How can this be? Could it be that that person is not dead? Tian muttered to himself. He was really scared. The origin of that blood shadow seemed to be very powerful, and even his expression changed. The saint's power was emitted from that blood shadow. Boom! At this moment, the gate of the ancient city was suddenly opened from the inside, and a monstrous evil aura surged out from the gate, accompanied by the roars of wild beasts. One after another, terrifying figures rushed out of the city gate. Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers? Gu Fei and Tian were shocked again. At this time, an ancient cauldron shadow appeared on Gu Fei's body, and a vast divine power enveloped everyone. The saint's power was too terrifying. If they did not use the mountain and river cauldron to resist this kind of power, Gu Fei and the others would not be able to stand in the void. Even if they used the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei and the others still felt a great pressure, as if their hearts were being pressed by an ancient divine mountain, and they almost couldn't breathe. It was the 500 Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers that rushed out from the city, with 100 cavalry riding green scale beasts at the front, followed by 400 infantry carrying divine spears. The 500 Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers together could fight against a half-step saint. The 500 Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers rushed out from the city, like a huge army charging. The whole world shook, and wherever the iron hooves went, nothing could stop them. Boom! The 500 Heavenly Emperor's battle soldiers rushed past, and immediately smashed a giant dragon that was condensed from the endless earth essence chi, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, like a hot knife through butter. This. Chapter 1067. 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers rushed out of the ancient city, each of them surging with murderous aura, causing the temperature of the whole area to drop. Each soldier was like a god of death, wearing black armor and holding a divine spear. Each of them had the battle strength of a peak mysterious transformation realm expert. Some even had the battle strength of a quasi-emperor. When 500 of these soldiers gathered together, it was just too horrifying. Wherever the tip of their weapons pointed, they pressed forward courageously, unexpectedly breaking apart a giant dragon as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The nameless saint used a supreme saint art to set up a sealing heaven power, gathering endless earthly chi and turning it into 81 giant dragons, each of which definitely had the power of a half-step saint. Each giant dragon was a divine law, but they were broken by the 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers. No wonder the primordial Emperor Xian could dominate the eastern land and call himself the ancient Celestial Emperor. With such power in his hands, the primordial Emperor Xian could indeed challenge any super sect in the heavenly realm. Boom! The 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers were like a heavenly blade, fiercely piercing through the remaining 80 giant dragons, shattering an earth vein in an instant. The momentum of the entire heaven and earth was shaken. The originally incomplete momentum of heaven and earth actually showed signs of collapsing. When the 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers shattered the earth vein, they were blasted away by the earthly chi that erupted from the earth vein. They all coughed up blood, and their momentum quickly weakened. Roar! At this time, another roar came from the ancient city, and a figure slowly rose from the city, then fused with the 1,000-meter-tall blood-colored figure standing in the ancient city. Boom! The 1,000-meter-tall blood-colored figure suddenly seemed to come to life. Endless blood-colored light shot out from the evil shadow, piercing through the void, and the entire ancient city almost collapsed, cracks appearing on the surface of the city. This purple emperor, 3,000 or 4,000 miles away, Gu Fei and Tian were shocked to see this scene in the city. That purple emperor Yuenga actually cultivated such a peerless evil art. He obtained the inheritance of the evil ancestor? Tian said in shock. Cultivating both good and evil. This person is extremely terrifying. Gu Fei's eyes flickered with light. His body was surrounded by battle intent. This was a good opponent. For some reason, Gu Fei suddenly thought of Dongfang Chan, who he had already killed. Dongfang Chan was an immortal and demon dual cultivator, and the current Violet Emperor was somewhat similar to Dongfang Chan. This type of dual cultivation great technique possessed all types of immeasurable power, already breaking through everyone's cultivation methods, opening up a different path. It was the most difficult to fathom. At this moment the Violet Emperor, who was covered in violet qi for 3,000 miles, seemed to have transformed into an evil emperor. It fused with the evil blood-colored shadow, and the evil qi in the ancient city soared into the heavens and earth. Rumble! The blood-colored whirlpool above the blood shadow's head began to descend. The vast evil energy that spread out shook heaven and earth, as if it could collapse the heavens. The tables started to turn. The 10,000 spirits blood sacrifice art was supposed to be at a disadvantage. The evil power was being suppressed and it looked like it was about to collapse. However, the 500 celestial the arch battle soldiers had destroyed one of the earth veins. At this time, the Violet Emperor also transformed into an evil emperor and attacked with all his strength. Endless evil power spread out from the 1,000 feet of the evil shadow, and it actually showed signs of breaking free from the entanglement of the 80 giant dragons. The power of the earth veins was gradually suppressed. Roar! The 1,000 feet of the evil shadow roared to the sky, and a pair of giant hands stretched out, grabbed a giant dragon and then tore it in two. Endless divine light disappeared. The evil power of the Violet Emperor was unparalleled. Even the heavens paled, and the great Tao and divine laws collapsed. This kind of combat power had already exceeded the combat power that the Violet Emperor should have. This was no longer the power that a celestial being realm emperor should have. You still don't make a move at this time? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but say to He Tian, with this momentum, it was only a matter of time before the Violet Emperor broke the heavenly power that the nameless saint had set up. No hurry. He Tian's expression was extremely solemn. Although he said that he was not in a hurry, he was extremely nervous. A pair of yin-yang divine eyes stared at the battlefield. At this time the 500 celestial emperor soldiers outside the city gathered together again, and launched an attack. This time the 500 celestial emperor soldiers did not rush outside, but rushed into the city. Although they were still filled with murderous aura, their power and momentum were not as strong as before. It was obvious that the 500 celestial emperor soldiers had been seriously injured, and their combat power had been greatly reduced. Even so, the 500 soldiers still rushed into the city. What a pity! Gu Fei and He Tian were somewhat disappointed. If the 500 soldiers were to fall outside the city, it would be a great loss for the ancient Emperor Xian. To cultivate such a group of killing formations, the time and energy spent was incalculable. Because of this, these 500 soldiers were equipped with imperial divine weapons and wore imperial battle armor that was branded with divine patterns of the Great Path. Creating such a group of soldiers had taken a lot of effort from the ancient Emperor Xian. If the 500 celestial emperor soldiers were to fall here, even the ancient Emperor Xian would be heartbroken. Boom! Along with a thunderous boom, countless beams of divine light darted out in all directions like shooting stars. Another giant dragon condensed from the earth essence was torn into pieces by the 1,000-meter-tall blood shadow. The Violet Emperor and the evil shadow combined as one, as if they had merged with the great Tao of the evil ancestor. They displayed supreme combat power and a trace of the mighty power of a saint. 3 giant dragons had been slain, and only 78 giant dragons were left. The vast and boundless earth essence chi was still binding the ancient city to the ground, but it was already showing signs of being unable to hold on. Still not making a move? Gu Fei saw that He Tian was still staring at the battlefield, but he did not make a move. Was it not time yet? He could not help but feel puzzled. He Tian did not say anything. He stared at the blood shadow standing in the ancient city. He still had no intention of making a move. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill it in one blow. The Violet Emperor had obtained the inheritance of the evil ancestor, and he was simply the second evil ancestor. He Tian did not dare to take such a strong opponent lightly. Roar! The Violet Emperor combined with the great Tao and let out a roar that shook the heavens. It could be heard within a radius of 100,000 miles, and it startled many cultivators in the vicinity. There were figures flashing in the distance. Someone was secretly watching. The Violet Emperor was extremely fierce. He used all his strength to tear apart another dragon. The dragon collapsed and turned into specks of divine light, which were devoured by the blood whirlpool that descended from the sky. Rumble! The blood whirlpool descended as if a blood world was pressing down from the sky, shattering the void and devouring everything. The dragon collapsed, and the essence of the earth was instantly devoured. The blood whirlpool increased in size, and a terrifying wave that could destroy the world came down. Is this the power of a saint? Chapter 1068. Rumble. It was as if the whole world was collapsing. The blood vortex in the sky finally descended on the head of the blood shadow standing in the city. The power of tens of thousands of living beings condensed into this power was too strong. It actually had a trace of saintly might that could shock the world. The true power of the blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits was finally revealed. Within the blood vortex, thousands of spirits were faintly discernible. Then, the 1,000-feet blood shadow opened its mouth and swallowed the boundless spirit energy that was pouring down from the blood vortex. A pillar of blood shot out from the blood vortex and was swallowed by the blood shadow. The illusory evil shadow actually showed signs of turning from illusory to solid. Bang! A corner of the ancient city collapsed. Of the remaining 79 dragons, more than a dozen were instantly destroyed. The endless earth essence was scattered and then all gathered towards the blood shadow in the city. There is still a backup plan. Haetion muttered to himself. He seemed to have expected this to happen. The blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits was a blood sacrifice to use the spirit power for one's own use. This was the supreme evil technique created by the first-generation evil ancestor. The blood vortex in the sky was providing endless spirit power to the blood shadow. Moreover, the Purple Emperor was personally controlling this unparalleled evil technique, and the power of this evil technique was maximized. The holy technique that the Nameless Saint had set up was already damaged, and there was no one controlling it. The Nameless Saint's great formation was starting to be suppressed. The ancient city was collapsing. Rays of blood evil light shot out from the ancient city, piercing through the void. At this moment, the Purple Emperor seemed to have become the incarnation of the evil saint in the ancient times. Streams of earth essence chi condensed into a huge dragon, still coiling around the ancient city, releasing a vast power, sealing the ancient city. The cracked ancient city did not collapse. Still not making a move? Gu Fei was extremely nervous. The great technique that the Nameless Saint had set up was being gradually disintegrated by the Purple Emperor's unparalleled evil power. It looked like the ancient city was about to collapse. The inheritance of the evil ancestor is indeed powerful. It can be said to be heaven-defying. Even if a real saint came, he would probably have a headache. Unfortunately, he met me. At this moment, Haetion finally made his move. With a flip of his right hand, a 7-colored formation plate immediately appeared in his hand. It was a formation plate refined from 7-colored divine jade. Although the formation plate was only a foot in diameter, it displayed the terrain of the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. Ancient runes were faintly discernible on the formation plate. 81 rays of divine light represented 81 earth veins. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw this. More than 10 of the 81 earth veins in front of him had already collapsed, so why was Haetion's formation plate still showing 81 earth veins? I will let the Violet Emperor experience what is called a formation within a formation, a technique within a technique. Haetion sat down cross-legged, and the 7-colored array plate flew up from his hand and floated in front of him. A formation within a formation, a technique within a technique? Hearing this, Gu Fei was also looking forward to it. Haetion was definitely a formation grandmaster. He wanted to see what kind of technique Haetion would use to break the evil ancestor's Dharma form of the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor had not stopped slaughtering the people in the city, and used the blood sacrifice of 10,000 spirits in order to use the power of the blood sacrifice to condense the evil ancestor's Dharma form and display its supreme evil power to break the Nameless Saint's great technique. Roar! The 1,000-foot-long evil shadow roared, and a pair of bloody eyes pierced through the heavens and the earth, shooting up into the sky. The bloody vortex in the sky rapidly shrank, and in the end, it was completely swallowed by the evil shadow. Bang! It was like a supreme evil god from the primordial era had broken through the barriers of the void and came to this world. With just one step, half of the ancient city immediately collapsed. Dozens of huge dragons collapsed, and the endless earth essence was swallowed by the bloody shadow. After swallowing the earth essence, the evil shadow's evil power grew stronger. Boom! The evil shadow directly punched out, creating a huge hole in the sky, breaking the void that was covered by the nameless saint's godly law. After that, the 500 heavenly emperor's combat soldiers and the silver armor immortal soldiers in the city were transported out. Under the protection of the Violet Emperor, the 500 heavenly emperor's combat soldiers and the silver armor immortal soldiers under him did not suffer any casualties. These were the strength of the Violet Emperor's subordinates. Of course, the Violet Emperor would not ignore the safety of his subordinates. After the 500 heavenly emperor's combat soldiers and the silver armor immortal soldiers were sent out, the Violet Emperor no longer had any scruples, and the bloody evil light gathered. Boom! A terrifying sage's power erupted from the 1,000-foot-long evil shadow, and the remaining half of the ancient city immediately collapsed. The entire ancient city was completely destroyed. The 81 huge dragons also collapsed in an instant, turning into thick earth essence that was continuously swallowed by the evil shadow. The earth veins on the ground also collapsed, and the godly law collapsed and was erased. The power of the entire heaven and earth was broken by the terrifying power of the Violet Emperor. At the moment when the ancient city collapsed, a 9-grade divine crystal flew out from the bottom of the ancient city. This divine crystal was only about a foot long, but there were ancient Tao patterns on it, and the aura of the great Tao immediately spread out in the world. A divine artifact? Gu Fei's pupils shrank when he saw the 9-grade divine crystal. There was a Tao power lingering on the divine crystal, and it was imprinted with the sage technique. There is nothing that I, the Violet Emperor, can't get what I want. The Violet Emperor's confident and arrogant words came out from the bloody evil shadow. Is that really the case? Hearing the Violet Emperor's words, Gu Fei could not help but smile coldly. You stay here and play with the Violet Emperor. I will go and destroy his so-called Celestial Emperor soldier. Gu Fei said to He Tian, and then he rushed into the sky, rushing into the distance. The combat strength of the 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers was really shocking. Taking advantage of the fact that the 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers were seriously injured by the Nameless Sage's great technique, it was a good opportunity to destroy this Celestial Emperor soldier that could fight against a half-step sage. Shaoqing and Balan both rushed in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared. They were already half-step almighties, and as long as the 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers did not gather together, even if Shaoqing and Balan joined hands, they could still destroy these Celestial Emperor soldiers. Chu Luqing and Little Fatty stood behind He Tian, and they looked at each other, but did not chase after him. At this moment, the heaven and earth law formed by the Violet Emperor stretched out a huge hand, and directly grabbed the 9-grade divine crystal that rushed out of the ground. This moment He Tian also made a move. The 7-colored formation plate floating in front of him was hit by him, and then the 81 earth veins that had collapsed actually reformed in an instant. Boom! Chapter 1069. What's going on? The Violet Emperor roared, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. He was both shocked and angry. The momentum of the world that he had already broken was quickly condensing, and a terrible wave suddenly enveloped the entire world. Roar! Dragon roars sounded, and the 81 earth veins turned into the shape of a giant dragon, rushing up from the ground. It was as if 81 real dragons had awoken, and an endless dragon aura surged out. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, pouncing on the blood shadow that was standing in the sky. Dragon aura. How is this possible? The Violet Emperor was shocked. He had fused with the evil ancestor's Dharma idol, and he had some of the evil ancestor's power, so he could feel the true dragon aura. It was too unbelievable. Could it be that the 81 earth veins had already transformed into earth dragon veins? Absolutely impossible. Boom! The heavens and the earth shook, and the 81 dragons rushed towards the blood shadow together. The entire void froze and the true dragon aura surged between the heavens and the earth, suppressing all directions. The momentum of the world was many times stronger than before. The 81 dragons that the Violet Emperor had broken with his supreme evil technique were just shadows condensed from the essence of the earth veins, and they did not have a physical body. Now, although the 81 dragons were not real dragons, they had a physical body, and they were formed by the 81 earth veins. Every single dragon exuded a boundless draconic aura, and in the middle of their heads, there was a resplendent crystal, and on top of the crystal, there were many tiny dragon shadows. Dragon crystals! Seeing this, the Violet Emperor was even more shocked. The ancient saint who had set up such a great technique was really generous. He had actually used 81 dragon crystals to gather the essence of the earth. However, he did not know that this was not the ancient saint who had set up such a great technique. It was Tian who had spent a few days, and with the strength of a half-step almighty, he had set up a backup plan. Although the Violet Emperor was startled, he did not panic. His blood-red hand continued to reach for the 9-colored divine crystal. He had been scheming for so long, all for this divine object. However, just as the Violet King was about to grab the 9-grade divine crystal, a huge dragon had already charged over and swallowed the divine crystal in a single gulp. Damn it! The Emperor Zi Huang was enraged when he saw this. Bam! With a muffled sound, his back was heavily hit. Even his 1,000-foot-tall figure could not withstand the impact. He staggered a few steps forward. His hair stood on end in anger. Without even looking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed behind him. A huge dragon was caught in his hand. Break! The Violet Emperor roared in rage. He exerted force in his hand as boundless blood light gushed out from his hand. He wanted to use his evil energy to disperse the dragon in his hand. Boom! The dragon crystal in the Violet Emperor's hand suddenly shined brightly, and a berserk energy exploded out from the dragon crystal. It was possible to see countless runes on the dragon crystal shattering. Not good. The Z Emperor quickly let go, but it was too late. With an earth-shattering sound, the dragon crystal exploded, and a destructive force spread out in all directions. The blood hand was blasted apart on the spot. A mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and the ground within 100 miles sunk. The dragon crystal had drawn endless essence energy from the veins of the earth, and this explosion had a destructive power. Even the powerful evil ancestor's Dharma idol was sent flying. The Violet Emperor coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had almost fused with the celestial Dharma idol. If it was not for the evil ancestor's celestial Dharma idol, he would have been smashed to pieces. Roar! Who is it? At this time, the Violet Emperor knew that he had been plotted against, and this made him go crazy. He had plotted for 500 years just to obtain this sage technique. However, when everything was ready and he thought that nothing would go wrong, he was plotted against. This made the Violet Emperor both shocked and angry. The person who dared to plot against him was definitely not an ordinary person. One must know that this was the Eastern Land, the territory of the Eastern Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era. Anyone who dared to attack the son of Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era was tantamount to declaring war on the Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era. The Violet Emperor had planned for so long, and he had thought of all kinds of possibilities. He had even transferred the Celestial Emperor's combat weapon from Celestial City. It was indeed foolproof. However, he had never thought that he would encounter Gu Fei's group. Among Gu Fei's group, there was an insatiably greedy Tian. This guy would even grab the feathers of wild geese flying in the sky. How could he sit still after seeing this sage technique? Roar! The dragon that had swallowed the 9 divine crystals soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Tian. As for the remaining 80 dragons, they were still rushing towards the Violet Emperor. The majestic dragon chi filled the world, and on every dragon, there were countless runes that appeared. These were the runes that were imprinted on the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. The Dragon Crystal and Phoenix Divine Jade had attracted an inexhaustible amount of worldly essence. There seemed to be many fire phoenixes circling around the dragons. The dragon chi and the phoenix chi were intertwining. A mighty sage's might was emitted. The Violet Emperor was almost going crazy. His right arm had been shattered by the explosion of the dragon crystal. His celestial projection was on the verge of collapsing. However, he desperately urged his evil force to reform his celestial projection. The shattered right arm reappeared. The 1,000 Zhonglong blood shadow stood up from the ground, exuding a monstrous evil aura. The blood whirlpool reappeared, engulfing everything in its path. Go! At this time, the dragon rushed over and spat out a 9-colored divine crystal. Tian hurriedly put it away. then used his god power to wrap up Fatty and Chu Luqing, and rushed off into the distance. His goal was the 9 divine crystal. He didn't have the time to care about the Violet Emperor's life. After He Tian left, the Violet Emperor's angry roars came from the formation. He displayed his unparalleled evil power, and used forbidden evil arts to destroy the dragons. Around the blood shadow there were 9 blood vortexes spinning, absorbing the essence of the world. It was actually able to defend against the dragons that were charging at it from all directions. However, every time the Violet Emperor destroyed a dragon, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. When the dragon was destroyed, the dragon crystal on its head would explode. The power of the dragon crystal was too strong. The Violet Emperor was seriously injured. But it had to be said that the Violet Emperor was indeed powerful. He had slaughtered a city full of people. The spiritual energy of tens of thousands of people made him look like the reincarnation of the evil ancestor. But at this time, He Tian was nowhere to be seen. The Violet Emperor had no idea who was behind this. After the Violet Emperor broke out, his celestial projection collapsed. He was bathed in blood. The 9 divine crystals had been stolen. He didn't even know who it was. He was so angry that he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood and almost fainted. Chapter 1070. Violet Emperor Yuanga almost went mad with anger. Moreover, his injuries were not light either. His celestial form had collapsed, and his vitality was greatly damaged. This was the most dangerous battle Violet Emperor Yuanga had faced since his debut. This was a contest of sage techniques. If he wasn't careful, his body and soul would be destroyed. The Violet Emperor stood on top of a small hill next to the ruins. His whole body was covered in blood, and his clothes were tattered. The evil aura gradually disappeared from his body. The evil aura retreated, and the aura of an immortal spirit began to seep out of the Violet Emperor's body. Violet chi appeared faintly on his body, and his long hair turned white. The Violet Emperor's vitality was injured. After a while, he soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Celestial City. This time, not only did he not obtain any benefits, but he was also injured. From the beginning to the end, the primordial Emperor Xian did not appear. If the primordial Emperor Xian were to make a move, it would not be easy for He Tian to seize the 9-colored divine crystal. Perhaps even He Tian himself would be in danger. While He Tian and the Violet Emperor were fighting, Gu Fei chased after the 500 Celestial Emperor's combat troops. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps to travel 100 kilometers in one step. It was even faster than teleportation, and his shadow could not be seen. Very soon, he had traveled a few thousand kilometers. The Violet Emperor teleported the Celestial Emperor's combat troops, and a group of silver-armored immortal soldiers. A mass of bloody light enveloped everyone and swept across the sky. Its speed was even faster than Gu Fei's 8 desolate steps. Boom! In the end, the mass of bloody light fell from the sky and smashed into the mountains. A mountain ridge was instantly flattened, and dust rose high into the sky. Countless birds and beasts were startled and fled in all directions from the mountains. The entire region was in chaos. The dust surged and enveloped the surroundings. Hundreds of figures walked out from the dust. First was 100 combat troops riding green-scale beasts. Behind them were 400 combat troops wielding divine spears. Behind them were nearly 100 silver-armored immortal soldiers. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals under primordial Emperor Xian had a strict hierarchy. The cavalrymen at the front were the most powerful. Some of them even had 1 foot in the celestial realm. In the heaven realm, people like them could be considered experts. Before the 500 fighters could walk out from the smoke, Gu Fei had already made his move. Bam! A battle soldier riding on a green-scale beast was suddenly sent flying backward. At the same time, crackling sounds could be heard coming from the battle soldier's body. The battle soldiers behind them didn't have enough time to dodge, and were instantly sent flying. Every battle soldier who was hit would immediately let out a crackling sound and collapse to the ground. Boom! The other battle soldiers immediately dodged in all directions. A few unlucky silver-armored immortal soldiers were even sent flying by the battle soldiers who dodged to the back. In the blink of an eye, 17 battle soldiers had fallen to the ground. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded and shocked to the extreme. Those who were knocked down by the first battle soldier would continue to knock down others. The third battle soldier that was knocked down would also explode, and his body would collapse to the ground like a pile of mud. It was as if this was a contagious poison that could spread from person to person. Anyone who came into contact with it would be infected. Who is it? Come out and fight if you have the guts. Sneak attack. This is what a scoundrel would do. The other battle soldiers roared angrily. These battle soldiers were valiant and full of fighting spirit. Their bodies were full of divine power, and the divine spears in their hands were emitting divine light. They were ready to launch the fiercest attack at any time. Hundreds of battle soldiers swept their sharp eyes in all directions, but they couldn't find any trace of the enemy. Then, they looked at the 17 battle soldiers lying on the ground. This was not a big deal, but it shocked everyone. Everyone felt cold from head to toe. The 17 battle soldiers lying on the ground were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They looked ferocious and terrifying, but they had already stopped breathing. They were as dead as they could be. Dead? No one dared to believe what they saw. It was so unreal. The battle soldiers of the Celestial the Arch, who had experienced hundreds of battles, had been killed in an instant. These were the Celestial the Arch battle soldiers, the strongest sovereign battle soldiers under the command of the primordial Emperor Xian. Each of them had the cultivation of a profound transformation realm monarch. Moreover, these 500 battle soldiers didn't cultivate the immortal Dao technique, but an ancient battle-killing technique. This battle-killing technique was obtained by the primordial Emperor Xian in an ancient ruin. This battle-killing technique was very difficult to cultivate, but once it was successfully cultivated, the body of the person who cultivated it would become incomparably strong. It would be able to withstand the slashes of ordinary immortal weapons, and would be stronger than ordinary monarchs. Who dares to kill the people of the primordial Emperor Venerate? Could it be that you dare to make an enemy of the primordial Emperor Venerate? The strongest battle soldiers with the highest cultivation shouted angrily. The green scale beasts they were riding were breathing hot air uneasily, as if they had sensed danger. Humph! Who the hell is the primordial Emperor Xian? A voice suddenly resounded in the dust, followed by miserable screams. A terrifying figure walked out from behind everyone. Wherever he passed, the silver-armored immortal soldiers were sent flying by his fists. How dare you? How dare you look down on the primordial Emperor Venerate? You deserve to die. Kill him. Hundreds of Celestial the Arch battle soldiers shouted angrily and pointed their spears at the person. However, something terrible happened again. The situation was the same as before. When the silver-armored immortal soldiers hit by the person's fists touched the other immortal soldiers would also fall to the ground with a loud explosion. In just an instant, more than half of the silver-armored immortal soldiers had fallen to the ground. When the other silver-armored immortal soldiers saw this, they were scared out of their wits and scattered. This person was too terrifying. His fists seemed to contain a terrifying demonic nature. As long as one was hit by his fists, there would only be one outcome: death by bleeding from the 7 apertures of the Celestial the Arch battle soldiers. The remaining 483 Celestial the Arch battle soldiers quickly gathered together. The person who came out from the dark was Gu Fei. At this moment his appearance had changed. He had become a skinny middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. He did not appear with his real face. Gu Fei had some misgivings. He did not have the ability to contend against an existence like the primordial Emperor Xian. He was determined to kill the Celestial the Arch battle soldiers of the primordial Emperor Xian that could fight a half-step sage. He did not care about the silver-armored immortal soldiers that were fleeing in all directions, so he let them escape. Gu Fei was shocked to find that the aura of each Celestial the Arch battle soldier had merged perfectly to form a monstrous evil qi. The power of each Celestial the Arch battle soldier was also converging. This was the power of 483 monarchs. Once this power was successfully condensed, even a half-step sage would be shocked. Gu Fei sensed danger. In Chapter 1071, 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers gathered and formed an ancient battle formation. A terrifying power that made even Celestial Emperors pale was rapidly condensing. This is... Gu Fei was shocked. 500 Celestial Emperor soldiers could fight against a half-step sage. He couldn't let these soldiers form a battle formation. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. Swoosh! Gu Fei immediately executed the 8 desolate steps and charged forward at the speed of 8 steps. You're courting death. The leading battle soldiers shouted angrily as they thrust their spears forward. The other battle soldiers also thrust their spears towards Gu Fei at the same time. Wherever the spears pointed, the void was pierced. This was not the power of a single person. It was an attack that gathered the power of 483 Celestial Emperor soldiers. It displayed an indomitable momentum. Flawless 5 elements fist. Gu Fei shouted. His momentum instantly rose to the peak. He was like a reincarnated martial ancestor. He directly punched forward. The power of the 5 elements surged. Gu Fei's fist was like an ancient divine mountain, colliding with the hundreds of Celestial Emperor soldiers. Boom! The 2 earth-shattering forces collided. The hundreds of Celestial Emperor soldiers vomited blood and retreated. Although they suffered a great impact, they did not panic. As for Gu Fei, he was sent flying backwards. Bam! Gu Fei's feet landed on the ground, crushing it. The whole ground shook violently, and the ground undulated like waves. Several nearby mountain peaks collapsed, and the entire region was shaken by the mighty power that surged out. Gu Fei's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. This was the first time he fought after breaking through to the celestial being realm. He wanted to test his current strength. What a powerful battle formation. Gu Fei only felt a slight numbness in his arm after clashing with the hundreds of soldiers. He hadn't felt this for a long time. There was no doubt that the Emperor martial body was powerful. Gu Fei believed that even if he was barehanded, he could still fight against a mighty sacred weapon. Roar! Hundreds of soldiers roared furiously in unison, their battle intent surging to the extreme. Baleful chi soared into the sky, and their voices shook the sky. The heavens and the earth trembled, and even the clouds at the edge of the sky were scattered. All right. Again. Gu Fei was stimulated by his opponent's fighting spirit, and his blood boiled. His eyes shot out 2 sharp eyes that were as sharp as the edge of a blade, and then directly disappeared. Boom! Hundreds of battle soldiers charged towards Gu Fei in an instant. The power of destruction directly smashed the place where Gu Fei was just a moment ago into nothingness and chaos, piercing through heaven and earth. Take another punch from me. Gu Fei's voice rang out in the sky. Bang! The entire sky seemed to have collapsed all of a sudden, and boundless pressure came crashing down from the sky. 5 fists appeared in the void. Each fist was as large as a mountain, and each fist represented one of the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements was vast, and the 5 fists crushed the void and collapsed the earth, as if doomsday had arrived. It was extremely terrifying, and it had the power to destroy the world. The hundreds of Celestial Emperor soldiers below could not help but turn pale with fright. Their opponent was too powerful. Kill! Hundreds of soldiers roared furiously, raising the spears in their hands and thrusting them upwards. Every spear emitted a dazzling divine light. 483 beams of divine light gathered together, condensing into a 10,000 zhang long divine spear, piercing upwards. Like a heavenly spear, it seemed as if it was going to pierce through the sky, and a violent and domineering power spread in all directions. Boom! Another earth-shattering noise was heard, and the 5 fists with the power of the 5 elements collided with the 10,000 zhang long spear. The 10,000 zhang long spear was broken, and then dissipated between the heavens and the earth. The terrifying power descended, and the entire ground was sinking. The green scale beasts of the battle soldiers could not withstand such pressure, and were killed on the spot. Hundreds of Celestial Emperor soldiers were smashed into the ground. The 5 elements' godly fists that struck down from the sky dissipated, and a figure surrounded by the 5 elements' godly glow appeared. The figure was none other than Gu Fei. He clenched his right fist tightly, and blood began to ooze out, dripping from the gaps between his fingers. Impressive! If I hadn't killed 17 battle soldiers first, and damaged the ancient battle formation, I wouldn't have been able to take them down. Gu Fei descended from the sky. He was secretly shocked. These battle soldiers were too terrifying. 500 of them definitely had the strength to challenge a half-martial saint. It was definitely not a lie. One should know that Gu Fei was a celestial being martial emperor, and his flesh was as strong as a sacred weapon. Ordinary immortal weapons would not be able to harm him. But now Gu Fei was injured. Even though the ancient battle formation was incomplete and could not unleash its full power, it was still no small matter. Furthermore, the 500 battle soldiers were already severely injured, and their strength was not as good as before. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Gu Fei dived down from the sky and killed his way into the ground. The entire ground began to tremble, and cries of pain and anger could be heard from the ground. Deep under the ground, it was as if there was a giant dragon roaring. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, mountains were collapsing, and the ground was collapsing. Dust rose up into the sky. Soon, the commotion under the ground gradually calmed down. Boom! Bang! Bang! More than 10 figures with soaring killing intent broke through the earth and rushed out from underground. Then they scattered and fled in all directions. Even the Grim Reaper had moments of fear. Swoosh! 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 More than a dozen beams of divine light that were as dazzling as peerless divine weapons broke through the soil and shot out from the ground. They instantly caught up with those figures. Roar! Someone roared angrily and suddenly turned around. He desperately waved his divine spear and smashed it towards the piercing divine light. He wanted to stop this terrifying divine light of absolute death. Chi! With a soft sound, the godly light was cut in half, and the godly light pierced through the battle soldier's forehead, shattering his spiritual soul. The battle soldier's body fell from the sky. The other battle soldiers suffered the same fate. They were caught up by the godly light of absolute death, and either had their heads pierced, or were killed by the godly light. Just as Gu Fei annihilated the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor, an extremely powerful aura appeared in the distance, and was rapidly approaching. Gu Fei did not show himself, and directly retreated from the ground. Swoosh! A figure appeared high in the sky, emitting a powerful aura. Between the heaven and the earth, there was a mighty holy aura. This was the aura of a sage. Roar! Who dares to kill my people? This person roared, and the sky, the mountains, and the rivers trembled under his roar. One roar shook the mountains and the rivers. This person's cultivation was high, and his strength was unimaginable. 500 battle soldiers had fallen. They were completely annihilated in the depths of this mountain. Emperor Xian of the primordial era almost went crazy. This was a loss that was difficult to make up for. He had spent a lot of effort to train 500 battle soldiers that could fight against semi-sages. Such a battle soldier was like a killing knife in his hand. It wouldn't be a problem for him to conquer the entire heavenly realm. But now he had lost this killing knife. Emperor Xian of the primordial era looked around coldly. The energy fluctuations in the void had yet to disperse. He was originally in seclusion, wanting to advance to the next level, but he had no choice but to come out early, because the soul tablet of the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor had unexpectedly shattered. The soul tablet was a technique used by Emperor Xian of the primordial era to control his subordinates. The soul tablet contained a strand of the divine sense of Emperor Xian of the primordial era's subordinate. Once the soul tablet was shattered, it meant that the subordinate had fallen. In the celestial city, there was a pavilion dedicated to storing the soul tablets. It was guarded day and night, and only the soul tablets of important people could be placed inside. The soul tablets of the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor had unexpectedly shattered. The people guarding the pavilion didn't dare to be negligent, so they alerted Emperor Xian of the primordial era, who was in seclusion. However, when Emperor Xian of the primordial era received the news and rushed over, the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor had already been annihilated. Preposterous! I'd like to see who dares to oppose me. Emperor Xian of the primordial era had an ugly expression on his face. Even though he was a semi-sage, he was completely enraged. The death of the 500 battle soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor had made Emperor Xian of the primordial era furious. This time the losses were really disastrous. Emperor Xian of the primordial era opened his mouth and spat out an ancient mirror. Then he spat out a mouthful of Xiantian essence qi at the ancient mirror. Immediately, a thin layer of mist appeared on the surface of the ancient mirror. As though the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky, The layer of mist on the surface of the ancient mirror gradually dispersed. The surface of the mirror became sparkling and flawless, and the scenery and human figures could be vaguely seen on it. A mass of bloody light appeared on the surface of the mirror. Within the bloody light, there were hundreds of human figures. Then the bloody light fell into the mountain, and after that 17 battle soldiers died a violent death. That ancient mirror was so mysterious that it could reproduce what had already happened. The previous scenes were faintly discernible on the surface of the ancient mirror. When a tall and skinny middle-aged man with a sallow complexion appeared on the surface of the ancient mirror, Emperor Xian of the primordial era couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Who is this guy? Emperor Xian of the primordial era muttered to himself. He didn't know this guy at all. At this time, the scenery on the ancient mirror changed again. When Emperor Xian of the primordial era saw the middle-aged man use the 5-element divine fist, his face revealed a shocked expression. How is this possible? Isn't this fist technique already lost? Emperor Xian of the primordial era seemed to have thought of something. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry, and his eyes flickered. Even his inheritance has appeared. Is the golden age that happens once every 10,000 years coming again? Emperor Xian of the primordial era murmured to himself. The golden age had arrived, and the 100 races had flourished. Experts had emerged in large numbers, and a trace of opportunity that could prove one's Tao had appeared again. 10,000 years ago, heroes had risen and fought everywhere. It was also at that time that Emperor Xian of the primordial era became an almighty of the immortal Tao and dominated a region. However, no one had managed to capture that trace of opportunity to become a sage. No one had been able to prove their Tao and become a sage. This time no one knew who would have such luck. Chapter 1072. Although the primordial Emperor Xian had great magical powers, he was still unable to see through Gu Fei. The Gu Fei that appeared in the ancient mirror that could reproduce what had happened was the Gu Fei who had already changed his appearance. On the path of martial arts, the cultivation of the martial body was to dig out the limits of human potential. The corporeal body was the origin of the martial path, just like the primordial spirit was the origin of the immortal path. Gu Fei's control over the corporeal body had already reached the point where he could change his appearance at will. This was not an illusion but a transformation of his muscles and even his bones. The primordial Emperor Xian's ancient mirror was a supreme treasure that could illuminate all illusions, but Gu Fei's technique was not an illusion. Seeing Gu Fei's supreme martial arts fist technique in the mirror, even the primordial Emperor Xian was moved. This kind of martial arts expert was already extinct in the heavenly realm, so how did he appear again? This person had ascended to immortality through martial arts. His battle prowess was unfathomable, and he could actually suppress hundreds of soldiers. It must be known that when hundreds of soldiers gathered together, even he would have to retreat. The primordial Emperor Xian thought of many things. He was shocked by Gu Fei's battle prowess, but he never imagined that these 500 soldiers were actually seriously injured first, and then Gu Fei suddenly attacked and killed 17 of them. After suffering consecutive setbacks, the battle formation formed by the 500 soldiers was no longer complete, and the strength they could display was greatly reduced. Otherwise, why would Gu Fei attack? In the end, the constantly rotating image of the ancient mirror disappeared, and the divine light emitted by the ancient mirror converged into the ancient mirror. But this was enough. The primordial Emperor Xian knew who had killed his 500 celestial emperor soldiers. No matter who it is, there is only one ending for anyone who dares to oppose me. The primordial Emperor Xian stood high in the sky, and his eyes shot out 2 divine lights as he scanned the surroundings. He wanted to find some clues about that person. He already had the intention to kill. Sure enough, Yuangu Emperor Xian discovered something and flew towards the south, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. At this time, Gu Fei had already used the 5 elements void underground. He wrapped himself in the earth void and quickly escaped into the distance. The earth elemental power fused with the surrounding earth. Gu Fei was like a small fish that could swim freely in the mud. He broke through the layers of earth and rocks soundlessly and moved forward. This was a technique that was derived from cultivating martial arts to a profound realm. Gu Fei did not know that danger was rapidly approaching him. The primordial Emperor Xian was indeed exceptional. He had caught a trace of Gu Fei and had actually followed him. Primordial Emperor Xian was a half-saint who had already touched upon the great Tao. He had a trace of saint's might and was a peerless character in the heaven realm. In this era where saints didn't appear, semi-saints were synonymous with invincibility. They stood at the forefront of all cultivators and were existences at the top of the pyramid. That's far enough. Gu Fei was very careful. He escaped for thousands of miles before rushing out of the ground. However, the moment Gu Fei broke through the ground and rushed out, a huge hand descended from the sky and covered all directions, grabbing towards him. Not good. Gu Fei was shocked. He felt a cold killing intent lock onto him. The sudden arrival of a great danger made all the pores on his body stand on end. Whoosh! Without thinking, Gu Fei directly took a step to the side. He used the 8 desolation steps with all his strength and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. With just one step, Gu Fei had moved 300 miles horizontally. Boom! With a loud sound, a mountain in front of Gu Fei was directly smashed into pieces. Gravel filled the sky and dust rushed into the sky. The mountain was in chaos. Humph! Gao Tianji let out a cold laugh. The giant hand continued to press down. Even though Gu Fei had moved 300 miles horizontally, he still couldn't escape from the giant hand. Rumble! The dust caused by the collapse of the mountain was pressed down. All the gravel in the sky was also pressed down. The area within a radius of more than 10 miles was full of holes. Countless birds and beasts in the mountain were smashed to death, and countless trees were destroyed. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. Vital energy surged from his body. Every pore on his body was emitting vital energy. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a god of war, his body emitting a strong murderous intent. Bang! He threw a palm downward. Since there was no way to avoid it, he would fight. Gu Fei directly threw out the sky-covering palm. Endless vital energy of yin and yang surged out from his palm. A giant black and white hand also covered the sky and greeted the descending giant hand. You're overestimating yourself. The voice sounded again. The giant hand pressed down, causing the whole sky and earth to tremble. Under the pressure of the giant hand, the whole world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Boom! The sky-covering palm that Gu Fei threw out with all his strength collided with the giant hand falling from the sky. The void instantly collapsed. The sky-covering palm collapsed, and endless power came down from the sky. The power of destruction swept out in all directions. A huge chaotic hole with a radius of thousands of miles appeared in the sky. The sky and earth had been pierced through. Wah! Gu Fei suffered a great impact. The terrible power that came down from the sky almost tore his body apart. He spat out blood and was slammed into the ground by the giant hand. Bang! The giant hand followed Gu Fei like a shadow and slammed down from the sky. It fiercely hit Gu Fei, causing the ground to sink and the ground to undulate violently like waves. A terrible power spread out from the giant hand, destroying everything. The mountains within a radius of a few hundred miles collapsed one after another. Such a scene was simply like the end of the world. Rumble! The earth shook, and the whole area was destroyed. The mountains within a radius of a few hundred miles were flattened. The giant hand that bombarded the earth was like the hand of the end of the world, destroying everything. Nothing within a radius of a few hundred miles could survive. Even a tree or a blade of grass was turned into dust. Humph! You'll be buried with my 500 celestial emperor soldiers. The giant hand on the ground dissipated, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. The figure of the primordial emperor Xian appeared high in the sky, like a celestial emperor descending, looking down at the ants below. The primordial emperor Xian was very confident that this blow was enough to kill the martial arts expert, who destroyed his 500 celestial emperor Xian. Even if the opponent had the cultivation of the celestial being realm, it would be impossible for him to survive. Even an existence at the peak of the 9th heaven would die when a semi-sage attacked. Chapter 1073. No one could save Gu Fei now that a semi-sage had made his move. As the giant hand pressed down, it was as if a part of the world was collapsing. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Gu Fei was smacked down from the sky by the giant hand formed by the primordial emperor Xian. His body was almost torn apart, and he had suffered an unimaginable impact. If he had been an ordinary celestial being realm martial emperor, his body and soul would have been destroyed long ago. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary martial emperor. He was a celestial being martial emperor with unparalleled battle prowess. However, even though he was a celestial being realm martial emperor, Gu Fei still found it difficult to contend with a semi-sage. The gap between the two was so huge that it could not be bridged. However, just as the primordial Emperor Xian's giant hand slammed down from the sky again towards Gu Fei, who had already been smacked into the ground, Gu Fei opened his inner world and rushed in at the moment of life and death. Even so, half of his body was swept by the mighty destructive power of the giant hand and shattered on the spot. The martial emperor's essence blood splattered everywhere. The inner world shook as the mighty power from the outside world shattered a part of the mountain range. Gu Fei hurriedly cut off the passage between the inner world and the outside world. All living creatures in the inner world sensed the extremely terrifying aura from the outside world. The people of the Undying clan immediately rushed out. The three great martial emperors of the Undying clan rushed towards Gu Fei quickly. When they saw that Gu Fei's martial body had been shattered, they were extremely shocked. Yen'er was still in seclusion. She was blocked by the supreme formation that He Tian had carved. That aura did not alarm Yen'er, who was in seclusion, to break through to the almighty realm. The magical effects of the heaven-defying divine pill were fully displayed on Yen'er. One divine pill was enough to give Yen'er the capital to break through to the almighty realm. The cultivation method of the alchemy cauldron Tao was really unique. As long as one had a divine pill in hand, one's cultivation could increase infinitely. The speed at which one's cultivation increased was definitely the fastest among all the cultivation systems. Master Yu? When the three without emperors saw how heavily injured Gu Fei was, they turned pale with fright. If Gu Fei were to fall, they would probably be finished as well. Even if they were not finished, being trapped in this small world would definitely lead to death. All of you back off. Gu Fei's breathing was very weak. If he hadn't escaped into his inner world, his body and soul would have been completely destroyed by the primordial Emperor Xian. Yes, the three supreme emperors hesitated for a moment, but in the end they retreated. Gu Fei struggled to sit up. The left side of his body was badly mutilated. His shoulder and arm had been obliterated. His head was almost injured. However, Gu Fei had already cultivated fate into every part of his body. Every drop of blood, every strand of hair was fate. As long as a drop of blood was not obliterated by the enemy, he could be reborn. The blood, flesh, tendons, and bones in the injured area surged. Gu Fei used the essence of heaven and earth in the area to heal his injured body. However, he soon realized that there was a force attached to the injured area, making it difficult for his injured body to heal. Primordial Emperor Xian. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. He knew that the person who attacked must be the primordial Emperor Xian. Only such a person could use the power of the Great Path to kill the enemy. The force attached to the injured area should be a trace of the power of the Great Path. A half-sage was indeed terrifying. Using the power of the Great Path to injure others would be difficult to heal from such an injury. Gu Fei had seen the primordial Emperor Xian fight with the half-sage, so he was very clear about the aura of the primordial Emperor Xian. An existence at the level of a half-sage would not bother to attack a celestial being realm emperor. How did he chase me down? Gu Fei was very puzzled. He had been very careful, but the primordial Emperor Xian still chased him down and attacked him. He had almost died. It was definitely not a good thing to be remembered by a half-sage emperor. Even if he could escape this calamity, he could not casually expose his strength in the future. Martial path battle techniques were different from the masses and could be easily recognized. Fortunately, Gu Fei had cultivated a martial path magical ability, so he could use it to conceal his true strength. In the end, Gu Fei walked into the depths of this small world and entered the divine spring of life in the depths of this world. He wanted to use the boundless life essence of the spring to heal his injured body. The ancestral dragon divine herb that had taken root next to the divine spring was very spiritual. When it sensed Gu Fei's arrival, it immediately turned into a small dragon and hid far away. Gu Fei's whole body was immersed in the divine spring. Then, he attracted the rich life essence in the surroundings to wash his body. Streams of life essence seeped into his body through his pores, then gathered in his meridians and flowed all over his body. Gu Fei's body, which was on the verge of collapse, gradually became stronger. The cracked Emperor Martial body was healing, and the shocking bloodstains began to disappear. Even the half of his body, which had been destroyed by the power of the Great Path, was slowly recovering. His muscles, bones, and flesh were regenerating. This was definitely the most dangerous situation that Gu Fei had ever been in since he had started cultivating. It had to be said that Gu Fei's luck was really good. He had unexpectedly escaped from the hands of a half-sage. It must be known that the one who had attacked him was a half-sage. If it had been someone else, even an advanced realm almighty, they would have died with a grievance. As time passed, the spiritual energy in the divine spring of life gathered. Even the essence of heaven and earth in the surrounding area was attracted by Gu Fei. Gu Fei was like a bottomless black hole, rapidly devouring all the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Soon, the place where Gu Fei was located was shrouded by all kinds of spiritual energy. The three great emperors of the undead clan were roaming around outside. They did not dare to enter the depths of this world. It was a forbidden area for existences like them. Gu Fei did not prohibit the undead creatures from entering the depths of this world. Even so, the three great emperors did not dare to enter the depths of this world. This was because that was the area where the divine spring of life was located. The life essence was no different from a poison to the undead clan. The life essence and the death essence were two extremes. The life essence would corrode the death essence condensed by the undead creatures. What kind of opponent did the Lord encounter? He was actually injured to this extent. The Corpse Clan's Supreme Emperor said. They were communicating with their divine senses. Yes, I have never seen the Lord suffer such a serious injury. The Undead Skeleton Clan's White Skeleton's skull transmitted a shocking divine sense fluctuation. The Netherworld Clan's Supreme Emperor was shrouded in a layer of Netherworld ghost chi. A ghostly shadow could be vaguely seen, as though it was formed by black smoke. The Supreme Emperor did not speak, but people could feel his nervousness. The Corpse Clan's Supreme Emperor and the Undead Skeleton Clan's Supreme Emperor knew what he was worried about. Chapter 1074. Endless spiritual chi shrouded the depths of this small world. Several divine springs of life were gushing out life essence. All the spiritual chi was continuously gathering towards Gu Fei. It was absolutely impossible for Gu Fei to refine and absorb such a huge amount of spiritual chi. Perhaps even a sage wouldn't be able to digest such a vast amount of spiritual chi. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the largest divine spring in the depths of this small world, guiding the surrounding spiritual chi to cleanse and refine his body. Waves of spiritual chi flowed through his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones before exiting his body. His cracked Emperor Martial physique was rapidly recovering. He was like a god sitting cross-legged in a world of spiritual chi. The power of the great path that was attached to the wound was also gradually being worn down. Flesh, blood, tendons, and bones regrew, but this process was very slow. This was the first time Gu Fei had suffered such a grand Dao injury. He couldn't help but secretly wipe his cold sweat. The consequences of being injured by such a force were very serious. Such an injury was very difficult to heal. A half-step sage was already so frightening. If it was a sage who had comprehended the grand Dao of heaven and earth, wouldn't it be even more frightening? The primordial Emperor Xian had already touched the grand Dao of heaven and earth. He was half a step away from becoming a sage. As long as he took one more step, he would be able to comprehend his own Dao and become a sage. However, this step was unprecedentedly difficult. For thousands of years, it seemed that no one had truly taken this crucial step to become a sage. Some people were trapped in the half-step sage realm for their entire lives, unable to advance even an inch. Some people even took the risk to enter the forbidden areas of the heaven realm that had existed since the primordial era to find a way to break through. Some people entered those forbidden areas and never came out. Although some people came out, they died not long after. Some people said that the secret to becoming a sage was in those forbidden areas. However, no one was willing to enter those forbidden areas. No one knew how many half-step sages there were in the heaven realm. Gu Fei sat in the divine spring of life for 3 months. He didn't move at all. Day and night, he guided the thick spiritual chi around his body to cleanse his body. The power of the great path in his body was gradually worn away, and the injuries of the great path he had suffered were gradually healed. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were all regenerated. His entire sovereign martial body was brand new, and he felt as if he had been reborn. Gu Fei could feel that his qi and blood were exuberant to the extreme. His entire body was filled with power, as though he could shatter the world with a single punch. After meditating for 3 months, Gu Fei felt that his cultivation seemed to have improved a little. Although he was still at the first layer of sky being realm, he felt that his life force had become stronger. Gu Fei stopped manipulating the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The surging spiritual qi in the depths of this world gradually calmed down. When the 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan sensed the changes in the area where Gu Fei was located, they felt complicated and apprehensive. In this world, Gu Fei was the supreme god. Although the 3 great emperors of the undead clan had the strength of a peak emperor, they did not dare to act rashly. Gu Fei could mobilize the power of this world to suppress them at any time. The 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan actually had some expectations. As long as they could get out of this world, they would have the opportunity to get rid of Gu Fei's control. But now they knew that they no longer had the chance. Gu Fei's cultivation and strength were already comparable to theirs. Even if they had other thoughts, they would not dare to act blindly without thinking. In the depths of this small world, the monstrous spiritual qi that had been surging for 3 months gradually calmed down. The few divine springs of life no longer gushed out life essence. Then a figure walked out from the depths of this small world. In the celestial city, where the primordial era Emperor Xian was in seclusion, a figure was sitting with his legs crossed. Purple immortal energy was lingering around him, and immortal energy was surging. Whoosh! That person suddenly opened his closed eyes. 2 rays of purple light streaked across the void like 2 lightning bolts. Then all the purple energy quickly gathered towards that person. In just an instant, there was no longer any immortal energy surging in this huge secret chamber. Phew! That person exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up from the ground. This person's charm was restrained, and all the immortal energy in his body was restrained. He was just like an ordinary person. This was a phenomenon of returning to one's natural state. I've finally recovered my vitality. This person was the Purple Emperor Yuan Gu, the son of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian. Only the Purple Emperor Yuan Gu and the Primordial Era Emperor Xian could enter this secret chamber. This was because this was a precious place where the ancestral qi of the earth was released. The seclusion place of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian was built on top of this precious place. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian used the ancestral qi of the earth to cultivate. It was impossible for his cultivation not to increase. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian taking the crucial step to become a sage was probably related to this precious place. Rumble! The heavy stone door slowly opened. Outside the door, there were 2 immortal generals standing guard. When they saw the Purple Emperor coming out from the inside, they quickly saluted him. The Purple Emperor didn't pay attention to the 2 immortal generals. He directly soared into the sky and flew towards the Celestial City Lord's mansion. On the day when the Primordial Era Emperor Xian made his move, it was earth-shattering. In the end, many people were alarmed. Soon after, the news that the Celestial Emperor Xian's combat weapon was slaughtered spread throughout the Eastern Earth. The entire Eastern Earth was shaken. Then the entire heavenly realm was shaken. Everyone was shocked and moved. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian was a semi-sage, but someone actually dared to make a move against him. Many of the major powers in the heavenly realm were very clear about the strength of the Celestial Emperor Xian's combat weapon. 500 combat weapons could fight against a semi-sage. However, such a powerful combat weapon was slaughtered. Not a single one of them survived. Could it be that the attacker was even stronger than a semi-sage? Above the semi-sage was a sage. Could it be that a sage had made a move against the Primordial Era Emperor Xian? There were all kinds of theories in the heavenly realm. However, everyone had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Was the era of prosperity about to begin? Some ancient silhouettes appeared in various big domains. Traces of those who were said to have fallen also appeared. The era of prosperity and the era of chaos were only a difference of a single word. Very soon, the forces of the Primordial Era Emperor Xian spread the word that those who dared to oppose the Primordial Era Emperor Xian would only have one ending, and that was death. The Primordial Era Emperor Xian was very domineering. He personally annihilated several forces that were hostile to him, setting off a bloody storm in the eastern earth. He was establishing his might, killing one to warn the others, as well as venting the anger in his heart. 500 soldiers were actually slaughtered. This caused the hearts of all the immortal emperors to bleed. 500 combat weapons were equivalent to a semi-sage. The annihilation of 500 combat weapons was equivalent to weakening the strength of the primordial era Emperor Xian by half. It was no different from wishful thinking to train another combat weapon that could fight against a semi-sage. When Gu Fei came out of his inner world, battles were still breaking out in the eastern earth from time to time. The forces of the primordial era Emperor Xian were wiping out all the hostile forces in the eastern earth. Floating Cloud City no longer existed. The 9 grades of divine crystals had been obtained by He Tian. Gu Fei once again came to the vicinity of Floating Cloud City. He stood on top of a mountain peak. He wanted to find traces of He Tian and the others. However, he was disappointed. He Tian was extremely cunning. He was also greedy for life and afraid of death. How could he leave any traces for others to follow? Gu Fei was separated from Shaoqing and Balan. Shaoqing and Balan had originally chased after Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's extreme 8-step speed was unparalleled. Shaoqing and Balan simply couldn't catch up to Gu Fei. Where are they? Chapter 1075. Mysterious Tianqian City was a city less than 1,000 miles away from Celestial City. It was located on a plain and was a towering ancient city. Although this city did not have as long a history as Floating Cloud City, it was still very old. This city had appeared 10,000 years ago, and was still standing after the war that happened 10,000 years ago. Gu Fei entered the city. As soon as he entered mysterious Tianqian City, he saw many cultivators who looked as though they were facing a great enemy. From time to time, he could even see silver-armored immortal soldiers flying over the city. In the past few months, the primordial Emperor Xian had been constantly using his troops against his enemies. Even the second strongest force in the Eastern Territory, the mysterious Dark Sect, was personally killed by the primordial Emperor Xian. After eliminating the mysterious Dark Sect, only the Golden Spirit Ape clan in the Eastern Territory could contend against the primordial Emperor Xian. Gu Fei walked into a restaurant. Of course, the restaurants in mysterious Tianqian City did not only serve mortals. They also served cultivators. Gu Fei directly went up to the 9th floor. That was the place to serve cultivators. Currently, Gu Fei had concealed his aura. Those who did not know his background would definitely not be able to see through Gu Fei. In the eyes of others, Gu Fei was a void-controlling realm cultivator. In the Tunglong continent, such a cultivation base would be considered a powerhouse in the human world. However, in the heavenly realm, such a cultivation base was simply not enough. The heavenly realm was a world of powerhouses. Any disciple from a small sect would most likely have a cultivation base of the void-controlling realm. The current Gu Fei did not attract the attention of the crowd, as cultivators like him were too common in Tianqian City, and could be found everywhere. Even the immortals and monarchs would frequently appear in mysterious Tianqian City. After sitting down, Gu Fei ordered a pot of immortal wine and drank by himself in a corner. He noticed that there were many cultivators in the surroundings talking. He paid close attention to the conversations of these cultivators. Did you hear? The primordial Emperor Xian is going to make a move against the Golden Spirit Ape clan. What? The primordial Emperor Xian wants to attack the Golden Spirit Ape clan? Did I hear that right? That's a race that once produced a supreme being. Could it be that the primordial Emperor Xian really thinks he's invincible? Many people were shocked. Of the 3 great powers in the Eastern Land, the mysterious Dark Sect had been destroyed by Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era, leaving only 2 great powers, the power of Emperor Xian of the Primordial Era and the Golden Spirit Ape clan. In the Eastern Lands, the Golden Spirit Ape tribe was a very special existence. They didn't have many members, but all of them were incredibly powerful, and no one dared to provoke them. That was especially true considering that in the ancient times, a supreme saint ape had appeared in the Eastern Lands. His influence was far-reaching, and even though there was news of the saint ape, no one dared to look down on them. Furthermore, they occupied all of the ancestral veins in the Eastern Lands. Their ancestral Emperor Mountain was located directly above the ancestral veins. The entire Eastern Lands and even the entire heavenly realm were envious of them. Some people had long wanted to take action and seize the ancestral veins from the golden spirit ape tribe. Gu Fei listened quietly and learned a lot about the eastern lands. Of course, this information was common knowledge in the continent and everyone knew about it. However, it was enough for Gu Fei to judge the current situation. The primordial Emperor Xian wants to attack the golden spirit ape tribe? This news shocked Gu Fei. The primordial Emperor Xian's appetite was really big. The mysterious dark sect was a great sect in the eastern lands. The mysterious dark sect master himself had a peak almighty cultivation base. The battle between the mysterious dark sect master and the primordial Emperor Xian could be said to be earth-shattering. The two of them were like ancient deities. They destroyed an entire region. The Xianming sect, such a huge sect, did not leave anything behind. This battle had changed the entire situation in the eastern lands. The primordial Emperor Xian had basically controlled the entire eastern lands because the golden spirit ape tribe didn't care about worldly affairs. Gu Fei wasn't worried about the golden spirit ape tribe because he had once entered the ancestral emperor realm where the golden spirit ape tribe resided. Although he didn't know what the elder sacred ape had set up, Gu Fei knew that if the primordial Emperor Xian really dared to attack the ancestral emperor realm, he would definitely fail. The elder sacred ape had set up a great array in the ancestral emperor realm. Even if a sage entered the ancestral emperor realm, he wouldn't be able to come out. However, Gu Fei and Yuan Hong were friends after all, so Gu Fei decided to go to the ancestral emperor realm to take a look. Gu Fei immediately threw a small piece of immortal crystal on the table and went downstairs. He didn't realize that when he threw the immortal crystal on the table, a pair of eyes had started to peep at him. A black-clothed figure whose face was covered followed Gu Fei downstairs. Gu Fei didn't seem to notice that he was being followed. He directly left Tianqian City and soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the ancestral emperor realm. A ghost-like figure silently followed behind Gu Fei. The person was very careful and didn't follow too closely. Instead, he hung far behind Gu Fei. Obviously, this person was proficient in the art of tracking and knew how to conceal himself. The ancestral emperor realm was located in the east of the eastern lands. It was the land of the ancestral veins of the entire eastern lands. All the dragon veins and earth veins in the entire eastern lands had the ancestral emperor mountain as their source. This land of the ancestral emperor realm was simply a true divine land. The ancestral emperor Qi of the earth rose. If one could draw the power of the ancestral emperor realm day and night to cultivate over time, it would trigger an opportunity to comprehend the Tao. This was because the ancestral emperor realm contained fragments of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Who in the world didn't want to reach the Tao? This was the ultimate goal of all cultivators. However, the path to reaching the Tao was just too difficult. Over the past millions of years, countless outstanding cultivators had died on this path. Even so, countless cultivators had still embarked on this seemingly impossible path. There were many people who were eyeing the ancestral emperor realm of the Golden Spirit Ape clan. The primordial Emperor Xian was definitely not the first, nor was he the only one. Some people said that the primordial Emperor Xian had long wanted to make a move. However, he had some misgivings because the Golden Spirit Ape clan still had one or two terrifying existences. Before the old sacred ape had disappeared, he had also sealed his two younger brothers. No one in the heaven realm wouldn't be moved by the origin of the old sacred ape clan's younger brothers. The old sacred ape's younger brothers had awakened tens of thousands of years before Yuan Hong, the son of the old sacred ape clan. Those two sacred apes had made a move during the battle 10,000 years ago, and killed everyone who had dared to covet the ancestral emperor realm. At that time, the primordial Emperor Xian hadn't become an almighty yet. Soon Gu Fei arrived at a desolate mountain. There were withered vines, old trees, steep mountains, and wild beasts. It was a completely wild scene. The eastern lands were too vast, and there were many such places. In a valley, Gu Fei suddenly stopped. "I've been following you for so long. It's time to show yourself." Chapter 1076. The valley was completely silent. No one spoke and no one walked out. Gu Fei smiled and suddenly disappeared on the spot. At the same time, a figure soared into the sky from behind a boulder not far away. Boom! With a loud sound, the boulder instantly shattered, sending debris flying everywhere. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the air. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed at the figure that had shot up into the sky. Roar! With a roar, the figure took a step forward in the air. With one step, he actually rushed forward a few hundred meters, escaping from Gu Fei's hand. Oh! Gu Fei couldn't help feeling surprised when he saw this. It turned out that this mysterious person behind him had some ability. He was no weakling to be able to dodge his heaven-concealing hand. The heaven-covering hand covered the sky. Gu Fei's hand covered the sky. Even a mysterious transformation realm king would find it difficult to dodge. "You're a celestial being, realm king?" the person exclaimed. Her voice was soft and delicate, and it seemed to be a woman. She was even more surprised and shocked than Gu Fei. She had never thought that the person she was following was a celestial being, realm king. A woman. Gu Fei was even more surprised. There was actually a female cultivator following him. Who was she? Who are you? Gu Fei stood on the ground and looked up. He didn't attack again. His eyes flickered as he stared at the slender figure in the sky. This woman had obviously changed her appearance and was dressed in black. Her entire body was shrouded in a black cloak, giving off an eerie feeling. "And who are you?" the woman asked. She was very cautious, as if she was going to escape if something was wrong. The power of the moon. You cultivate the mysterious Yin Sutra of the mysterious dark sect. You're from the mysterious dark sect. Gu Fei said indifferently when he sensed the aura coming from the woman. The mysterious dark sect was not an evil sect, but a great sect of the eastern lands. They cultivated the power of the moon, and their disciples all had Yin Qi on them, so they were easy to recognize. "You!" The woman was shocked when her identity was seen through, and a wave of netherworld divine light instantly rushed out from her body to envelop her. She wanted to soar into the sky and flee into the distance. "Humph! Heaven-covering palm!" Gu Fei shouted in a deep voice. Then, his right hand pressed towards the woman in the sky. Bam! There was a sudden tremor in the sky as a dazzling golden hand appeared from the void and slammed down on the woman's head. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty. The gigantic hand sealed off all directions. A single hand was enough to cover the entire world. The woman only felt that endless power was surging down from the sky, as if 100,000 ancient divine mountains were pressing down on her at the same time. She could not help but be suppressed by this power from the sky. "You want to leave? You haven't asked me yet." Gu Fei's hand didn't really land. Even so, the vast power that came from the hand almost made the woman unable to straighten her back. "It's not a divine ability or dermic power. What is this?" The woman was shocked, but she did not sense any fluctuations of divine power or celestial power. This made her heave a sigh of relief. This person was not a cultivator of the immortal Tao, which meant that this person was not a subordinate of the primordial era Emperor Xian. Boom! A beam of black light shot out from the top of the woman's head. A black, disc-shaped ritual implement rose from the top of her head. It emitted a vast and boundless power of Yin. It was as if a black moon had appeared in the sky above the valley. The entire valley shook. Gu Fei's hand, which was floating above the woman's head, was immediately dispersed by the powerful power of Yin that rushed out from the disc-shaped instrument. "This is..." Gu Fei was taken aback. He saw that the disc-shaped instrument was emitting a vast and mighty sage might, which made him feel a strong sense of oppression. The black-cloaked woman said coldly, "Although you are an emperor, there is only one outcome for you in front of my 9 netherworld exterminating wheel." 9 netherworld exterminating wheel? Gu Fei was startled. He had heard a lot about the Xianming sect in the restaurant in Tianqian City. The Xianming sect had been destroyed by the primordial era Emperor Xian. All the cultivators in the eastern land and even the entire immortal world were talking about this matter. The destruction of a great sect would definitely have a great impact. The 9 netherworld exterminating wheel was a sect-guarding treasure of the Xianming sect. Legend had it that this treasure was a sacred instrument refined by the founder of the Xianming sect. Wasn't this sacred instrument destroyed in the battle between the Xianming sect master and the primordial era Emperor Xian? Gu Fei asked. He had heard a lot of things in Tianqian City. Some people said that the battle had broken through the sky and the earth. The weapons of the 2 great powerhouses had been destroyed. Although the primordial era Emperor Xian was a semi-sage, he had only won a Pyrrhic victory. How can others know about the foundation of the Xianming sect? One day, the Xianming sect will once again rule the eastern land. The black-clothed woman said coldly. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. Gu Fei's expression did not change. Although the Xianming sect had been destroyed and the ancestral court had been razed to the ground by the primordial era Emperor Xian, the Xianming sect was still one of the three great powers in the eastern land. Even the primordial era Emperor Xian couldn't annihilate all the members of the Xianming sect in a short period of time. What centipede? How dare you look down on the Xianming sect? The woman seemed to be angry. The black divine moon floating above her head was vibrating. The power of the moon was mighty, but the woman seemed to have some misgivings. She did not activate the sacred instrument. Otherwise, the sacred power would have been felt within a radius of 10,000 miles. This was the territory of the primordial era Emperor Xian, and this woman was a remnant of the Xianming sect. Forget it. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. I see that your strength is not bad. Why don't you join me? Gu Fei deliberately teased the remnant of the Xianming sect. The woman in the sky suddenly shot out 2 cold rays of light from her eyes when she heard this. Her voice became cold as she said, "You are courting death. I originally wanted to let you live, but now I've changed my mind." Ouch! Don't change your mind. I don't want to die. Gu Fei pretended to be afraid as he said this. "Tsk, I thought that you were a hero. Now that death is at hand, you reveal your true colors. It turns out that you are also a coward who is afraid of death." The woman said disdainfully. Yes. How do you know that I am a coward who is afraid of death?" Gu Fei said in a panic. However, he was laughing in his heart. This woman doesn't seem to have any experience in the outside world. Could she be a flower in a greenhouse? Gu Fei's mind raced. He really didn't care about the 9 Serenities world exterminating wheel. This woman's cultivation was only at the celestial realm. It would definitely be difficult for her to fully awaken the power of this sacred item. Then you can go to hell. As she spoke, the woman in black was about to move the black mystic moon, floating above her head. A terrifying aura immediately came down from the sky. Ouch, don't. I'd better follow you. How about it? Let's find a place to sit down, eat, drink some tea, and talk slowly. How about that? Gu Fei was a little unsatisfied. You? The woman wasn't stupid. At this time, she seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. She couldn't help but be shocked. Was this guy pretending to be weak to eat the tiger? Rumble. The black mystic moon floating above the woman in black moved. Like an ancient sacred mountain, it pressed down from the sky. Ouch, it's over. Gu Fei shrugged and then took a step forward. Before the 9 Serenities world exterminating wheel in the sky pressed down, he disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the woman in black in the sky. The tip of his nose almost touched the tip of the woman in black's nose. The two of them were almost stuck together. Ah! The woman in black screamed and hurriedly retreated. But how could Gu Fei let her escape so easily? Gu Fei extended his hand and wrapped it around the woman's slender waist. The woman in black was really shocked. She completely lost her composure. She pushed her hands forward with all her might. The power of Yin in her hands was vast and mighty, and a ball of black light rushed out from the center of her palms. Bam! The woman in black's hand slapped fiercely on Gu Fei's chest. However, Gu Fei was like a big mountain. It was difficult to move. His body didn't even sway. On the other hand, the black-clothed woman's hands felt as if she had slapped an indestructible piece of godly metal. The powerful rebounding force almost broke the bones in her arms. Her hands felt as if they were being pricked by needles. How is this possible? Could you be? This time, the woman in black was even more shocked. It should be known that even if it was really a piece of divine iron, it would most likely shatter under her attack. However, the young emperor in front of her seemed to be fine. Her attack didn't seem to affect this person at all. Why? Can we find a place to eat and drink some tea now? Gu Fei said with an evil smile. He hugged the woman tightly so that she didn't dare to act rashly. A trace of fragrance from the woman in black entered Gu Fei's nose, causing Gu Fei's mind to be shaken. Rumble. The black mystic moon flew back and floated above the two of them. It seemed as if it could suppress them at any time and obliterate the two of them together. Let go of me. Otherwise you will regret it. A cold murderous aura surged from the woman in black. Hee. Is that so? However, you haven't taken your revenge yet. Are you willing to die with me? Gu Fei laughed. He was certain that this mysterious woman was going to die with him. Did she want to die with him? How could this woman in black be willing? You. The woman in black was furious. What do you mean by you? I want to see what the Holy Virgin of the Xianming sect looks like. As he spoke, Gu Fei used one hand to pull down the black veil that was covering the woman's face. A peerless face that was whiter than snow suddenly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's eyes lit up and for a moment, he was a little dazed. Chapter 1077. Slap. The Xianming Holy Maiden was both embarrassed and furious. She raised her hand and gave Gu Fei a slap. Her peerless face revealed a panicked expression. She struggled with all her might to break free from Gu Fei's embrace and rushed into the distance. Gu Fei touched the side of his face that had been slapped and smiled bitterly. Go to hell. The Xianming Holy Maiden was furious. After she rushed into the distance, she immediately activated the 9 Underworld World Exterminating Wheel and rushed towards Gu Fei. The destructive power caused heaven and earth to tremble. Boundless power of the moon poured down from the 9 Underworld World Exterminating Wheel. The valley below Gu Fei immediately collapsed, and the entire land undulated like waves. Haha, so it's just a little pepper. Gu Fei laughed. The Xianming Holy Maiden seemed to have a bad temper. She actually didn't care about anything when she attacked in anger. She had never expected that the nearby cultivators would sense the fluctuation of the 9 Underworld World Exterminating Wheel when she used all her strength to activate it. This was a critical period. The people of the primordial era Emperor Xian were doing their best to exterminate the remnants of the Xianming sect. In the past few months there had been countless battles. The Xianming sect had been established in the Eastern Earth for tens of thousands of years. It was a big tree with deep roots. After experiencing several turbulent eras, it had always stood tall in the Eastern Earth. No one had ever destroyed it. The foundation that it had accumulated over tens of thousands of years was absolutely unimaginable to outsiders. Even the primordial era Emperor Xian had been badly battered by it. He had almost been unable to suppress the turmoil in the Eastern Earth. The few generals under the command of the primordial era Emperor Xian had been ambushed by the surviving experts of the Xianming sect. Some of the generals had been killed, while others had been lucky enough to escape. However, they were also on the verge of death. The people of the Xianming sect hid in the dark and attacked from time to time. The people of the primordial era Emperor Xian kept falling, and the entire Eastern Earth was still in a state of bloodshed. No one knew when the mysterious underworld church would launch their next attack on the people of the primordial era Emperor Xian. The remnants of the mysterious underworld church were already unscrupulous, hoping to weaken the strength of the primordial era Emperor Xian. Gu Fei had heard the cultivators talking about the mysterious underworld saintess in the mysterious Sky City. On the day that the primordial era Emperor Xian had killed the mysterious dark sect, the mysterious dark saintess had been out and had managed to escape. The mysterious dark saintess had become the hope of the mysterious dark sect. She was a goddess, an empress of the Deva realm. Moreover, this woman had the Xianming sect's most valuable treasure, the 9 Netherworld Exterminating Wheel. Her identity was already obvious. Gu Fei did not think too much about it. Although the location of the mysterious dark sect had been flattened by the primordial Emperor Xian and the mysterious dark sect master had died in battle, the mysterious dark sect hadn't been truly destroyed. A centipede died, but it didn't fall down. The mysterious dark sect was still the biggest threat to the primordial Emperor Xian. Hee. You can't kill me. Gu Fei chuckled. At the same time, Gu Fei took a step forward and dashed out of the 9 Netherworld Exterminating Wheel. The power of the 9 Netherworld Exterminating Wheel couldn't suppress him. This. The mysterious underworld saintess turned pale when she saw this. She recalled some of the events of the primordial era that were recorded in the most ancient books of the sect. Could he be? As the mysterious dark saintess thought of this, her anger dissipated significantly. She soared into the sky and landed on the 9 Netherworld Exterminating Wheel, which had shrunk to the size of a small mountain. At the same time, Gu Fei had already appeared thousands of feet away. He was smiling as he looked at the mysterious dark saintess, who was standing on the 9 netherworld exterminating wheel. It was true that one was marked by the company one kept. Gu Fei had been with Chu Luqing for a long time, so he had unknowingly been influenced by Chu Luqing. Thus, he had become somewhat elegant and carefree. Gu Fei's appearance wasn't particularly handsome, but he had a manly aura about him. Who the hell are you? The mysterious dark saintess felt that something was wrong. The other party's strength had already exceeded her expectations. She had never imagined that she would encounter such a person. Who I am isn't important. What's most important is that we have a common enemy. Gu Fei chuckled. The mysterious dark sect was a great enemy of the ancient Emperor Xian. An enemy of an enemy was a friend. A pretty good idea suddenly popped into Gu Fei's mind. A common enemy? How do I know that you aren't a lackey of the ancient Emperor Xian? The mysterious dark saintess said coldly. She had already covered her face. Gu Fei pondered this for a bit before saying, I believe that you have already heard about the destruction of Floating Cloud City. Floating Cloud City? The mysterious dark saintess was startled when she heard this. Could it be that you destroyed Floating Cloud City and severely injured the son of the ancient Emperor Xian? The Purple Emperor? The destruction of Floating Cloud City was the fuse that ignited the unrest in the Eastern Territory. The ancient Emperor Xian had risen to power 10,000 years ago. At that time, the Eastern Territory had still been the domain of the mysterious Dark Sect and the Golden Spirit Ape Clan. The Golden Spirit Ape Clan didn't care about worldly affairs, but the mysterious Dark Sect was different. The people of the mysterious Dark Sect definitely didn't want to see a new power appear in the Eastern Territory. If this new power was allowed to grow, it would definitely have a huge impact on the mysterious Dark Sect. Therefore, the experts of the mysterious Dark Sect couldn't sit still. They wouldn't allow the ancient Emperor Xian to grow. Some people from the mysterious Dark Sect wanted to kill the ancient Emperor Xian, but the rise of the ancient Emperor Xian couldn't be stopped. The young Emperor Xian already had the demeanor of an emperor. He killed the experts of the mysterious Dark Sect who had come to kill him. In the end, even the mysterious Dark Sect's sect master was alarmed. However, even the mysterious Dark Sect's sect master couldn't kill the young Emperor Xian. Instead, the young Emperor Xian made continuous breakthroughs in his cultivation under desperate circumstances. He even obtained the inheritance of a great figure from the Desolate Age by chance. After that, the Yuangu Celestial Emperor went into hiding. After 1,000 years, he appeared once again and attacked continuously. He killed the elders of the Mystic Dark Sect. He even killed his way to the vicinity of the Mystic Dark Sect's important places more than once. The ancient Emperor Xian started to wage war in the Eastern Territory and compete with the mysterious Dark Sect. The vast Eastern Territory gradually formed a tripartite balance. Now that the ancient Emperor Xian had taken the step to become a saint, he had enough strength to start a war with the mysterious Dark Sect. This was because the mysterious Dark Sect didn't have any half-saints. The tripartite balance had been broken by the ancient Emperor Xian. Even someone as strong as the ancient Emperor Xian had a hard time dealing with the chaotic situation in the Eastern Territory. Furthermore, there were still remnants of the mysterious Dark Sect secretly opposing him. I'm not a subordinate of the ancient Emperor Xian. You can rest assured. Gu Fei said sincerely. However, the Xianming Holy Maiden turned a blind eye to his sincerity. She definitely had an impressive innate talent to be able to become the Holy Maiden of a sect. How can you prove it? The Xianming Holy Maiden was still very wary of Gu Fei. What had just happened had made her want to tear Gu Fei apart. It should be known that in the sect, she was usually above everyone else. Ordinary members of the sect didn't even have the right to see her, let alone be embraced by a man. However, the Xianming Holy Maiden couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. It was difficult for her to fully unleash the sacred might of the sacred weapon in her hand. Gu Fei was too strong, so it would be difficult for her to kill him with such power. This is simple. Wait for me for a while. After saying that, Gu Fei used his extreme speed 8 steps and rushed in the direction of the mysterious Sky City. Before the Xianming Holy Maiden could react, Gu Fei had already disappeared from her line of sight. This person. The Xianming Holy Maiden couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. The cultivation technique that Gu Fei had used wasn't an immortal path technique, or a divine path technique. Is he really a martialist that has disappeared from the heaven realm for countless years? The Xianming Holy Maiden muttered to herself. This was a kind of ancient fighter that could only be found in the most ancient records of the heaven realm. It was a great path that had been comprehended by a supreme existence in ancient times. It was a great path that could allow one's physical body to become a sage. Becoming a sage through the martial path was much more difficult than becoming a sage through the immortal path, divine path, demon path, or demon path. It was the most difficult path among all the paths of Tao proving. However, once such a person became a sage, he would definitely become a sage. Even now, this celestial being realm fellow was definitely an emperor among emperors. The Xianming Holy Maiden knew that she wouldn't be a match for Gu Fei if she didn't have the 9 Serenities World Exterminating Wheel. She secretly rejoiced that she had brought the 9 Serenities World Exterminating Wheel with her when she had come out. The Xianming Holy Maiden didn't leave, but she put away the 9 Serenities World Exterminating Wheel. The mighty aura of this sacred weapon was too strong, so it would attract the attention of passing cultivators. Fortunately, this was a nameless mountain range surrounded by barren hills and unruly rivers. There weren't even many ferocious beasts, let alone cultivators. The land of immortal spirits was a cultivator's favorite. The higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, the better the place they would occupy. For example, the place that primordial Emperor Xian had occupied could not be found in the entire Eastern Territory. The land occupied by the Golden Spirit Ape clan was even harder to find in the entire boundless heaven realm. Soon Gu Fei returned. He didn't return empty-handed. He was holding a bloody severed head. It was the head of a middle-aged man. When the Xianming Holy Maiden saw the severed head in Gu Fei's hand, her eyes popped out in disbelief. She recognized this person. What do you think of this proof? Gu Fei asked. You actually killed the city lord of the mysterious Sky City? The Xianming Holy Maiden's voice was trembling. The city lord of the mysterious Sky City was a half-step almighty, who had surpassed the celestial being realm. A person who was only half a step away from becoming an almighty was someone that all the forces in the heaven realm wanted to rope in. However, this person killed a half-step almighty in just a short while and took the head off the half-step almighty. The Xianming Holy Maiden couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of combat prowess was really shocking. Chapter 1078. The death of a half-step almighty caused quite a stir in the Eastern Earth. The Lord of Tianxian City was one of the 3 half-step almighty subordinates of the primordial Emperor Xian, and was regarded as a half-step emperor. A half-martial emperor had fallen, and it was unknown who killed him. For a moment the Eastern Earth was in chaos. Everyone seemed to have smelled the scent of blood. The primordial Emperor Xian was an incomparably powerful existence in the Eastern Earth. One of his half-step emperor subordinates had been killed in the Lord's mansion. This had infuriated the primordial Emperor Xian. That day, the primordial Emperor Xian announced that whoever could kill the murderer could take the head of the murderer to Celestial City and receive an almighty sacred weapon. All the cultivators in the Eastern Earth were talking about this matter. An almighty sacred weapon was enough to make many cultivators jealous. Even the celestial realm experts were tempted. Many people immediately took action in secret. However, most people were just observing. Some people had already guessed that this was the work of the remnants of the mysterious dark sect. After the primordial Emperor Xian had destroyed the mysterious dark sect, no one in the Eastern Earth dared to provoke the primordial Emperor Xian. The primordial Emperor Xian's influence was like the sun in the sky. Only the remnants of the mysterious dark sect would dare to oppose the primordial Emperor Xian. Moreover, in the past few months, the subordinates of the primordial Emperor Xian kept falling. Some people said that this was all part of the Xianming Saintess's revenge plan. Not only had the primordial Emperor Xian issued a bounty, but the experts of Celestial City had also been dispatched. It seemed like the entire Eastern Earth would be overturned. Some people even saw the Purple Emperor, the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, leave Celestial City. While the people of the primordial Emperor Xian were dispatched, Gu Fei and the Xianming Saintess had arrived at the important place of the Golden Spirit Ape clan, outside the Ancestor realm. I didn't expect you to know the sacred ape of the Golden Spirit Ape clan. I'm even more curious about your identity, the Xianming saintess said. I advise you not to be curious about me, Gu Fei told the mysterious underworld holy maiden with a faint smile. The mysterious underworld holy maiden had already wrapped herself tightly in her black cloak, revealing only a pair of quick-witted eyes. Why? The mysterious underworld saintess asked in surprise. Hee. I'm afraid that the more you understand me, the more you won't be able to leave me, Gu Fei said as he stared deeply at the mysterious underworld saintess. Gu Fei's voice was very magnetic. In addition, he was looking at the Xianming saintess with a burning gaze. This made the Xianming saintess's face feel hot, and her heart palpitated. It had to be said that although Gu Fei was not a super handsome man who could charm girls to death, his masculinity was still very attractive. He had bronze skin, a resolute face, and a pair of weathered eyes. Gu Fei's unique temperament made the mysterious underworld holy maiden feel a little moved. TSK. Stop showing off. The mysterious underworld saintess turned around, as though she was afraid of Gu Fei's gaze. It could be said that Gu Fei and the mysterious underworld saintess had become friends after a fight, when Gu Fei had brought over the head of the mysterious Sky City Lord. The mysterious underworld saintess had believed that they had a common enemy. The mysterious Sky City Lord was one of the three great half-emperors under the command of the primordial Emperor Xian. The primordial Emperor Xian would never kill the mysterious Sky City Lord in exchange for her trust. The mysterious Sky City Lord believed that Gu Fei wasn't a subordinate of the primordial Emperor Xian. It was rumored that after the primordial Emperor Xian had destroyed the mysterious underworld sect, he would make a move on the Golden Spirit Ape clan. He wanted to unify the Eastern Territory and conquer the East. However, when Gu Fei and the mysterious underworld saintess arrived outside the ancestral sovereign realm, they didn't see anything strange. The subordinates of the primordial Emperor Xian weren't in the vicinity. Without hesitation, Gu Fei used a technique that Yuan Hong had taught him to transmit the news to the ancestral sovereign realm. However, after Gu Fei transmitted the news, the gates of the ancestral sovereign realm didn't open. There was no response. There was no movement within the ancestral sovereign realm. Gu Fei had expected that Yuan Hong wouldn't come out. Although Yuan Hong hadn't consumed any heaven-defying divine elixir while he had been in Gu Fei's inner world, he had cultivated beside the divine spring of life for 10 years and obtained great benefits. His cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. The reason Yuan Hong wanted to return to the ancestral sovereign realm was to enter seclusion and attempt to break through his current cultivation bottleneck. Yuan Hong had already told Gu Fei that he wanted to enter seclusion within the ancestral sovereign realm. Let's go. Gu Fei waited outside the ancestral sovereign realm for about an hour. When he saw that Yuan Hong hadn't come out, he turned around and left the area with the mysterious underworld saintess. The entire ancestral sovereign realm had been refined by the supreme divine ape into a realm that outsiders couldn't enter. Even a sage wouldn't be able to do anything. The authenticity of the news that the primordial Emperor Xian wanted to attack the ancestral sovereign realm was questionable. Gu Fei didn't have a destination. He wanted to meet up with Shaoqing, Heitian, and the others. However, the Eastern Territory was too vast. Finding out the whereabouts of Shaoqing and the others by himself would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Right now, he wanted to borrow the power of the mysterious underworld sect. Under the guidance of the mysterious underworld saintess, Gu Fei arrived at a small village thousands of miles away. This was a place inhabited by the human tribe in the mountains. There were only about 100 families who lived a simple life of hunting and farming. Outside the village, there was a stone wall that was several meters tall. The stone wall surrounded the entire village to prevent wild beasts from barging in and harming the villagers. No one knew that this nameless small village was the entrance to one of the 13 mysterious underworld realms of the mysterious underworld sect. The 13 mysterious underworld realms were 13 small realms. The villagers in this small village weren't ordinary villagers either. There were more than 100 families, and every one of them was a member of the mysterious underworld sect. There was no lack of experts among them. When Gu Fei entered the small village, he saw an old man sitting on a rattan chair under a big tree at the entrance of the village, enjoying the cool air. The old man was senile, but his cloudy eyes lit up when he saw Gu Fei. This was an expert whose strength was unfathomable. This was Gu Fei's evaluation of the old man. This old man made him feel a strong sense of pressure. This old man was at least a great accomplishment Emperor realm expert. The mysterious underworld sex foundation was really frightening. They actually had such a person. As Gu Fei walked past the old man only glanced at Gu Fei before closing his eyes. With such a person guarding this small village, even the Purple Emperor would have to retreat if he came. As they walked into the village, the villagers didn't seem surprised when they saw the mysterious underworld holy lady and Gu Fei. They didn't even have any expression on their faces. Although the villagers were all members of the mysterious underworld sect, they didn't step forward to greet the mysterious underworld holy lady. This made Gu Fei wonder if this woman was really the mysterious underworld holy lady. The mysterious underworld holy lady led Gu Fei to an unremarkable stone room in the village. Then she opened the stone door and walked in. When the stone door opened, Gu Fei sensed a weak wave of the power of heaven and earth. When Gu Fei walked into the stone room, he couldn't help but be startled. The space inside the stone room was at least 3 times larger than it looked from the outside. Inside the stone chamber was a space that could accommodate 100 people. In the center of this space was an ancient stone door. The stone door was engraved with ancient runes. When Gu Fei saw this stone door, he couldn't help but be startled. This wasn't the first time he had seen such a stone door. It was too similar. The stone door in front of him was very similar to the sky gate in the ancient desolate world, and the stone door in the depths of the sky market. Behind this stone door was probably a small world. Gu Fei's guess wasn't wrong. The mysterious underworld holy lady took out something that looked like a token from her body. This item was completely black, and a wave of mysterious energy circulated around it. The mysterious underworld saintess shook the mysterious token in her hand and 9 ancient runes appeared on the token. The 9 runes rushed out of the token and imprinted themselves on the stone door in front of them. Rumble. The ancient stone door started to move and slowly open. A wave of heaven and earth power immediately rushed out from the crack that had just opened. The aura of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was very familiar with this aura. This was an aura that was different from the outside world. Every small world had its own heaven and earth pulse. The 13 mysterious underworld realms were 13 small worlds. According to the mysterious underworld holy lady, this was a small world created by the ancestral master of the mysterious underworld sect, using the supreme abilities of a sage. Each of the 13 small worlds had a boundary lord. The fact that the primordial Emperor Xian had dared to attack the mysterious underworld sect meant that the Emperor Xian had a thorough understanding of the mysterious underworld sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move. In the 13 mysterious underworld realms, 9 small worlds had already been breached by the primordial Emperor Xian's men. The 9 boundary lords had all been killed by the primordial Emperor Xian's men. Countless members of the mysterious underworld sect in the 9 small worlds had been slaughtered. Blood flowed like a river and the 9 small worlds had become a blood-colored region. In the 13 mysterious underworld realms, only the 4 most secretive small worlds had escaped the detection of the primordial Emperor Xian's men during that great battle. Although the mysterious underworld sect master had fallen, as long as the 4 small worlds had not been breached, the mysterious underworld sect would not be considered to have been truly destroyed. The mysterious underworld sect still had hope of making a comeback. The stone door opened slowly. Behind it was a path formed by the condensation of 7-colored divine light. At the end of the path was an exit. The 7-colored divine path wasn't long. Gu Fei could see the scenery outside the exit from outside the stone door. A wave of spirit chi rushed over, causing Gu Fei's spirit to jolt. The mysterious underworld holy lady took the lead and walked in. Gu Fei followed closely behind her. He didn't dare stray too far from the mysterious underworld holy lady in such a place. He had to be cautious, as this was the most secretive place of the mysterious underworld sect. After passing through the divine path, Gu Fei was shocked by what he saw when he leaped out of the exit. What appeared in front of him was actually a land of immortal spirit. Spiritual peaks floated in the sky and emitted rays of immortal light. There were red-crowned cranes flying between the spiritual peaks and immortal birds frolicking on the ground. Chapter 1079. Every realm in the 13 mysterious underworld realms was a small realm. The small realm that Gu Fei had entered was one of the 4 most secretive realms of the mysterious underworld sect. It was also the realm with the most potential among the 13 realms. After tens of thousands of years of growth, this small realm was already thousands of miles wide. It was filled with spiritual energy, and there were 13 spiritual peaks floating high in the sky. Pavilions and pagodas decorated the spiritual peaks. These were the residences of the important members of the mysterious underworld sect in this realm. The largest spiritual peak had a realm lord overseeing it. Not a bad place. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod his head when he saw this scene. Although this realm couldn't be compared to the divine land that he had refined into his dantian, it was still impressive. After all, this was a realm created by an ancient sage. The ancient sage had used his power to create such a small realm, which was really incredible. Humph! The mysterious underworld sect will rise again. When that time comes, the Eastern Land will have a new master. The mysterious underworld holy maiden was very confident. Even though the 9 small realms had been conquered by the primordial Emperor Xian, the mysterious underworld sect wouldn't really be destroyed if the last 4 small realms hadn't been conquered. The foundation of a great sect that has stood tall in the Eastern Land for tens of thousands of years is really terrifying. Gu Fei was shocked. There were actually 3 such small realms. It was obvious that the strength of the mysterious underworld sect was still there. This was even better. The stronger the mysterious underworld sect was, the more restless the primordial Emperor Xian would be. Follow me. The mysterious underworld holy maiden glanced at Gu Fei before shooting up into the sky and flying towards the 13 spiritual peaks. Their destination was the largest and most majestic spiritual peak, in the middle of the 13 spiritual peaks. There were a few palaces at the top of this spiritual peak. These were the residences of the realm lord of the 10th mysterious underworld realm. This is. When Gu Fei took a closer look at the 13 spiritual mountains, he couldn't help but be startled. The 13 spiritual mountains weren't randomly floating in the sky. Every single spiritual mountain's position was very particular. The 13 spiritual mountains formed an ancient formation. Streams of spiritual qi circled around the 13 spiritual mountains, causing Guan Fei to feel an immense pressure. Even an almighty emperor would find it difficult to set up a formation that could move mountains and drain seas. This ancient formation should have been created by the sacred ancestor of the Xianming sect. Gu Fei followed closely behind the Xianming holy daughter. Since they had come to such a place, they had to be careful. If they took a wrong step, they might die here. Gu Fei had already seen the ancient formation laid down by the sages. In the Battle of Floating Cloud City, the entire ancient city had been destroyed, and an entire region had been destroyed. This kind of earth-shattering power was definitely not something the current Gu Fei could contend against. Very quickly, Gu Fei and the Xianming holy daughter flew to the main peak in the middle of the 13 spiritual mountains, and landed in a pavilion halfway up the mountain. Then the Xianming holy daughter led Gu Fei to a nearby pavilion. After settling him down temporarily, the Xianming holy daughter left. Gu Fei stood in front of the pavilion and looked around. This was a place on the mountainside of the main peak where purple bamboos grew. It was filled with wood elemental power. There were a few spiritual springs in the middle of the purple bamboo forest. The gurgling water and the indistinct mist filled the air. From time to time, the crisp chirping of birds could be heard in the forest. Being in such a place made Gu Fei's soul feel ethereal. This place was filled with the aura of nature. This is a pretty good place to cultivate, Gu Fei exclaimed. In this place one could get close to nature. Moreover, the spiritual qi was abundant. Cultivating in such a place would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. The Xianming sect actually had 13 such places. One could imagine how many experts the Xianming sect could nurture. The Xianming sect did not lack experts. However, while it was easy to nurture experts, it was very difficult to nurture true experts. Even the Xianming sect master only had the cultivation and strength of an almighty, let alone others. The primordial Emperor Xian had 3 half-step Emperor Xian subordinates. After Gu Fei had killed the Xiantianxian city lord, there were only 2 half-step Emperor Xian left. It could be said that the primordial Emperor Xian had suffered a heavy loss. The Xianming sect only had 2 half-step emperors. Moreover, these 2 half-step emperors had been killed by the Emperor Xian when the Emperor Xian had personally attacked the Xianming sect's headquarters. Even the Xianming sect master had not been spared. This was the strength on the surface. However, no one knew the true strength of a great sect, especially one that had stood tall in the Eastern Land for tens of thousands of years. The 13 boundary lords of the 13 mysterious underworld realms were 13 experts who did not show themselves. However, no matter how strong an expert was, he or she would have to bear a grudge in front of a half-step sage. Unless another half-step sage took action, no one could stop the primordial Emperor Xian from unifying the Eastern Land. The Xianming sect had 9 small realms that had been breached. Blood had flowed like a river, and the 9 boundary lords had all fallen. If such a paradise had fallen into the hands of the primordial Emperor Xian, the Emperor Xian would be able to nurture a heavenly emperor's combat army that could fight against a half-step sage. When Gu Fei returned to the pavilion, he carefully analyzed the motives of the primordial Emperor Xian. The more he thought about it, the more his heart palpitated. Is he preparing to conquer the entire heaven realm? When Gu Fei thought about this, he was shocked. If this was really the case, then the primordial Emperor Xian's appetite was really big. However, the most important thing now was to find Shaoqing, Heitian, and the others. Shaoqing, Heitian, and the others were all half-step almighties. In the heaven realm, such existences were already considered experts. Therefore, Gu Fei was not worried. What he was worried about was the little fatty Gu Xiaofeng. This fellow had actually been brought to the heaven realm by chance. His disciple, Gu Zhong, was probably looking for his precious son all over the world. It was not that Gu Fei had not thought about returning to the Tonglong continent, but it was too difficult. He did not have the supreme sky platform, so it would be difficult for him to open the heavenly mortal path. This matter was not urgent, and it could not be rushed. The heaven and earth of the mortal realm had already changed. Gu Fei believed that the heaven realm would also change sooner or later. The great era had arrived, and perhaps the heavenly mortal path could be opened. The Xianming sect's ability to handle matters really could not be underestimated. At night, the Xianming saintess appeared. She brought the news that Gu Fei urgently wanted to know. The people you asked me to find were seen heading south. They must be leaving the Eastern Territory. The Xianming saintess sat down and said to Gu Fei, "Heading south and leaving the Eastern Territory?" Gu Fei was startled when he heard this. Could it be that they wanted to go to the southern mountains? The demon race's main camp was in the southern mountains. Were Shaoqing and the others going to find Old Tortoise? Your friends seem to have been targeted by the primordial Emperor Xian's people. Someone saw purple qi coming from the east. The son of the primordial Emperor Xian, the Purple Emperor, is chasing after the people you mentioned. What? After hearing the Xianming saintess words, Gu Fei suddenly stood up from his seat. A cold murderous aura rushed out of his body. Could it be that the Purple Emperor already knew? Chapter 1080. Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. The news brought by the Xianming Holy Maiden made him unable to sit still. He had witnessed the power of the Purple Emperor. Although he had never fought with him, the Purple Emperor cultivated both righteous and demonic paths, and the power he displayed was definitely more terrifying than a half-almighty. Even if Heitian and Shaoqing had almighty sacred weapons, they would still not be a match for the Purple Emperor. Moreover, the Purple Emperor might also have an almighty sacred weapon. It should be known that the Purple Emperor was the son of primordial Emperor Xian. He might even have a half-sacred weapon, let alone an almighty sacred weapon. Very well, I want to meet this Purple Emperor, Gu Fei said coldly. Since he had become an enemy, he would kill him. There was no need to hold back. Gu Fei did not hide his desire to kill the Purple Emperor. The Xianming Holy Maiden thought that this was for the best. If they could kill the Purple Emperor, it would be a huge blow to primordial Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian would lose his only son. All right. I'm going to make some preparations. The Xianming Holy Maiden got up and left. Killing the Purple Emperor was not a trivial matter. The Xianming Holy Maiden had to use some of the power of the sect to ensure that she could kill this mortal enemy. The Xianming Holy Maiden had met the Purple Emperor before, but the Purple Emperor was worthy of being the emperor of the younger generation in the Eastern Land. The Xianming Holy Maiden had been defeated by him, and had almost been captured by him. This was an absolute humiliation for the Xianming Holy Maiden. She had been looking for opportunities to teach the Purple Emperor a lesson, and it just so happened that Gu Fei wanted to kill the Purple Emperor. The Xianming Holy Maiden had been able to silently kill the mysterious Sky City Lord, which shocked the entire Eastern Land. The Xianming sect's intelligence network had not been completely destroyed by primordial Emperor Xian. The news of the mysterious Sky City Lord's death had shocked the entire eastern land. Apart from a few important figures in the Xianming sect, no one knew that the city lord of Tianxian City was killed by Gu Fei. At this moment, the Emperor Xian of the primordial era was enraged. He sent out all the experts under him in an attempt to uncover the murderer and put a bounty on his head. Whoever could bring the head of the person who killed the city lord of Profound Sky City to Celestial City would be able to obtain a powerful sacred weapon. There weren't many people in the eastern lands who wouldn't be tempted by such a bounty. The holy weapons of almighty experts were also imperial weapons. They were weapons of emperor-level existences. In the entire heaven realm, there weren't many people who could become emperors. Naturally, there weren't many imperial weapons in the heaven realm. Complete imperial weapons were all in the hands of emperors. Even people from other regions of the heaven realm couldn't sit still when they heard about the bounty offered by the primordial Emperor Xian. Someone saw an immortal emperor from the Li family of the Middle Earth riding a green bull. Someone saw the Arhat of the northern desert appearing in the vicinity of Celestial City. A huge storm was brewing in the entire eastern lands. Some experts who weren't from the eastern lands also appeared. Some even saw a demonic figure loitering around the former site of the Xianming sect. However, Gu Fei wasn't interested in these matters. He wanted to find Shaoqing, Heitian and the others. Then, he would leave the eastern lands and head for the southern mountains to look for the old turtle. In the heaven realm, Gu Fei only had the old turtle as his backup. The return of the dragon son was a major event in the dragon race. Even people in the eastern lands were discussing it. After countless years, the return of the dragon son had greatly increased the strength of the dragon race in the heaven realm. The dragon domain of the heavenly realm had attracted the attention of everyone in the heaven realm for more than 10 years. However, the emperor-level existences of the heavenly realm had also returned. Compared to the return of the divine dragon son, the return of the emperor-level experts wasn't as shocking. It should be known that the old turtle was a character from the Great Desolate Era. The old turtle's father was even more invincible in the Great Desolate Era. The old turtle's identity was too illustrious. His background was too great. In the entire heaven realm, who didn't know of the Tai Huang? The name of the Tai Huang could still intimidate all the major powers in the heaven realm. As the son of the Tai Huang, the old turtle himself was a miracle. Among the extreme saints of the Great Desolate Era, no one's bloodline could last until now. The bloodline of the extreme Dao Huang possessed unparalleled bloodline power. This kind of bloodline was hard to imagine. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. After the sky turned dark, he and the Xianming Saintess left the 10th mysterious underworld realm. The Xianming Saintess brought out 12 black-clothed men from the 10th mysterious underworld realm. They were 12 terrifying assassins. Each of them had a celestial realm cultivation. They were 12 Emperor Realm Assassins, the Emperor of Assassins. The appearance of the 12 Emperor Realm Assassins shocked Gu Fei. The strength of the mysterious underworld sect couldn't be underestimated. It seemed like they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of the Purple Emperor. After leaving the 10th mysterious underworld realm, Gu Fei and the others used the transportation array platform to travel through the void in the Eastern Territory. Before long, they arrived at the border between the Eastern Territory and the Central Territory. The Xianming Saintess and the people of the mysterious underworld sect met up in a mountain range. Then they received news that Heitian, Shaoqing, and the others had just repaired an abandoned transportation array nearby and left this region. However, the Purple Emperor didn't know that Shaoqing and the others had already left. He was still on his way and would arrive very soon. That teleportation formation was located in an ancient site in the nearby mountains. It had been abandoned for who knew how many years. However, Shaoqing and the others had managed to restore it. Needless to say, this ancient transportation array had definitely been repaired by Heitian. Only an array formation grandmaster like him would have the ability to repair such a transportation array. When Gu Fei and the others arrived at the ancient ruin, they could still sense a trace of energy fluctuations in the void. The ancient transportation array was located in a collapsed hall in the ancient ruin. When Gu Fei and the others arrived at the site of the transportation array, they saw that the transportation array was really incomplete. 50 to 60% of the transportation array's runes had already been destroyed. The damaged transportation array had been filled with formation runes imprinted on spirit jades. The damaged parts of the transportation array were filled with spirit jades that had shattered into powder. Although Tian had repaired the ancient transportation array, it could only be used once. Just like that guy's style. Gu Fei muttered to himself. It seemed like Tian and the others already knew that someone was following them. Tian had been very careful, so he had used this method to shake off his pursuers. In this way, even a formation grandmaster would not be able to deduce where Erebus and the others had been teleported to from the ancient transportation formation. Gu Fei was a little disappointed that he hadn't been able to see Tian and Shaoqing. Suddenly, the Purple Emperor was about to arrive. The 12 assassin emperors that the mysterious underworld Holy Lady had brought with her dispersed silently and disappeared into the darkness. Gu Fei and the mysterious underworld Holy Lady also retreated. Gu Fei used the power of the sky and earth to seal his body and isolate his aura, so no one could sense his presence. The mysterious underworld Holy Lady also cultivated a secret technique. She was dressed in black and her battle prowess was hidden in the darkness. She was one with the darkness, so even Gu Fei couldn't sense her presence. As soon as they concealed themselves, a powerful aura appeared in the distant sky. A wave of purple qi appeared on the horizon and surged over quickly. The power of the immortal path was vast and mighty. Chapter 1081. Purple qi came from the east. A figure surrounded by 81 rays of purple light came from the distance. He looked like a celestial emperor patrolling the sky. The person who came was the emperor. He didn't try to hide himself. He walked step by step in the void, crossing hundreds of miles with each step. In just a few steps, the emperor arrived in the void of the ancient ruins. The purple qi was vast and mighty. The entire area was illuminated in purple. The emperor was too ostentatious. It was hard not to be discovered. After the Xianming sect, one of the 3 great powers of the Eastern Land, was destroyed. The Golden Spirit Ape clan didn't care about the affairs of the world. The primordial Emperor Xian had become the sole ruler of the Eastern Land. The power of the primordial Emperor Xian was like the sun in the sky. In the Eastern Land, the Violet Emperor indeed had the ability to run amok because his father was a semi-saint. The Emperor stood high in the sky and looked down at the ancient ruins. His eyes flickered with purple light. He saw the ancient teleportation array. Very quickly, he retracted his gaze and scanned his surroundings. A cruel and cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. Although I didn't catch up with those people, this trip was not in vain. The emperor sneered and disappeared. Suddenly, a cloud of blood mist burst out from the void. A silhouette suddenly fell out of the void and fell from the sky. Zi Huang immediately appeared in the void. An emperor assassin was killed by the emperor in an instant. Oh no! Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this scene from afar. He knew that the emperor had cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret technique. This technique was mysterious. When cultivated to a high level, one could fuse with the void around them and become one with the world. Not only could they hide, but they could also use the power of heaven and earth for their own use. This secret technique detailed the mysteries of the void. It seemed that the emperor had already discovered the whereabouts of the assassins of the Xianming sect. Clang! With a sword cry, a cold light suddenly appeared above the emperor's head. It pierced the top of the emperor's head, trying to kill the emperor with one strike. Cold sword qi and killing intent filled the air. Zi Huang calmly extended his right hand and used his index and middle fingers to clamp onto the killing sword. He then exerted force. Bang! With a snap, the killer's sword was broken. The hand holding the broken sword quickly slashed through the void, and a streak of blood immediately appeared. A head flew up, and a headless corpse fell from the sky. Another assassin emperor had fallen. Emperor Zi had displayed terrifying battle prowess, and had easily killed 2 assassin emperors of the Celestial Being Realm. It should be known that the Celestial Being Realm imperial killers of the Xianming sect had all become imperial killers by killing. Every imperial killer was a terrifying imperial killer. The Amethyst Sovereign was able to kill 2 imperial killers so easily. Could it be that his cultivation had already broken through to the Almighty Emperor realm? The mysterious underworld Holy Lady's trap had been seen through by the Violet Sovereign. Of the 12 exterminating monarchs, 2 fell instantly. The remaining 10 exterminating monarchs did not retreat. They were dressed in black, and they moved quickly through the void like ghosts. They were terrifying killing gods, and each of them had the strength of a celestial being realm expert. Normally, any one of these 10 exterminating monarchs could easily take the head of a sect leader. However, right now they felt great pressure and danger. Are you assassins of the Xianming sect? The Amethyst Sovereign's body was surrounded by 81 purple rainbows, as he coldly scanned the 10 assassins who were approaching him. No one said anything, as the 10 assassins silently approached the Amethyst Sovereign at high speed. Whoosh! A black light suddenly pierced through the void, heading straight for the Amethyst Sovereign's head. One of the assassins had made a move. He wanted to pierce through the Amethyst Sovereign's head and destroy his primordial spirit, causing his soul to scatter. The Z Emperor didn't dodge. Instead, 2 beams of purple divine light shot out from his eyes. 2 purple divine swords appeared in the void and slashed at the black light that was piercing towards him. Clang! The 2 purple swords from the Amethyst Sovereign's eyes slashed at the black light. Unexpectedly, there was the sound of metal colliding. The 2 divine swords had great power. They directly destroyed the black light, and in an instant, the assassin's body was cut into 4 pieces. Bang! The head of the decapitated assassin suddenly exploded. A divine light wrapped around a small figure that shot into the sky. It was the assassin's primordial spirit. Celestial being realm experts were very difficult to kill. As long as their primordial spirits were not destroyed, they would not truly die. Even if they lost their physical body, they could condense a new one. For the cultivators of the celestial way, the physical body was a boat that could allow cultivators to reach the other shore. The boat would be destroyed by the waves, but the people on the boat would not necessarily be buried in the sea. The physical body as a boat, carrying the primordial spirit to cross the sea of bitterness and reach the other shore. This was the goal of the cultivators of the celestial way. Even the exterminating monarch of the Xianming sect was no exception. You still want to escape in front of me? The Z Emperor sneered. He opened his mouth and a heaven-devouring force came out from his mouth. It actually sucked the primordial spirit back and swallowed it. Ha! What pure extreme soul force! After the Amethyst Sovereign swallowed the primordial spirit, he seemed to be enjoying it. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. This guy dared to swallow the primordial spirit of a cultivator? Apart from Gu Fei, everyone else was sweating. Another exterminating monarch had fallen. Even his primordial spirit had not been able to escape. The Amethyst Sovereign had swallowed it, and his soul had been destroyed. Next, the Amethyst Sovereign displayed his undefeatable strength. Although the remaining 9 exterminating monarchs used all their killing techniques, they were still killed by the Amethyst Sovereign one by one. The Amethyst Sovereign had cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the Celestial Way, the anti-emptiness secret technique. It was the bane of the assassins of the Xianming sect. None of the exterminating monarchs could harm the Amethyst Sovereign. The 9 exterminating monarchs' killing techniques had all failed. When facing the Amethyst Sovereign, these exterminating monarchs were no longer the hunters, but the hunted. However, no one retreated and no one tried to escape. Without any suspense, the 12 exterminating monarchs were all killed by the Amethyst Sovereign. At the moment when the Amethyst Sovereign killed the last exterminating monarch, the entire sky suddenly fell into darkness. A huge wheel descended from the sky, emitting an endless amount of moon power. In an instant it sealed the sky and the Amethyst Sovereign, trapping him inside. The Amethyst Sovereign's body trembled. He could not resist the powerful force descending from the sky. He was suppressed from the sky. At this moment, the Xianming Saintess finally made her move. Rumble. The heavens and the earth trembled. The gigantic pitch black will enveloped the entire area. The power of Yin that poured down from the wheel formed a terrifying destructive force that destroyed everything in the surroundings. 9 Underworld's World Destruction Wheel. The Amethyst Sovereign screamed. This was a divine tool, a flawless divine tool. There was a saint-level seal on it. If he could completely awaken the power of this divine tool, it would be able to display the terrifying power of a saint-level attack. Primordial soul transformation of the Way Sword. The Amethyst Sovereign shouted. His eyes immediately shot out resplendent purple divine light. In his eyes there seemed to be divine markings of the great Tao interweaving, and a wave of Tao rhymes flowed. Clang! The crisp sound of swords rang out in the void. 2 purple Tao swords emitted a wave of soul energy. They seemed to be alive as they rushed out of the amethyst sovereign's eyes. This was a manifestation of Tao power. The 2 Tao swords had Tao markings interweaving, emitting a trace of the aura of the great Tao. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked. The immortal Tao divine technique that the amethyst sovereign used shocked him. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial soul transformation of the Wei sword. This secret technique could cut through the void and destroy everything. Once the Tao swords were unleashed, they would be invincible. This was the supreme killing technique of the immortal Tao, but now it was being used by the amethyst sovereign. Could it be that the amethyst sovereign had obtained the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? How was that possible? Even the divine race of the Hell Path did not have the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Even Gu Fei had only grasped 3 of the secret techniques of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. I definitely can't let this fellow go. Gu Fei had already made up his mind. As long as he could capture the amethyst sovereign and use the divine seizing secret technique to read the amethyst sovereign's memories, he would be able to obtain the amethyst sovereign's 3 secret techniques. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were indeed heaven-defying secret techniques. 2 purple Tao swords shot out of the amethyst sovereign's eyes and slashed at the 9 hell exterminating wheel. The Tao swords attracted the power of the great Tao and displayed a terrifying divine might. They actually caused the 9 hell exterminating wheel to tremble, making it difficult for it to descend. The moment the Tao swords slashed at the 9 hell exterminating wheel, the Xianming Saintess, who was hidden in the darkness, swayed and almost fell to the ground. A trace of blood seeped out of the space between her eyebrows. Her primordial spirit had suffered an attack, and the strand of divine sense she had attached to the 9 hell exterminating wheel was almost destroyed by the Tao swords. The Tao swords formed by the amethyst sovereign's primordial spirit specialized in attacking primordial spirits. The Xianming Saintess was heavily injured, and the power of the 9 hell exterminating wheel was greatly reduced. Ha! The 9 hell exterminating wheel is mine. The amethyst sovereign laughed loudly. He realized that the power of the primordial spirit of the person controlling the 9 hell exterminating wheel was not as strong as his own. Furthermore, he had a heaven-defying secret technique like the primordial spirit sword of the Wei, which could sever the connection between the person controlling the 9 hell exterminating wheel and the 9 hell exterminating wheel. The 9 hell exterminating wheel was a sacred weapon refined by an ancient saint. Furthermore, it was a flawless sacred weapon. Even the primordial Emperor Xian would be envious of it, let alone the amethyst sovereign. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 Tao swords soared into the sky, slicing through the void and slashing at the pitch-black wheel floating in the sky. The power of the primordial spirit caused the mountain-like wheel to tremble continuously. In the darkness, scarlet blood flowed from the Xianming Saintess' forehead. The strand of divine sense she had attached to the 9 hell exterminating wheel was about to be completely destroyed by the Tao swords. Just as the Xianming Saintess was about to collapse, a figure appeared silently behind the amethyst sovereign and threw a punch. Bam! That person's punch landed on the amethyst sovereign's back. The ferocious power caused the void to shatter. The amethyst sovereign's body was smashed into pieces by that person's punch. Chapter 1082. The Violet Emperor was using all his strength to resist the 9 underworld extermination wheel. He wanted to take this flawless ancient sacred weapon. However, just as he was about to succeed, something unexpected happened. A person silently appeared behind the Violet Emperor. With a single punch, the Violet Emperor's body was smashed into pieces. Roar! The Violet Emperor's head let out a furious roar as it soared into the sky. Purple divine light wrapped around the head as it stopped in the sky. He had no intention of retreating. It's you. When the Violet Emperor saw the face of the person who suddenly attacked him, he couldn't help but be enraged. He almost went crazy because he recognized that person. This person was Gu Fei. Only Gu Fei could sneak up behind the Violet Emperor without anyone noticing. Only Gu Fei could destroy the Violet Emperor's celestial body with a single punch. You can die now. Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. He didn't hide his killing intent towards the Violet Emperor. There was no way he could be friendly with the Violet Emperor. Bam! Gu Fei took a step forward and threw a punch at a head that was wrapped in a boundless purple aura in the sky. The terrifying fist force shook the entire world. This wasn't a divine technique of the immortal path, nor was it a divine technique. This was the purest manifestation of power. Damn it! The Violet Emperor roared. Purple divine light shot out of his eyes, and a trace of the Grand Dao's aura was emitted from his eyes. Clang! The sound of swords resonated as Grand Dao lines intertwined in the Violet Emperor's eyes. The Dao swords that had disappeared rushed out of the Violet Emperor's eyes once again. The Wei swords formed from the power of the primordial spirit were like a second Purple Emperor. The power of the primordial spirit was vast and mighty. The two Wei swords cut through the void, pierced through the void, and shot towards Gu Fei in an instant. Swish! The two Dao swords pierced through Gu Fei's body. A scream came from the nearby darkness. The Xianming Holy Maiden couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. As the Dao swords pierced through, Gu Fei's figure instantly became blurry and dimmed. Then he disappeared into the void. Gu Fei has been killed? The shock of the mysterious underworld saintess was no small matter. The two swords that had materialized from the eyes of the Z Emperor were too frightening. This was a kind of Dao power. Swish! The pitch-black disk in the sky rapidly shrank and flew back to the Xianming Holy Maiden. Gu Fei had been killed. If she didn't escape now, she wouldn't have the chance to do so. The terrifying aura from the 9 underworld extermination will quickly dissipated. The Holy Maiden recalled the 9 underworld wheel. She knew that she wasn't the Violet Emperor's match. However, just as the Xianming Holy Maiden was about to retreat, the Violet Emperor's angry and panicked roar came from the distant sky. The Xianming Holy Maiden couldn't help but stop. She looked up and saw a figure fighting with the Violet Emperor. That person was Gu Fei, who had just been killed by the primordial spirit Dao swords. How? The Xianming Holy Maiden was completely stunned. She found this unbelievable. Gu Fei didn't seem to be injured at all. He was still fighting with the Violet Emperor. Boom! There was a pitch-black iron sword in Gu Fei's hand. He waved the iron sword in his hand and swept away the 2 primordial spirit Dao swords. Then, he headed straight for the Violet Emperor. How could you? The Violet Emperor was shocked and angry. His opponent had been killed by his own primordial spirit Dao swords. His body and soul should have been destroyed on the spot. How could he still be alive? Void reversal. At this moment, there was no time for the Z Emperor to think any further. With a low roar, his remaining head immediately became blurry before soundlessly disappearing from Gu Fei's sight. At the same time, the purple mist that filled the sky also disappeared completely. Becoming one with the heavenly Dao? Gu Fei sneered. Although the Violet Emperor had cultivated the void reversal technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, his cultivation had not reached the level of becoming one with the heavenly Dao. Swoosh! A purple light rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. He opened his martial path heavenly eye and scanned the surroundings. Using the martial path heavenly eye, he found traces of the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor had become one with the void. He was drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to reconstruct his physical body. A faint and ethereal figure that was almost invisible to the naked eye was moving rapidly in the void. Given the Violet Emperor's current cultivation and strength, it was still difficult for him to become completely invisible. He could not completely merge with the surroundings and leave no traces behind. Bam! Gu Fei blasted out with his palm. The void trembled. Under the ferocious palm force, the void cracked like a spider's web. A figure fell out of the void. The Violet Emperor had been knocked out by Gu Fei's palm strike. During the time that he had become one with the surrounding void, the Violet Emperor had already recovered from Gu Fei's punch. This was the advantage of being able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. In the state of using a secret technique, he could draw upon the power of heaven and earth for his own use. The Violet Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a divine sword. The sword light was like a dragon, and a trace of emperor's might emanated from the divine sword. This was a divine weapon of a mighty cultivator. This divine weapon of a mighty cultivator was like a huge dragon. The dazzling sword light shattered the void and split the heavens and earth, forcing Gu Fei, who was attacking the Violet Emperor, to retreat. However, just as the Violet Emperor forced Gu Fei to retreat with his divine weapon, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Without a sound, this person directly punched out. Bam! Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The Violet Emperor's newly reconstructed physical body was once again smashed into pieces by a punch. The air exploded into a bloody mist. A head shrouded in purple chi rushed out again. Roar! The Violet Emperor was enraged. His long hair stood on end as purple divine light shot out of his eyes, piercing through the void and shooting out for several miles. In the distance, the mysterious underworld saintess, who was hiding at the side, was extremely shocked when she saw this scene. She had seen two Gu Feis. One Gu Fei was fighting the Violet Emperor head-on, while the other Gu Fei had silently appeared behind the Violet Emperor and severely injured him. How is this possible? The mysterious underworld saintess discovered that these two Gu Feis didn't seem to be clones. They seemed to be the real body. This was really unbelievable. What kind of secret technique was this? Gu Fei, who was fighting with the Z Emperor, quickly disappeared into the void after the Z Emperor's body was blasted apart once again. It was as if he had never appeared before. This is... The Violet Emperor, who only had a head left, seemed to think of something. He was shocked as he muttered to himself, "The three pure ones. Is there really such a heaven-defying secret technique in this world?" The Violet Emperor already knew that his opponent didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, Gu Fei would have blasted apart his head instead of his physical body. The Violet Emperor was secretly shocked when he thought of this. He couldn't help but want to retreat. His opponent was really too powerful, and seemed to have cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Chapter 1083. Gu Fei suppressed the Violet Emperor with his own strength and destroyed his physical body twice, causing the Violet Emperor to tremble with fear. Roar! The Violet Emperor was both shocked and enraged. Even though he only had a head left, he was still incomparably powerful. Boundless violet chi surged out from his forehead, and the flesh and bones below his neck began to reform. The purple divine light flashed 9 times in a row. Each time, it was as if a bolt of purple lightning had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The power of the immortal Tao surged violently, and the Violet Emperor's physical body was once again reconstructed. Violet chi spread out for 3,000 miles. The reformed Violet Emperor was surrounded by 81 beams of divine light. His eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void. You also obtained the 9 mysteries of the immortal Tao? The Violet Emperor stared at Gu Fei, his gaze as sharp as a divine weapon, as though he wanted to see through Gu Fei inside out. His voice was calm, but also contained a trace of cold killing intent. Humph! Gu Fei snorted, then took a step forward, crossing thousands of meters in the air. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Violet Emperor. He broke through the layers of violet chi and punched at the Violet Emperor. Bang! The entire world trembled under the force of Gu Fei's fist. The space in front of Gu Fei's fist seemed to collapse. Gu Fei's first attack was the most direct. Just who are you? Facing Gu Fei's fist, even the Violet Emperor couldn't help but be moved. Gu Fei's fist looked ordinary, but the Violet Emperor felt as though he couldn't dodge it. The Violet Emperor didn't dare to face Gu Fei head-on. He retreated, his body turning translucent. Like a gentle breeze, he retreated thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. But Gu Fei's fist followed him like a shadow. He used the 8 desolation steps, and his aura seemed to fuse with the pulse of heaven and earth. Bang! Gu Fei's fist still arrived in front of the Violet Emperor. The ferocious power caused the Violet Emperor's chest muscles to cave in, making it hard for him to breathe. What kind of divine ability is this? The Violet Emperor's expression changed. This was the first time he had encountered such an attack. Gu Fei was like an ancient god of war who had been resurrected, incomparably powerful. His battle intent was like a rainbow, causing the Violet Emperor to feel an unprecedented pressure. Chaotic rebellion! The Violet Emperor roared. He used one of the 9 esoterics of the immortal Tao, chaos reversal. An unfathomable power surged from his body, and the space around him seemed to distort. Gu Fei felt as if his fist had lost its target in that instant. Without a point of strength, he almost lost control and fell forward. Flawless 5 elements fist. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and punched out with his right fist. His fist shook and a monstrous scarlet fire force surged out. The entire void was enveloped by this terrifying fire force in an instant. Flawless fire element break? Gu Fei let out a furious roar as his fire elemental fist force erupted like a volcano, shaking the entire heavens and earth. A Dao aura could be seen circulating on his fist, which was the undefeatable fist art created by the undefeatable martial progenitor. The flawless 5 elements fist only had 5 moves. Each move could draw upon the power of one of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. This was the manifestation of a fist technique that had evolved to the extreme Dao realm. This was a supreme martial path battle technique. Boom! The distorted void around the Violet Emperor was blasted apart by Gu Fei's fist. The Violet Emperor was sent flying 100 miles away by Gu Fei's fist. His body cracked and he vomited blood. This was a battle between 2 supreme techniques. The martial ancestor's invincible divine fist, and the Dao ancestor's 9 esoterics of the immortal Dao. In this clash, it seemed like the martial ancestor's invincible divine fist had defeated the Dao ancestor's chaotic rebellion. A martial path battle technique that has been lost for countless years? The Xianming Saintess, who was watching from afar, was stunned. The Violet Emperor, who was almost invincible among his peers, had actually been suppressed by Gu Fei. The battle strength displayed by Gu Fei was too shocking. It seemed to be a cultivation technique of a supreme figure from the ancient times. A cultivation technique that had been lost for countless years. In the heaven realm, where experts were as numerous as trees in a forest, martialists of the great accomplishment realm had long been extinct. The inheritance of the martial ancestor had been lost in the heaven realm for a long time. In the mortal world, 1 or 2 martialists would occasionally appear. However, in the heaven realm, martialists of the great accomplishment realm had been extinct since the late period of the untainted land. Could it be that the legendary great era is about to arrive? Are all kinds of lost inheritances going to appear again? The Xianming Saintess muttered to herself. At that moment, after Gu Fei's flawless fire fist broke the Violet Emperor's chaotic rebellion, it didn't continue its pursuit. It was stopped. Is this the inheritance of the martial ancestor? As the son of the primordial era Emperor Xian, the Violet Emperor's knowledge was extraordinary. At that moment, he could already confirm that Gu Fei was a descendant of the martial ancestor's bloodline, which had disappeared since ancient times. The killing technique that Gu Fei had displayed was neither an immortal path-killing technique, nor a divine path-killing technique. It was a martial path-killing technique. Gu Fei didn't make a sound as he pressed forward. His powerful aura caused the entire world to tremble. This was a martial path emperor at the celestial being realm. He walked in the void, and with every step he took, Taoist rhymes flowed under his feet. It was as if he was stepping on the great path of heaven and earth. The pulse of heaven and earth rose and fell along with Gu Fei's footsteps. The Violet Emperor's intuition told him that he wasn't facing a single person, but the entire world. Humph! The Violet Emperor suddenly sneered. His aura suddenly changed, and rays of blood-red light rushed out of his body. An evil power appeared on the Violet Emperor's body. Is he going to use the power of the evil ancestor? Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless when he saw this. He already knew that the Violet Emperor had another person's inheritance. The Violet Emperor cultivated both the righteous and evil paths. On the surface, he cultivated supreme immortal path techniques, but in secret, he had obtained the evil ancestor's inheritance. He had 1 righteous and 1 evil inheritance. If this news were to spread, the entire heaven realm would be shaken. This kind of person who was both righteous and evil was the most terrifying. He couldn't be tolerated by the righteous path or the demonic path. The evil power and the immortal power surged on the Violet Emperor's body, and the 2 powers intertwined. The Violet Emperor's right eye was clear and penetrating, shooting out rays of purple divine light. As for his left eye, the divinity retreated, and the evilness emerged, turning into an evil bloody eye. This is... The Xianming Saintess, who was watching the battle from afar, was shocked by the changes on the Violet Emperor's body. It was as if she had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. The son of the primordial era Emperor Xian actually cultivated supreme evil arts. It was simply unbelievable. Gu Fei didn't make a move immediately. He wanted to fight the Violet Emperor in his strongest state. During the battle in Floating Cloud City, he had already seen the Violet Emperor's supreme evil arts. However, this wasn't Floating Cloud City, and there weren't countless commoners being slaughtered by the Violet Emperor. He didn't use their sole power to lay down a terrifying evil art that could display a trace of the might of a sage. Swish! The Violet Emperor's aura rose to its peak, and the righteous and evil powers erupted like a mountain flood. His right eye shot out purple divine light, and his left eye emitted blood-red evil light. "You shouldn't have given me a chance to breathe," the Violet Emperor said coldly. This was his true strength. Chapter 1084. Not only did he cultivate the Supreme Tao Ancestors' 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, but he also obtained the inheritance of the ancient evil ancestor. The power of the Immortal Tao and the power of the Evil Tao surged within the Emperor's body. These two forces intertwined and collided, but they were in a subtle balance. This way, the Emperor's strength would increase greatly. "No matter who you are, you will die today." The Emperor's aura rose to its peak. His right eye flickered with a purple divine light, and his left eye shot out an evil blood-red light. Evil and immortal energy swirled around. At this time the Emperor was a terrifying evil god. "Is that so?" Gu Fei smiled. Although the Violet Emperor was powerful in his eyes, he was just like Dongfang Chen in the past. He could see Dongfang Chen's shadow in the Violet Emperor. "Die!" The Emperor didn't hesitate and directly attacked. He stretched out his hand, and a blood-red hand appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. Rumble! Frightening evil energy surged down from the blood-red hand, forming rays of blood-red light that shot towards Gu Fei. The evil energy soared into the sky. Flawless fist of 5 elements, heaven-shattering metal element. Gu Fei bellowed and punched upwards with his right fist. The moment his fist punched out, a brilliant golden light burst out, and a vast power of metal surged out from his fist. The golden light illuminated the entire world, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared in the dark night, illuminating the world. Gu Fei's fist moved the essence of heaven and earth in the entire area. The powerful fist energy directly shattered the void, forming a destructive force that met the giant hand in the sky. Gu Fei's black hair danced wildly, and his eyes flashed. The strength of the first layer of the sky being realm was fully displayed, and the void collapsed under his fist. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the huge blood-colored hand, producing an earth-shattering bang. The entire world shook violently. Ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. The blood-colored hand was smashed apart by Gu Fei's punch, and the brilliant golden light on Gu Fei's fist also dimmed. Gu Fei's metal element fist force and the Purple Emperor's evil force cancelled each other out. Alright. Gu Fei took large strides forward, and like an ancient divine mountain, he moved towards the Violet Emperor. He punched out again, and a dark blue aura rushed out from his fist. It was as if a vast ocean had suddenly appeared in the sky. The power of the water element was vast and mighty. It was as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It swept towards the Emperor. The monstrous waves shattered the void between heaven and earth. Gu Fei displayed the flawless 5 elements fist to the fullest. It was an ordinary fist technique, but it had the aura of the great Tao lingering around it. This was a supreme fist technique that could turn something rotten into something magical. Devour heaven and earth. The Violet Emperor roared. Above his head, a blood-colored light rushed out. Boom! The blood-colored light exploded, and a blood-colored vortex appeared above his head. This is... Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he saw the rapidly expanding blood-colored vortex above the Violet Emperor's head. He was no stranger to this move of the Violet Emperor. During the battle in Floating Cloud City, Gu Fei had seen very clearly that when the Violet Emperor condensed the evil ancestor's Dharma idol and used this move, it had nearly swallowed the entire Floating Cloud City into the blood-colored vortex. But today was different. The Violet Emperor hadn't condensed the evil ancestor's Dharma idol, so it was difficult for him to truly display the devouring heaven evil art. However, the terrifying fluctuations coming from the blood-colored vortex had already moved Gu Fei. The blood-colored vortex expanded infinitely, descending from the sky and colliding with Gu Fei's water element fist force. The blue aura was continuously swallowed by the blood-colored vortex. The The blood-colored vortex could swallow all the energy in the world, and then transform it to strengthen one's body. This was a terrifying evil art. When using this evil art in battle, the opponent's essence energy would be gradually devoured, and then used to strengthen one's body. The more one fought, the stronger one became, and the weaker the opponent became. If it was an ordinary celestial being sovereign expert, the Violet Emperor's evil art would already be undefeatable. But Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary sovereign expert. His energy wouldn't be so easily devoured. He soared into the sky, directly charging into the blood-colored vortex. He was automatically devoured by the vortex. If you want to die, I'll help you. When the Violet Emperor saw that Gu Fei had actually charged into his blood-colored whirlpool, he couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. It couldn't be any better for Gu Fei to walk right into his trap. The Violet Emperor activated his evil art with all his might. Streaks of blood-colored light rushed into the blood-colored whirlpool. They were like blood-colored divine chains, wanting to trap Gu Fei within, and then completely obliterate him. Although Gu Fei had charged into the vortex, he hadn't been obliterated. He used the flawless Five Elements fist, causing the entire vortex to tremble and almost collapse. As expected of the successor of the primeval era's strongest martial ancestor, the Violet Emperor was secretly alarmed. He formed seals with both hands and shot out evil blood-colored Dao patterns, branding them into the vortex in the sky. The evil energy of the evil path lingered between heaven and earth. The inside of the vortex had already turned into a blood-colored furnace that could destroy everything. The Dao patterns of the evil ancestor's bloodline could vaguely appear around Gu Fei. It was just a few evil patterns, but they made Gu Fei feel a sense of danger. Each of the blood-colored evil light was a Dao law that trapped Gu Fei. Under the bombardment of the flawless Five Elements fist, these evil lights were destroyed and then reborn. It was as if the Violet Emperor really wanted to obliterate Gu Fei here. Gu Fei was in the middle of the blood-colored vortex. Everything around him was blood-red. You have some skill, but unfortunately you met me. Seeing the power of this evil art, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel apprehensive. But today, the Violet Emperor was destined to be out of luck. 5 elements as one, destroy the world. Following Gu Fei's shout, the power of the 5 elements converged on Gu Fei's fists. Gu Fei's fists surged with 5-colored light, and a terrifying power surged. Boom! Gu Fei's fists directly punched out. Endless power of the 5 elements surged out from Gu Fei's fists, shattering the void and destroying the world. The aura of destruction made everyone's hearts palpitate. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's fists drew the essence of the entire world. Gu Fei's fists were simply fists that could destroy the world. The vortex collapsed, and even the evil ancestor's Dao pattern was destroyed. Gu Fei's fists shattered everything and rushed in front of the Violet Emperor. A terrifying fist force surged towards the Violet Emperor. Bang! Under Gu Fei's fists, the Violet Emperor's body was like a thin piece of paper, instantly torn to pieces. This time, even the Violet Emperor's head couldn't escape and was crushed on the spot. The power of the 5 elements as one pierced through heaven and earth. The void where the Violet Emperor was collapsed and collapsed, forming a void black hole with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Chapter 1085. When Gu Fei punched out, it seemed to manifest the great Tao of the 5 elements, shattering the void and destroying the heaven and earth, displaying a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Without any suspense, although the Violet Sovereign executed the chaotic reversal and void reversal with all his might, he still couldn't dispel the power of Gu Fei's fist. His body was blasted apart by Gu Fei's punch. This was the 3rd time Gu Fei had blasted apart the Violet Sovereign's body. This almost drove the Violet Sovereign crazy. His opponent had definitely obtained the legendary inheritance of the martial ancestor. In the Great Desolate Era, the martial ancestor was publicly recognized as the strongest person in the Great Desolate Era. No one was willing to provoke this supreme martial saint. There were countless legends about this supreme martial saint. He had once fought with demons born from the primal chaos and killed several supreme demon ancestors. It was said that even the strongest demon in the world had to retreat. The martial ancestor's battle achievements were unparalleled. However, he didn't spread his knowledge like the ancient Buddhist lord and the Tao ancestor, establishing his own orthodoxy. the Buddhist Tao and the immortal Tao had developed until now. Whether it was in the heavenly realm or the mortal world, they had become mainstream cultivation methods. There were countless people who cultivated them. However, the martial ancestors' inheritance was almost severed. It had disappeared for countless years. In this era, it was only obtained by Gu Fei. In the heavenly realm and the mortal world, perhaps only Gu Fei was the true successor of the martial ancestor. The great Tao of the martial ancestor was imprinted in his heart. This was the most direct method of inheritance. As Gu Fei's cultivation increased, he would comprehend all kinds of martial arts from the great Tao imprinted in his heart. The great Tao imprint was a divine treasury, a heaven-shaking divine treasury, containing the martial ancestors' lifetime comprehension of martial arts. The flawless 5 elements fist was a kind of flawless killing art that Gu Fei had obtained after opening this heaven-shaking divine treasury. When the 5 elements were combined, it could destroy heaven and earth. With a single punch, he broke through all mystic arts. Even the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were broken. Gu Fei displayed an indomitable aura and directly destroyed the body of the Emperor Zi Huang. This time, even the Violet Emperor's head was destroyed. In the instant that the Violet Emperor's head was destroyed, a beam of violet light and a beam of blood-red light shot out. How is that possible? 2 primordial spirits? Gu Fei was taken aback. He saw the Violet Emperor's head shatter, and a purple divine light and a blood-red evil light rushed out. The purple divine light wrapped around a finger-sized little person, and the blood-red evil light also wrapped around a blood-red little person. Gemini Essence Soul? In the distance, the mysterious underworld saintess was stunned when she saw this. She had never imagined that the Zi Huang would have a primordial spirit of Gemini. Moreover, there were 2 primordial spirits, one righteous and one evil. Could it be that this Zi Huang actually had 2 personalities? Of these 2 primordial spirits, one righteous and one evil, who was the dominant one? No one knew. Perhaps only the Zi Huang himself knew. The Gemini Essence Soul was an ancient legend. Tens of thousands of years ago, such an existence had appeared. It was a terrifying god-fiend with a primordial spirit of both divinity and demonic nature. The primordial spirit with divinity and demonic nature could be separated and combined. When the 2 primordial spirits fused together, the power of the primordial spirit would increase to an unbelievable level. This was not a simple matter of 1 + 1. That year, when the god-fiend was born, it caused a reign of terror in the heavenly realms. In the end, the god-fiend was slain, but it caused the great sects to lose a large number of experts, which eventually led to the decline of those great sections. Be careful, don't let his Gemini Essence Soul fuse. The mysterious underworld saintess hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Gu Fei when she recalled this incident recorded in the oldest records of the mysterious underworld sect. Once the Gemini Essence Soul fused, it would be troublesome. Essence Soul fusion? When Gu Fei heard this, he could not help but be secretly shocked. The purple divine light and the crimson divine light soared into the sky, and a powerful wave of energy spread out. The power of divinity and demonic nature was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Essence Soul Daoization soared. The extremely powerful fluctuation of the primordial spirit came down from the sky, and the clanging sound did not stop. The purple primordial spirit turned into a purple sword, and an endless amount of sword light poured down from the sky, cutting through the void and penetrating through every opening. The crimson primordial spirit also turned into a 1,000 feet long crimson evil sword. Its blood energy was monstrous, and it also came down from the sky, slashing towards Gu Fei. This was an immortal secret technique that used the power of one's own primordial spirit. It attracted a trace of the power of the Great Path, which shattered the void, and had a godly power that could destroy everything. The divine primordial spirit of the Zi Huang did not fuse with the demonic primordial spirit. Instead, he used the Essence Soul Daoization sword, wanting to kill the great enemy in front of him. Flawless 5 elements, invincible in the world. Gu Fei roared, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His fists bloomed with 5-colored divine light, and his 2 fists seemed to turn into 2 5-colored divine suns, soaring into the sky. The invincible fist technique was earth-shattering, and it could be said to be flawless. Gu Fei's fists directly met the 2 primordial spirit swords that fell from the sky. Gu Fei's fist technique was big and wide, and it constantly collided with the two shocking swords. He actually used a pair of fists to resist the terrible power of the Essence Soul Daoization sword. Rumble. The power of the 5 elements was surging, and every time Gu Fei blasted out a punch, the entire world trembled, and the sky seemed to collapse. It was extremely terrifying. The two swords also shot out tens of thousands of sword lights, surrounding Gu Fei, and constantly strangling the void. However, they were all blocked by Gu Fei's fists. The Zi Huang was going all out. His divine primordial spirit bloomed with endless divine light, and a purple aura spread for thousands of miles. This scene was so terrifying that some cultivators passing by nearby were alarmed. The evil energy of the blood-colored sword soared into the sky, and the stars in the sky trembled. The endless evil energy formed a blood-colored sword light that constantly swept in all directions. Everywhere it passed, mountains were turned into dust. The mysterious underworld saintess used the 9 underworld world exterminating wheel to protect herself and hide in the distance. This battle was too intense and the fluctuations were everywhere. It was impossible not to attract attention. Some cultivators began to appear in this nameless mountain. Who is fighting? Someone asked in a low voice, but everyone shook their heads. No one said anything. They had already guessed the identity of the person in the battle. The Zi Huang, the son of the primordial Emperor Xian, was fighting with someone. Moreover, the technique that the Zi Huang displayed shocked everyone. The Zi Huang was actually a dual cultivator of righteousness and evil. However, no one said anything. No one dared to say anything because this was the Eastern Territory, and the ruler of this vast land was the primordial Emperor Xian. In the Heaven Realm, which was a world full of experts, strength was everything. Everything else was illusory, and only having great strength was the most practical. You can go and die now. At this point in the battle, Gu Fei already knew that this was the Zi Huang's strongest strength. The sword formed by the primordial spirit brought him great danger. He was almost killed by the sword several times. Gu Fei's cold words echoed between heaven and earth. He no longer held back, and an extremely powerful force erupted from his body. In an instant, his aura increased more than 10 times. Boom! The entire world seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Gu Fei's strength soared in an instant, and the two swords were suddenly blown away by the mighty force that came from Gu Fei's body. Bang! Gu Fei punched out, and there was a mighty holy might on his fist. The blood-colored sword was directly smashed by Gu Fei's fist. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Ascension secret technique, and his strength increased tenfold. No one in the same realm could compete with the current Gu Fei, not even the Zi Huang. The sword formed by the Zi Huang's evil primordial spirit collapsed, and the evil primordial spirit also dissipated in the void. It was directly dispersed by Gu Fei's invincible fist. Chapter 1086. Roar. The Violet Emperor's primordial spirit vibrated violently. This was the vibration of divine will, and it rang out directly in Gu Fei's mind. The Violet Emperor was roaring. The evil primordial spirit was destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. It was as if his primordial spirit had been destroyed, and he almost lost control and went crazy. Clang! The Dao sword formed from the primordial divinity vibrated repeatedly, shooting out tens of thousands of sword beams that pierced through the void. The Violet Emperor wanted to escape, but he didn't attack Gu Fei. Instead, he wanted to break through the void and escape into the void. Gu Fei's battle prowess had increased by 10 times. At this moment, even if a supreme expert were here, his expression would change. Gu Fei seemed to have transformed into an ancient martial saint. His fists pierced through the heavens and earth. His battle prowess was shocking. Heaven-covering hand. Gu Fei saw that the Violet Emperor wanted to escape. How could he let him escape so easily? Rumble. A gigantic golden hand appeared high up in the sky. Boundless metal elemental energy came crashing down, crushing everything and suppressing the 10,000 zhongs of sword light. Bang! The space that the sword light pierced through was flattened by the golden hand. The void trembled, and the primordial spirit sword was slapped down from the sky. Clang! The purple sword vibrated, and countless runes were destroyed in the void. Cracks appeared on the primordial spirit sword, and it almost collapsed. This was the primordial spirit that had transformed into the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit. It should have had an unstoppable power, and could cut through all tangible and intangible things. However, the Violet Emperor hadn't cultivated this immortal secret art to great completion, so he couldn't use this secret art to its fullest. Although his primordial spirit had turned into a sword of the way, it had only attracted a sliver of Tao power. If it had been an ordinary celestial emperor, even this sliver of Tao power would have been enough to kill them countless times over. Unfortunately, the Purple Emperor's opponent was Gu Fei. The flawless five-elemental fist and the heaven-shrouding hand were supreme killing techniques that the supreme martial progenitor had invented. These killing arts were no weaker than the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao created by the martial ancestor. The Violet Emperor had gone completely crazy. He wanted to self-detonate his primordial spirit, and the primordial spirit Tao sword was about to collapse. But at this moment, a sky-covering hand descended. Rays of golden light descended like countless dragons, sealing the surroundings and suppressing the primordial spirit Tao sword. The boundless power of metal completely suppressed his primordial spirit. "You want to die? Did you ask me?" Gu Fei said coldly. He used one of the 9 secret arts of the immortal Tao, the Heaven Ascension secret art. His strength increased by 10 times, and when his hand pressed down, it actually contained a great power that could shake the entire world. The entire world trembled under Gu Fei's sky-covering hand as terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions. Everyone who saw this scene from afar was stunned by the scene before them. This Gu Fei, the Xianming Holy Maiden, had never imagined that Gu Fei's battle prowess would reach such a terrifying level. The Violet Emperor, who was known to be invincible among his peers in the eastern lands, had been defeated. It wasn't just the Xianming Holy Maiden. Everyone else couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, this was happening. The Violet Emperor had no chance. The golden hand retracted and directly grasped the Tao sword formed by the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit. Golden light flashed, and the primordial spirit Tao sword turned into a small purple person the size of a finger. This small purple person was no different from the Violet Emperor. Its entire body was surrounded by purple gas. This was the Violet Emperor's divine primordial spirit. The Violet Emperor's primordial spirit had been imprisoned. At this time it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. The evil primordial spirit represented the inheritance of the evil ancestor, while the purple divine primordial spirit represented the inheritance of the immortal Tao. The Violet Emperor was indeed a rare genius that only appeared once every 10 million years. He had actually cultivated a Gemini primordial spirit. Gu Fei had already destroyed the Violet Emperor's evil primordial spirit. He wanted to obtain the 3 secret techniques of the immortal Tao that the Violet Emperor had mastered, so he couldn't just destroy the Violet Emperor's divine primordial spirit. He placed the Violet Emperor's divine primordial spirit in the mountain and river cauldron, which was in Gu Fei's internal world. No one knew that Gu Fei had another world in his body, so they all thought that he had placed the Violet Emperor in an artifact that he carried with him. Gu Fei didn't dare stay for long, as he knew that he had defeated and killed the Violet Emperor. This would definitely alarm the primordial Emperor Xian, and the primordial Emperor Xian would definitely take action personally. It was important to note that the primordial Emperor Xian was a half-sage, an invincible existence below the sage level. Gu Fei didn't think that he could contend against a half-sage. He left the nameless mountain range and disappeared into the night. It was unknown when the mysterious underworld saintess had silently left. The Violet Emperor was defeated? How is that possible? Who is that person? He actually defeated the Violet Emperor and sealed his primordial spirit. I don't know. I don't think there's such a person in the heavenly realm. Could it be some super antique that popped out of nowhere? Many people had witnessed the soul-stirring battle. Whether it was the Violet Emperor or Gu Fei, both of them had put a lot of pressure on them. Gu Fei and the Violet Emperor were far stronger than ordinary Deva sovereigns. They were both emperors among emperors. The news of the Violet Emperor's defeat quickly spread, and the entire Eastern Earth was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about it, and some people guessed that it was revenge from the Xianming Church. Some people saw the Xianming Holy Maiden in the vicinity of the battle between Gu Fei and the Violet Emperor. Others said that the antiques of the heavenly realm didn't like the primordial Emperor Xian, so they captured the Violet Emperor to teach the primordial Emperor Xian a lesson. There were all sorts of theories regarding this matter in the Eastern Earth, but none of them had any basis. They were all just guesses. While the primordial Emperor Xian was furious and had personally left Celestial City, Gu Fei and the Xianming Holy Maiden had already returned to the 10th of the 13 mysterious underworld realms. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He immediately asked the Xianming Holy Maiden to find a place for him to cultivate in seclusion. After capturing the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit, the first thing he had to do was find a way to retrieve the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path from the Violet Emperor's body. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Path were supreme techniques created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. Every secret had unfathomable power, and they were supreme techniques that all cultivators dreamed of obtaining. The Xianming Holy Maiden seemed to have thought of something, but she didn't say it out loud. Gu Fei arrived at one of the 13 spirit peaks floating in the sky. This peak was very special. There wasn't a single blade of grass growing on it, and there were a few stone houses at the peak of the mountain. Even so, spiritual energy still lingered on this spirit peak. There weren't any signs of spiritual energy drying up. There weren't any pavilions on the entire spirit peak, nor were there any natural treasures. There were only a few lonely stone houses at the peak of the mountain. The stone houses were made of ordinary rocks. There wasn't anything eye-catching on the outside. But Gu Fei could determine that these stone houses had been standing on this barren peak for tens of thousands of years. At the moment, Gu Fei was sitting in a lotus position in a stone room. He was very careful. He used the power of heaven and earth to isolate all auras before taking out the mountain and river cauldron. Chapter 1087. The eastern part of the heaven realm was destined to be restless. The destruction of the mysterious dark sect by the primordial Emperor Xian was a major event that could shake the entire heaven realm. The mysterious dark sect had been established in the eastern land for tens of thousands of years. It had experienced several great eras and produced many talented people. There was a time when this great sect ruled the entire eastern land. The heritage of such a great sect was unimaginable. Although the mysterious dark sect master had been killed by the primordial Emperor Xian, the mysterious dark sect was like a centipede that had died but never stopped. The aftermath of the destruction of the mysterious dark sect was destined to last for a long time. This time, the Amethyst Emperor's physical body was destroyed, and even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. Some people thought that the mysterious dark sect had taken action again. This was because many of the great figures under the primordial Emperor Xian had already been killed by the mysterious dark sect. The defeat of the Amethyst Emperor attracted the attention of all the forces in the heaven realm to the eastern land once again. Experts from other regions of the heaven realm began to appear in the eastern land. The primordial Emperor Xian was really angry this time. His only son had actually been destroyed and his primordial spirit captured. This was equivalent to killing the Amethyst Emperor. The Amethyst Emperor's life was already in the hands of the other party. The primordial Emperor Xian had left an imprint on the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit. No matter where the Amethyst Emperor went, as long as he was in the heaven realm, the primordial Emperor Xian would be able to sense his existence. Swish! The primordial Emperor Xian suddenly appeared in the sky above a large mountain. The terrifying roars of wild beasts resounded in the sky. He stood on a black war chariot and his entire body exuded an indescribable aura. There was a vast and mighty sacred aura that made everything in the world want to bow down and worship him. What's going on? Why did it completely disappear here? The primordial Emperor Xian couldn't help but frown. He had left an imprint on the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit. He had followed the imprint on the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit to find this place. However, when the primordial Emperor Xian arrived, he discovered that the connection between him and the imprint on the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit had disappeared. Could it be that there's a half-step saint going against me? Yuangu Emperor Xian was secretly startled. It would be troublesome if there was really an old monster at the half-sage realm opposing him. There shouldn't be a half-sage in the Xianming sect. He knew very well that when he charged into the mysterious dark sect, killed the mysterious dark sect's sect master, and razed the mysterious dark sect's territory to the ground, no half-saints had appeared at that time. If a large sect had a half-saint holding down the fort during a critical moment of life and death, then that half-saint would absolutely not stand idly by and allow the enemy to annihilate the sect. Who is it? Primordial Emperor Xian thought of one or two formidable enemies, but none of them would attack his own son, the Purple Emperor, in order to deal with him. Someone who could be regarded as a great enemy by Primordial Emperor Xian was definitely a half-step saint. Such a person would not make a move against the Purple Emperor, who was only at the celestial being realm. The Xianming sect didn't have a half-saint, so those two old fellows wouldn't make a move. Who exactly was the person who destroyed the Purple Emperor's physical body and sealed the Purple Emperor's vital spirit? Roar! Primordial Emperor Xian roared angrily at the sky, causing the entire sky and earth to shake. The 9 terrifying beasts pulling the carriage also roared. Each of the 9 beasts pulling the carriage was filled with killing intent. Each of them was a wild beast king, so the roars of the 9 wild beast kings were also earth-shattering. Only an existence at the level of immortal Emperor Yuangu could be so extravagant. He actually had the 9-headed savage beast king pull his carriage. He compared himself to the legendary celestial emperor. Wild beast kings weren't ordinary wild beasts that could be casually caught. They were the kings of the wild beasts and had strength comparable to a celestial being. While Primordial Emperor Xian was fuming, Gu Fei was on a spiritual peak in the sky of the 10th mysterious underworld realm. He was carrying out the legendary sacred sacrifice on the Purple Emperor's vital spirit. He was going to refine the Purple Emperor's vital spirit. The fist-sized mountain and river cauldron was floating in front of Gu Fei. Inside the cauldron, a small purple person was pierced by a few streaks of primordial chaotic chi and nailed inside. Roar! If you kill me, you will become my father's target. You will never have a day of peace. The Purple Emperor's vital spirit emitted intense spiritual fluctuations. The Purple Emperor's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Is that so? Gu Fei stared expressionlessly at the Purple Emperor in the cauldron. Even at this point in time, the Purple Emperor was still trying to threaten him with his father. He. If you let me go, all the grudges between us will be written off. The Purple Emperor didn't want to die. No one wanted to die. The Purple Emperor still wanted to use words to suppress the situation before him. As long as he didn't die, everything would be fine. If he died, then there would be nothing left. Give it up. You are destined to die today, and no one can save you. Gu Fei said calmly. The power of the inner world that spread from his body had already enveloped the entire stone chamber. No one could find out what was going on in the stone chamber. Not even the mysterious underworld saintess or the 10th mysterious underworld realm lord could. Damn it. This time the Purple Emperor was in complete despair. His vital spirit had been nailed to the mountain and river cauldron by the divine light formed by the primordial chaotic chi. His vital spirit had been sealed, so he couldn't use any techniques. Trying to escape? That was simply impossible. I didn't expect you to actually possess an extreme sacred weapon. I underestimated you. The Purple Emperor knew that he couldn't escape, so he calmed down. There are still many things that you can't imagine. As soon as Gu Fei said that, he shut his eyes. Then, a vertical purple mark appeared on his forehead and a trace of Tao power seeped out of it. This is... The Purple Emperor's vital spirit trembled when he saw this. He knew why Gu Fei hadn't killed him on the spot. It seemed like Gu Fei wanted to seize his Tao fruit. What is this place? Why isn't the Emperor Father here yet? The Purple Emperor was scared out of his wits. He knew that his vital spirit had been imprinted by the Primordial Emperor Xian. This was his only hope of survival. However, the Primordial Emperor Xian still hadn't appeared at this critical juncture of life and death. Whoosh! At this moment, the purple mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly emitted a dazzling divine light. A trace of Tao runes circulated around it. It was as if he had opened a heavenly eye, and there seemed to be primordial spirit Tao laws circling around his eyebrows. It's the divine snatch, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. You actually managed to cultivate such a secret technique. The Purple Emperor was horrified. He knew that he was done for. Whoosh! The purple divine light converged between Gu Fei's eyebrows and a small figure walked out of Gu Fei's forehead. It was a figure surrounded by the aura of the Great Path. Gu Fei was using the secret technique of the extreme Tao Sage to draw in a trace of the Great Path power. In Chapter 1088, each of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao contained a heaven-defying might. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the divine snatch, was even more powerful. It could seize all the fruits of the Tao that others had painstakingly cultivated. The Amethyst Emperor knew about the power of the divine snatch. When he saw a figure walk out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, he was scared out of his wits. "You can't do this. My father is the primordial Emperor Xian. If you kill me, you won't be able to live either." The Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit roared from within the mountain and river cauldron. As long as Gu Fei used this immortal Tao secret technique, the Amethyst Emperor's soul would be destroyed. Gu Fei didn't say anything, nor did he care about the Amethyst Emperor. He didn't even open his eyes. The primordial Emperor Xian might be able to intimidate others but not him. A tiny person the size of a finger appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The aura of the great Tao revolved around the tiny person, as if it was evolving the Tao law. This wasn't a primordial spirit, but a manifestation of Gu Fei's spiritual will. He cultivated the martial Tao, but he didn't cultivate the primordial spirit that only cultivators of the immortal Tao had. However, this didn't stop him from using this heaven-defying immortal Tao technique. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme secret techniques created by the extreme Tao sage when he evolved the great Tao. Although Gu Fei wasn't a cultivator of the immortal Tao, he could still use it. He didn't have a primordial spirit, but he had a powerful spiritual will that could take form. The tiny person appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and the Tao runes on its body circulated. The Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit, which was nailed to the mountain and river cauldron by the primordial chaos chi, was struggling with all its might. However, the Amethyst Emperor was putting up a last-ditch struggle. He definitely couldn't escape, because the power of his primordial spirit came from the extreme Tao's sacred weapon, the mountain and river cauldron. Even the primordial spirit of an almighty, or even a half-sage, couldn't escape from the mountain and river cauldron, let alone the Amethyst Emperor who was at the celestial being realm. Endless divine sense rushed out from Gu Fei's Niwen palace. The tiny figure in front of his glabella began to solidify. This tiny figure looked exactly like Gu Fei. It was a miniature version of Gu Fei. Threads of light that were almost invisible to the naked eye began to emit from the little person's body. Then, they stretched out towards the Purple Emperor's primordial divinity in the mountain and river cauldron. No! As the ray of light coming from the small figure got closer and closer, the Zi Huang roared crazily. The light emitted from the materialized divine will was a kind of Tao law. It was a trace of Tao power that Gu Fei had drawn upon. The cultivation technique of an extreme path saint could draw upon Tao power. Without any suspense, Gu Fei's divine will, which had transformed into a tiny person, sent out a thin thread of Tao law into the Purple Emperor's primordial divinity, which was nailed to the mountain and river cauldron by the primordial chaotic energy. The Purple Emperor's primordial divinity immediately calmed down. The moment Gu Fei's Tao law thread entered his body, the little purple person became sluggish. All sorts of illusory images began to appear around the little purple person. These were the various experiences that the Purple Emperor had experienced in the past. They were being read by Gu Fei. This was not a simple reading. The Tao law thread had an unfathomable power that could seize the Purple Emperor's Tao fruit. However, just as Gu Fei was seizing the Purple Emperor's Tao fruit, a similar fluctuation suddenly emerged from the Purple Emperor's primordial divinity without warning. This is... Gu Fei sensed an aura that made his heart palpitate. There was another power hidden within the Purple Emperor's primordial divinity. This power was incomparably strong. Clang! The power that erupted from the depths of the Purple Emperor's primordial divinity condensed into a Tao sword. The sound of a divine weapon resonated in the void. Primordial Spirit Tao Sword? Is this a wisp of primordial Emperor Xian's divine sense? Gu Fei's heart trembled. A wisp of divine sense rushed out from the depths of the Purple Emperor's primordial divinity and turned into a Tao sword. It severed all the Tao law threads that had already entered the Purple Emperor's primordial divinity. This was a contest of Tao power, a confrontation between two divine techniques of the immortal path. Gu Fei's cultivation could not be compared to that of the primordial Emperor Xian. Even a wisp of divine sense from the primordial Emperor Xian brought great danger to Gu Fei. Swoosh! The wisp of divine sense from the primordial Emperor Xian tore through the void, and almost severed the primordial chaos divine light that had locked onto the Purple Emperor's primordial divinity. The primordial chaos divine light shook again and again. However, the divine light formed by the primordial chaos divine light was difficult to destroy. This was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth, and it possessed unimaginable power. Even if the primordial Emperor Xian came personally, he would not be able to destroy the primordial chaos divine light. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene in the mountain and river cauldron. The primordial Emperor Xian was too terrifying. A wisp of divine sense that had turned into a Dao sword had actually attracted the power of a great Dao. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He activated the mountain and river cauldron, and streams of primordial chaos ancestral chi condensed in the cauldron. There seemed to be a chaotic world evolving there. The wisp of primordial Emperor Xian's divine sense that had turned into a Dao sword was trapped by the primordial chaos divine light. It struggled left and right in the mountain and river cauldron, wanting to soar into the sky and kill Gu Fei. However, the primordial chaos divine light was the ancestral chi of heaven and earth. A wisp of ancestral chi could crush a mountain range. Even if the wisp of primordial Emperor Xian's divine sense had attracted the power of a great Dao, it would only end up being sealed. Soon, the wisp of primordial Emperor Xian's divine sense that had turned into a Dao sword was destroyed by the primordial chaos divine light. Just as Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron to destroy the wisp of primordial spirit, a figure sitting high in the sky on a nameless mountain suddenly opened his eyes. Swoosh! Two cold, lightning-like gazes pierced through the void and illuminated the world. An imperial aura emanated from this person's body and spread to the heavens and the earth. Roar! The primordial Emperor Xian roared. The anger in his chest was about to burn the 9 heavens imperial court. He could sense that the wisp of divine sense that he had imprinted on the Violet Emperor's spirit had been destroyed. At the same time, he also knew the location of the Violet Emperor. The primordial Emperor Xian hadn't been able to find the Violet Emperor's location. He had been waiting for this moment. The moment his divine sense was destroyed, the connection between him and his body would be magnified infinitely. Although it was only for a moment, what kind of person was the primordial Emperor Xian? Bam! He stood up in the void and shattered the void. He took a step forward and instantly appeared on a mountain in another region. Just as the Yuangu immortal emperor took a step out of the shattered void, 108 beams of divine light shot up from the ground below. The pitch-black light connected the sky and earth and attracted the power of heaven and earth. The entire sky suddenly darkened as the boundless power of the moon surged. Mysterious underworld remnant? The primordial Emperor Xian's murderous aura soared as he pressed his palm down. The entire pitch-black sky and earth were instantly illuminated by the divine light that shot out from his palm. The power of the immortal path surged violently. Chapter 1089. Gu Fei had used the mountain and river cauldron to refine the strand of divine, while that primordial Emperor Xian had imprinted on the Violet Emperor's divine primordial spirit. At the moment that strand of primordial spirit was destroyed, primordial Emperor Xian finally sensed the location where his divine will had been destroyed. Undersir, the destruction of the divine will meant that the Violet Emperor was dead. His body and soul had been destroyed, and he could not even become a ghost. Primordial Emperor Xian was furious. Someone had actually dared to kill his own son in front of him. This was simply not taking him seriously. This was the greatest provocation to him. He had an endless lifespan and was only one step away from attaining the extreme path fruit. Although the Violet Emperor was his only son, he was not sad that he had been killed. After living for tens of thousands of years, Primordial Emperor Xian had reached a point where he could ignore everything. He rarely cared about anything other than himself. Family affection was so thin that it could be ignored by a half-step sage like Primordial Emperor Xian. The Violet Emperor had died because he was not strong enough. In the Heaven Realm, which was filled with experts, strength was more important than anything else. However, the Violet Emperor's death had completely enraged Primordial Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian's dignity could not be despised. Anyone who dared to provoke him had to be killed. Primordial Emperor Xian directly broke the void and killed his way to the entrance of the Xianming sect's 10th realm, which was located in the mountain village. The moment Primordial Emperor Xian appeared, the people of the Xianming sect had already activated the killing array. 108 rays of dark light shot up into the sky and sealed off the area. The terrifying power of Yin almost froze everything. Bam! Primordial Emperor Xian directly made his move. His large hand pressed down, and there was a trace of mighty holy might on his palm. The void below his palm immediately collapsed and shattered. The power of destruction was vast and mighty. The 108 rays of Yin divine light shook and almost collapsed. The houses in the village below continued to collapse. More and more experts from the Xianming sect rushed out of the collapsed houses. Below the entire village, a huge shadow formation appeared. The ancient runes activated the shadow power of the earth and turned into beams of shadow-killing light that shot up into the sky. Although immortal Emperor Yuangu was a half-step saint, he couldn't help but become serious after being trapped by such a great Yin-killing formation. His huge palm was blocked by the great Yin-killing light that soared into the sky. It can withstand the attack of a half-saint? This formation? The primordial Emperor Xian was astonished. This was an ancient formation that had been laid down for who knew how many years. The power of Yin that had been condensed was unleashed today. Even if a saint were here, his expression would change. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streams of killing light, which were as high as mountains, rushed out from the ground. The entire world was frozen by the extreme cold power released by the power of extreme Yin. All the Tai-Yin killing lights flew towards the Yuan ancient Emperor Xian from all directions. The void shattered wherever the killing lights passed. It was an unstoppable force. Chaotic reversal. The primordial Emperor Xian shouted angrily. His eyes emitted a divine light that was as bright as cold electricity. A strange power surged out of his body. The void was distorted and the world was deformed. The beams of shadow-killing light were all reflected back in front of him. All the power of the shadow-killing light was reversed and spread out in all directions. This was a force that could reverse the void. There were Taoist rhymes circulating around the body of the primordial Emperor Xian. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when a supreme saint of the extreme path used a supreme technique. Although he wasn't a saint, he could use the power of the Taoist path to use a mysterious killing technique. This was the power of a supreme technique created by a supreme saint of the extreme path. This was also the reason why all the cultivators in the heaven realm went crazy when the palace of the moon deities appeared. Everyone was jealous and crazy about the supreme technique created by a supreme saint of the extreme path. It was impossible to say how many cultivators had fallen in front of the moon god's palace. Even half-saints had been buried there. The land of the buried moon had vanished, but in the eastern lands, a new land of danger had appeared. More accurately, it was a city of danger. The primordial Emperor Xian had used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic reversal. The unpredictable power of the immortal path had completely broken the balance of this world. The entire ancient killing formation was shaking. The power released by the killing formation was reversed by the primordial Emperor Xian. It was as if the ancient formation was fighting against itself. The result could already be imagined. The ancient formation patterns that appeared on the ground were being destroyed. The entire ancient Tai-Yin killing formation was being disintegrated. Even the holy palace of the Xianming sect was destroyed by me. How could a small killing formation be able to destroy it? The cold words of the primordial Emperor Xian came down from the sky. You've gone too far, Yuangu. An old man appeared in the large formation below. This old man was the one Gu Fei had met at the entrance of the village. He had been enjoying the shade under a tree. Humph! The primordial Emperor Xian didn't bother to say more. He rushed down from the sky and stretched out his right hand. Divine light flickered in and out of his fingers as he grabbed at the top of the old man's head. His 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 heavenly swords in an instant. They pierced through the void and shattered the world, displaying a terrifying power that could destroy everything. The Tao rhymes circulated and a wisp of saintly might filled the world. The primordial Emperor Xian had displayed his true strength. He wanted to kill the old man with one blow. Damn it! The old man roared. His eyes were fixed on the primordial Emperor Xian, who was rushing down from the sky. His eyes were almost spitting fire. It was this great enemy in front of him who had destroyed the Xianming sect. I'll transform my body into the way. I'll drag you down with me. The old man roared. Then endless black light bloomed from his body. The entire collapsing large formation was activated by him. It was as if he had fused with the large formation. He wanted to use the power of the large formation to increase the power of his magical powers to the limit. This was a tragic move that would result in mutual destruction. Boom! Tens of thousands of rays of black light shot out, and a monstrous power of Een surged out from the ground. The entire world was sealed, as if a supreme god had awakened. The heavenly swords formed by the 5 fingers of the primordial Emperor Xian were all shattered by this power. The 5 fingers of his right hand were almost broken. The power of Een was unprecedentedly strong, and even the primordial Emperor Xian sensed danger. The old man was transforming into the way. His body was blooming with the divine Een fire. The divine fire was calcining his flesh and bones, igniting his essence qi. Even his soul was burning. He had released all of his power. The killing light of Een was activated by the old man, and it once again rushed toward the primordial Emperor Xian from all directions. The old man also soared into the sky and rushed toward the primordial Emperor Xian. The power that the old man had activated by transforming into the way was too strong. Even a half-saint like the primordial Emperor Xian paled. He didn't dare to take this attack head-on. He soared into the sky and wanted to break through the large formation and rush out. However, at this moment he was shocked to find that the whole world seemed to have frozen. It was difficult for him to break through even with his power. The old man, who was covered by the divine Een fire, had already pounced over. The pores on the primordial Emperor Xian's body exploded. He could feel the extreme danger. If he was hit by the old man, he would most likely die. Chapter 1090. The old man had used his body to transform into the Tao, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. His entire body was burning. In the distance, the members of the Xianming sect couldn't help but shed tears when they saw this scene. They knew that the old man wanted to perish together with the primordial Emperor Xian. The old man's body emitted a Taiyin killing light. Wherever it passed, the void turned into nothingness. At this moment, even someone as powerful as the primordial Emperor Xian paled. The power of using one's body to transform into the Tao was too great. Moreover, the old man had drawn upon the power of this ancient killing formation for his own use. It was as if a saint had personally descended. The primordial Emperor Xian sensed great danger and wanted to retreat. However, he realized that this part of heaven and earth had been sealed by the old man's power of transforming into the Tao. This old man wanted to transform into the Tao together with him. The old man was merely a sovereign at the phenomenal success level, so the primordial Emperor Xian didn't take him seriously. However, this sovereign at the phenomenal success level had caused the primordial Emperor Xian to fall into a desperate situation. Roar! Immortal Emperor Yuangu roared and unleashed his strongest god law. Boundless power of the immortal Tao surged towards the old man who was charging over in an overwhelming manner. Boom! The old man didn't dodge. Instead, he rushed over directly. The power of transforming into the Tao directly caused the primordial Emperor Xian's strongest god law to collapse, and a trace of holy might was scattered. The power of transforming into the heavenly Tao was too terrifying. Endless Taiyin divine fire surged and engulfed half of the sky, engulfing the primordial Emperor Xian. The old man had successfully transformed into the Tao together with the primordial Emperor Xian. This scene was absolutely shocking. The entire sky darkened, and one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Endless Taiyin force was burning, and no one dared to approach. Heaven and earth collapsed and turned into the most primordial chaos. The primordial Emperor Xian roared angrily, but he didn't die immediately. After all, the primordial Emperor Xian was still a semi-saint. The old man tragically died in order to get rid of the great enemy, the primordial Emperor Xian, so that the mysterious dark sect could rise again in the Eastern Land. The current situation in the Eastern Land was very delicate. The Xianming sect had been destroyed by the primordial Emperor Xian, but it was like a centipede that died but did not die. For the past few months, the Xianming sect had repeatedly killed the experts under the primordial Emperor Xian's command. Yuangu Emperor Xian's forces had also suffered a blow. Even one of the 3 half-step almighties under Yuangu Emperor Xian had fallen. If the primordial Emperor Xian were to fall, there would be a huge storm in the entire Eastern Earth. The forces of other regions would also take the opportunity to extend their hands into the Eastern Earth. It wasn't difficult for the mysterious dark sect to rise again in these chaotic times. After all, the mysterious dark sect still had 4 small realms that hadn't been breached by the primordial Emperor Xian. The Xianming sect still had the resources to rule over the eastern land. In the distance, all the members of the mysterious dark sect shed tears when they saw the old man perish together with the enemy. The old man had used his life in exchange for a chance for the mysterious dark sect to rise again. Boundless Taiyin killing light enveloped the entire area. The power of the Tao transformation was wreaking havoc. This was a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. The primordial Emperor Xian's voice disappeared very quickly. No one knew whether the primordial Emperor Xian had fallen or not. Everyone was anxious and mournful. If they could kill the primordial Emperor Xian, the entire eastern land would fall into chaos. The mysterious dark sect would be able to buy time to recuperate in these chaotic times. The mysterious dark sect still had an unimaginable foundation. As long as they had enough time to recuperate, the mysterious dark sect would definitely have the opportunity to rise again and rule the eastern land. As the old man pulled the primordial Emperor Xian back to the heavenly path, Gu Fei was in the 10th mysterious underworld realm. He used the divine seizing mystic technique to seize the Violet Emperor's Tao fruit. After obliterating the trace of consciousness that the primordial Emperor Xian had imprinted on the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit, Gu Fei used the mystic technique to transform his consciousness into strands of Tao laws that wrapped around the Violet Emperor's primordial spirit and seeped into it. Gu Fei's spiritual force transformed into a Tao law that permeated every nook and cranny. The memories of the Amethyst Emperor's primordial spirit were quickly read by Gu Fei. Everything that the Amethyst Emperor had experienced previously appeared before Gu Fei. At the same time, Gu Fei didn't know that the primordial Emperor Xian had already killed his way out. The entire 10th mysterious underworld realm was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. All the old antiques in the 10th mysterious underworld realm were alarmed and came out from the depths of this small realm. These old antiques were the senior statesmen of the 10th mysterious underworld realm. Every single one of the senior statesmen of the 10th mysterious underworld realm had an almighty cultivation base. They were all emperor-grade entities. There were definitely no more than 5 such entities in the 10th mysterious underworld realm. Even the realm lord of the 10th mysterious underworld realm, who rarely showed his face, had come out. The news that the primordial Emperor Xian had killed his way out of the 10th mysterious underworld realm had already spread throughout this small realm. Everyone was extremely nervous. It should be known that the mysterious dark sect had 13 realms. The previous 9 small realms had already been destroyed by the primordial Emperor Xian. If the 10th mysterious underworld realm was also destroyed by the primordial Emperor Xian, then the strength of the mysterious dark sect would be weakened by at least a quarter. The mysterious dark sect could no longer afford to suffer any major losses. The person you brought seems to be extraordinary. 2 figures were standing on the largest of the 13 spirit peaks floating in the sky. One of them was graceful and her face was covered by a black gauze. Only a pair of intelligent eyes could be seen. This person was the mysterious dark sect's mysterious underworld saintess. The person standing beside the mysterious dark sect saintess was faint and illusory. His entire body rumbled, as though he was a spirit without a physical body. This person was even more mysterious than the mysterious dark sect saintess. His body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black fog that made it difficult for people to see him clearly. Even the silhouette of this person could not be seen clearly, let alone his appearance. At the same time, the mysterious dark sect saintess and this person were both looking at the spirit peak that Gu Fei was on. They simply could not sense any aura from Gu Fei. After Gu Fei had entered the stone chamber, he had completely disappeared. It was as though he had entered another realm. How could this be? How had he done it? Nobody knew. The mysterious dark sect saintess knew Gu Fei's whereabouts very well, as someone was monitoring Gu Fei's every move. The mysterious dark sect saintess knew that after Gu Fei had entered the stone chamber, he had not come out again. This made the mysterious dark sect saintess very curious. What was Gu Fei doing inside? Could he be refining the Purple Emperor's primordial spirit? Gu Fei had blasted the Purple Emperor's physical body, shattered the Purple Emperor's evil primordial spirit, and imprisoned the Purple Emperor's divine primordial spirit. The mysterious dark sect saintess was already convinced that Gu Fei had the same enemy as her. At the same time, the primordial Emperor Xian had arrived. The mysterious dark sex Saintess and the others had already prepared for the worst. It's not just extraordinary. That fellow obtained the inheritance of the martial ancestor. Although his cultivation base is only at the first level of the Sky Realm, his combat power is already comparable to that of an almighty. The mysterious dark sex Saintess couldn't help but recall the battle between Gu Fei and the Purple Emperor. Even now, she was still subdued by the unrivaled aura that Gu Fei had displayed. In her opinion, Gu Fei was already unrivaled in the same realm. What? The mysterious person couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this.